the clubs are not evenly divided. You won't say Conference A, you have 10 clubs, Conference B, you have 10 clubs, Conference C, 10. No. We looked at where these clubs are based and then put them in conferences. So you see that Conference A, which is part of the Southern Conference, will have about 12 clubs.
12 clubs, yeah.
Conference B will have another 12. Then in Conference C and D will have 8 and 9, thereabout. So it's not as if so 2 of the conferences had been finished before now. 2 are finishing this weekend. Well, as we speak to you, the first 2 conferences that ended will now know those that have qualified for the Super 8 because we'll have the season ending Super 8. The Super 8 will bring 8 of the best teams together, and those 8 teams will now play for the final ticket to go to MPFL, which is 4 teams getting promotion.
Okay, I think we have a slide up that has the 8 teams that look to have qualified. You said 7 are
sure bets.
Sure bets.
But until the last day,
yeah,
we'll still have to look at who will qualify between Osun United
and Inter
Lagos and Ijebu United. They are still in the race, as it were.
Okay.
So until the final day, which is this weekend, Inter will require just a draw to join the other 7. Osun United will need to beat Gateway of Abeokuta away in Benin because Gateway were banished to Benin.
Okay.
They are playing at the Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium. If Osun United win against Gateway and Ijebu United win against Inter Lagos, then we might have a photo finish kind of.
Okay.
But if Inter gets the job done here in Lagos,
at home
in Lagos, then it means that even with just 1 point, it means that they become they have taken an unassailable lead. They will join Ikorodu City in the Super 8. And
here's the interesting thing, I think. Already qualified is Madiba FC, the Lagos club.
The Oshodi boys, they call them.
Yeah. Oshodi.
Oshodi boys. They are based in Oshodi and they have massive supportership.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Okay, so Madiba is already through. Ikorodu City is already through. And if Inter Lagos pulls through,
then you have 3 Lagos teams.
In the last 8, in the Super 8.
Yes, and then their neighbors.
Yeah.
From Ogun State.
Yeah, beyond limit.
Beyond limit.
Okay, so that creates a very interesting scenario, because it means that potentially we could have 1 or 2 teams, Lagos teams, join Sporting Lagos in the MPFL.
Yes.
Yeah, that changes everything, exactly. Because now that means you have 2.
We could even have 3.
That's what I'm saying. You could have 2 or 3 teams join, 1 or 2 teams join Sporting Lagos.
Yes.
That would be huge for Lagos because if you have 3 teams in the MPFL playing in Lagos, that's really massive both for the MPFL brand and for Lagos itself when you look at the economics of it,
exactly.
Because people are going to the stadiums, they're spending money, they're investing in club infrastructure.
And the good thing, Kenneth, about these teams is that none of these teams coming out of Lagos is government owned.
Oh, okay.
Madiba, Ikorodu City, and Inter Lagos, just like Sporting Lagos.
Yeah.
And don't forget that Sporting Lagos just last season got promotion from NNL to MPFL. That was the playoff in Asaba last season, and they are doing very well. So at the NNL, I must tell you, is very, very competitive. And as I speak with you, 14 NNL clubs, 14 are already in the round of 16 of the FA Cup, the President Federation Cup. So that shows you that NNL clubs are not in any way a write-off.
Yeah.
So that shows you how strong this league is.
So the question then is, if your clubs are strong, right, and they play good football, because there are a few videos that I have seen of your club scoring some really beautiful goals and all of that. They play good football, right? And they have a following, from what you've said. 40 teams in one league.
Exactly. And don't forget, even in Lagos, where you have Sporting Lagos,
yeah.
the two teams that are...
If you look at the national spread of the league, maybe I should ask you this, because I'm one of the opinion that says that, look, you don't have to wait for the league to become a Euro standard league before you put your money in. Supporting the league, supporting our football, even at the grassroots level, helps to build a better civilization, a better society for all of us. Creates jobs. It reduces crime.
And that is where
why are the sponsors not there?
That is where the challenge comes in. Okay, let's say before now, people will say, oh, the NNL was what they call cash and carry league. But when Alhaji Ibrahim Gusau, the incumbent president of NFF, changed the leadership of the leagues, he brought people who he felt can drive the system, people who had integrity. My colleague in the MPFL is Gbenga Elegbeleye, and we all know the pedigree of Gbenga Elegbeleye.
Yeah. My
colleague in the NLO is His Excellency Salah Sagara, the former deputy governor of Nasarawa State, a fine gentleman by every standard. The lady in charge of the Women's League, Nkechi Obi, is somebody that believes, is a lady of panache, a lady of integrity, and my humble self. So the leadership of NFL said, hey, let's bring people who are credible, who can run this league and take it to the next level. So the first challenge for us was to make sure that we run a good league. And if you check the statistics, the number of victories on the road in NNL even surpasses that of MPFL.
But George, there's a different sort of statistics that sponsors are interested in. Like we can blame the sponsors, and people tell me that I do that all
but we now say, come and support us. And make it a better brand.
But then they are saying to you, and how many people are watching?
We have presented our program. Okay, look at when we started. To make sure that we had a good league, we first of all took the coaches to the classroom pre-season, and that was financed by ValueJet in Ikederobo. We took them to the classroom, and they were all taken by technical people.
But that's, George, George, I beg your pardon.
Now we are saying we have other things that we want corporate bodies to come and get involved in, like the issue of referees indemnities. That it is going to cost us about 150 million. And we are saying that don't give the league board the money. Just pay directly into the referee's account. That would show up good officiating. See, all the big leagues in the world, it is human beings and corporate bodies that made them what it is today. So you don't just wait, for instance, for Super Eagles to go and win the Nations Cup, then you begin to support them. Before you win the Nations Cup, for instance, we go to the finals this year. Corporate bodies lined up behind Super Eagles. Few corporate bodies.
But
there are some corporate bodies that are waiting to do ambush marketing when we win. And the same thing, if the league gets better, you now want to sponsor the league. But you don't want to be part of those who made the league better. It doesn't work that way. So that's why we're appealing to corporate Nigeria to come and invest in the league. So that together, look at what GTI is doing. The investment company that is backing the MPFL. That the MPFL is doing well today, you will not talk about the success story of MPFL without mentioning GTI as an investment company.
Absolutely,
that are putting their money and say, come and invest in the football front. But for now, they are putting their money into the whole system and driving the system. So we are appealing to the corporate world to come and invest in it. If you invest in it, we will get a better league.
Okay, so George, so the corporate guy, right? Like I said earlier, I'm with you on the fact that if you want to develop the game, You don't sit in your offices and say, let them fix it first and then we'll come in.
Exactly.
You put your money down and then you insist on governance standards that you want. Do you understand? And I'm sure that's something that.
And if you talk about followership, Kenneth,
I'm coming. Okay. So the point is, sponsors are looking and they're looking at you guys. Unfortunately, George, the industry has a very bad name, right? Over the years, things have happened that have made sponsors very wary about putting their money in the league. Poor officiating, for instance, which is something you're trying to clean up, poor management, corruption, and all of that. Why should they think that there's any difference? And that's number one. Why should they think that there's any difference? And two, if you want to approach a sponsor has a lot of things that his funds are competing for, right? How do you tell the sponsor? Do you have professional packaging that takes you to a sponsor and you say to the sponsor, these are the figures for the league. This is the data that should make the sponsor's eyes light up.
Exactly.
These are how many people see matches last season. This is what we're looking at. This is what television, this is how much television brought in and all of that. Do you have data, George?
We do. And like I said, when a corporate body wants to if you want a corporate body to invest in the league, you have to be transparent. Because first thing, transparency comes in. When we talked about the pre-season opener, we did not tell the sponsors of that pre-season coaching clinic to give us money. Okay. We gave them a checklist of what they should do. X amount of money will go to resource persons, pay them directly. We want 2, 3, 4 resource persons from outside the country. We want this number from within the country.
Okay.
Flight ticket for them, accommodation, feeding of the coaches and all of that. And then to show you how transparent we were, the man who was to sponsor it asked us how much was going into NNL account. We said, no, just pick up all the bills and we're fine.
Okay.
He said this is a different approach to sponsorship.
Okay.
So the corporate body we are going to, like we have approached some corporate bodies to say that the challenge for us is come and take over the referees' indemnities and pay directly to the referees. So you are accountable. You are not doing something that, okay, give us this money and nobody knows how it is, the money is spent.
Yeah.
And then, so we've tried as much as possible to make our books very open. How much we need and what we need them for. So that at the end of the day, we remove the issue of corruption and all of that. And another thing the sponsors want to look at is followership. Like I said, when we did our season's opener at the Lafayette City Stadium, if you drop a pin at that stadium, it will not fall down. It was filled to capacity, and that was the league opener between Nasarawa United, who are now trying to come back to MPFL, and Zamfara United.
Okay.
So the followership is there. Most of these clubs, like I told you, Madiba that is playing in MPF in our league is supported by the whole of the people around Oshodi. That is why they call them Oshodi boys.
Okay.
So the followership is there. And all that we need to do is for the corporate bodies to now give us the needed support to make it a better brand.
Okay. Okay. You've been watching Sports Business with me, Orufo Ezaga, and George Alo, the chairman of the Nigeria National League. We're going to go on a break, and when we return, the business is going to continue. George is still going to be here, so keep keep tuned to Plus TV Africa, and there's still a lot you're going to learn about our football, and that can open an opportunity or two for you or your organization.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Welcome back to Plus TV Africa, and you're watching Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga. With me in the studio is the chairman of the Nigeria National League, Mr. George Alo. He presides over the most important tier of the Nigerian league system that acts as the bridge between the top flight league, the Nigerian Premier Football League, the NPFL, and the NLO, which is the third tier of the Nigerian league, the Nigerian Nationwide League. So George, before we went on break, we were talking about how to get investors interested in what you're doing, to get sponsors interested in what you're doing. Fortunately, like you've said, most of the clubs in the NNL are owned by private individuals, right? Just recently, I want to say this to try and let whoever is watching the program who is a potential investor see the importance of that football can make you money wherever you're playing your game.
Football is big business.
It's big
in fact,
business.
sports generally is big business.
Did you hear about what happened in Ghana? Some player, his name is, I think, some player that was in the some club in the second division in Ghana, Steadfast FC, sold the player to Sporting Lisbon. There was a tweet about it. In fact, I had to call a Ghanaian journalist friend to confirm it. They sold this player to Sporting Lisbon, and he didn't do well in Sporting Lisbon, right? So Sporting Lisbon loaned him to Leicester City in the UK. And when he was going, the Ghanaian club didn't ask for any transfer fees, but instead they chose to take 50% of whatever sign-on fee would come out of that transaction if he signed at all. I imagine that Sporting Lisbon were not interested because he didn't shine when he was playing with them. But then he went to Leicester City and he was a different animal, right? What happened at Leicester City? He helped them gain promotion to the English Premier League, and that triggered the sign-on clause, in which case they had to now pay £14 million for the player, with 50% of that going to the Ghanaian club in the second division, £7 million, or 12.1 billion naira, George. So it doesn't matter whether you're playing in the NNL or in the NLO or in the MPFL, football can be really huge business for you.
It's huge business, and that is why we want partners to come and partner with us.
Yeah.
Marketing outfits getting involved in all of this.
Yeah.
We can sign MOU with them,
Yeah.
so that they get us, corporate Nigeria, to come and back us. Like you said, it is big business, and it is people who are investing in this business, Kenneth, that as a league body, as the board of NNL, we are protected. Before now, there has always been this challenge of, the league is not running well. Those who are investing in it will pull out.
Yeah.
But we have made sure that those who are investing their money in this game, in NNL, are not frustrated out. I'll give you an example. Like most of the clubs that are doing well in NNL are not government-owned clubs. Because as far as I'm concerned, government-owned clubs are government parastatals. They are only professional on paper. There is nothing professional about a club that is owned by government. Government has no business doing business in the first place. They should create the enabling environment. When the former governor of Lagos State, Fashola, was in charge of Lagos, he is a football person by every standard. He even played football at the highest level. But Fashola, even with his footballness, follower of youths. If you go to the matches of Inter Lagos, you will see what I'm talking about. It's a different ball game. Ikorodu City is following in that stead. Smart City, they are all based in Lagos. So football is big business. And the moment we get it right, the millions and the billions you talked about will begin to trickle in.
Okay, George. One of the most critical stakeholders is in sports business is the media, and you have a background in the media.
I am a journalist myself.
Yeah, but the media, what are they doing? They're the ones who are supposed to tell the stories about our leagues, about our players. They can even determine what succeeds and what doesn't succeed.
I've enjoyed good support from the media, Kenneth, in that state.
Okay.
Before now, the NNL was not even getting a mention. All that the mention that the NNL get is when there is one bad officiating somewhere. But kudos to my colleagues, they've succeeded in giving us the media blaze, including the one that I'm enjoying here with you. Telling the world what we are doing to get it right at the NNL level. And don't forget that that is what makes the EPL even thrive. All the bad officiating that comes in the EPL is never highlighted by the English fair press. They would rather give you the good side of the EPL. If you remember the goal that Liverpool scored against Tottenham, that was disallowed. If it is Nigeria, you begin to hype it as dubious officiating. The referee has taken money. But you have forgotten that there are human errors in whatever we do, even with the VAR.
Okay, so talking about the media, I understand that, George, and you make it.
So the media has been very supportive.
Okay, so that's a new one for me, and so kudos to the Nigerian media for helping the NNL out. But what about you guys in the NNL? What sort of promotion do you do? Because I don't see that you have. Do you have a huge following on say, for instance,
on all our social media handles,
Twitter?
Yes, even our Super 8. Yes, even our Super 8, we are going to stream it, and we have about 18 million supporters, followers on our Facebook page.
18 million.
18 million. It is verifiable. So we have our Twitter handle.
Are you looking? Please look in the camera and say.
Yes, I said we have about 18 million followers.
On
the clubs, we know we have 40 clubs.
Yeah.
All of them. And we are going to stream via our Facebook page, our Super 8 in Enugu. And we are tidying up that with a streaming company that is going to take that live.
Yeah.
We're tidying all that up with an outfit that's going to take that live. And they are giving us one of the match will get after every game, the best player will get an award from this company that is going to stream it live. So we are gradually taking the game to the people.
Okay.
We are gradually taking. We are not
18 million fans is a huge.
It's a huge base.
Yeah.
It's a huge base. Like I said, we have that. Follow us on Facebook. So we are doing
a combined
followership. So we are doing our best to take the game to the people. And we know that media is very important in all of this.
Okay, just as television is very important.
Television is very important.
What are you looking at?
And before now,
yeah,
do you know that all our games this season were all streamed live? I stay in my office in Abuja and I watch games from Calabar to Ibadan, from Ibadan to Lagos.
Who streamed those matches?
The clubs.
Okay.
And we insisted that when you are playing away, the era when you are playing away, your camera is gone. You don't do that. The moment you do that, we slam 1 million naira fine on you. You must allow your opponent to take your game live. So gradually we are putting it on television.
Okay. So
because we know the importance of taking this game to television.
Yeah.
I sit down in my office and people call me from Holland, from America to say, oh, that you are really rebranding this league because they are taking, the games are being taken live. And I must give a big kudos to a club like Ikorodu City that have done very well when it comes to live streaming of their games.
Okay.
So we are doing all of that to make sure that we rebrand this league. And in rebranding the league, the media, both the mainstream and the social media, is key.
And you have that sorted?
We'll have that sorted.
Okay, George. It's been nice talking to you. I'm hoping that from the new season that's coming, based on what you have done so far, more and more sponsors should look in.
But in any case, it's not been too bad.
Yeah.
We have a kitting sponsor now.
Oh, really?
Talk about ProStar.
For kit, who do they kit?
They are kitting the 40 NNL clubs. This season, all the clubs got 10 balls from this kitting company. For our Super 8, they are getting, all the 8 clubs are getting balls ahead of the Super 8. We're going to provide that. We're going to provide the beeps to these clubs ahead of the Super 8. And this company, ProStar, have FIFA approved match balls. And so it can only get better with time. We have an insurance company that has agreed to give the league winners 5 million. It may be small, but this is the first time this is happening in the NNL. Last year, Heartland won this NNL. They didn't get any money. But this year, we'll have, courtesy of our insurance.
The beginning of the sort of interactions that we need to have to be able to advance our sports industry in this country. Thank you, Mr. George Alo. And we're going to go on a break and return to talk about football again. But this time we're going to be talking to some young students who have been involved in a university's football tournament over the past few years. So stick around and hear from them, especially if you're a young person, because like we have said here, sports is big business. And if you look closely enough, it could be a pathway to your first ₦1 billion. So stay with us, and when we come back, we continue with the business of sports. You're welcome back to the program Sports Business on Plus TV Africa with me, Orufo Ezaga. For the final part of this program, we're going to be talking to two young students who are behind a university football program that they have organized for a few years now. This is the third edition of the program, but the whole idea for this event started way back when they were in secondary schools. So I'd like to introduce to my immediate left Mr. George Okonkwo. He's the CEO, Play Ball Africa. And next to him is Mr. Emmanuel Adegelu, who is the director of the company. All right. So, George, tell us about Play Ball for this year, because let's focus on Play Ball for this year. What are your plans for? This is the third edition, right?
Yeah, this is the third edition.
Okay, so what are your plans for this year?
This year we're going bigger than last year, actually. 8 prestigious universities battling out a trophy, and we're going to have 2 celebrity matches this time. Last year we couldn't have 2 celebrity matches, the Lagos mainland and Lagos Island celebrities, then Spotify versus YouTube. So Spotify comprising of our music artists, then YouTube comprising of our actors and skit makers and all of that. So that's this year.
Okay, so you're going to have the regular universities teams play, and then in addition you're going to have the musicians and skit makers and what's the other one again? Mainland versus Island. All of this is going to happen in one day?
In one day.
Wow. Okay, so Emmanuel.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what exactly can young people watching or sponsors watching look at getting from what you guys are going to do?
Well, this is an immediate reach to university students. Over 10,000 university students will know about Playball across Nigeria. So this is brand exposure. This is direct contacts to the next generation of youths in Nigeria. So it is really just going to be a fun event, and it's going to be a good time for everyone.
Okay, so it's just going to be one day, right?
Yeah.
And okay, so let's even say you have 10,000 people. Where are you going to hold this event?
Campus
Square. What's
Mini
the
stadium.
What's the sitting capacity in Campus Square?
5,000.
minimum of 5, yeah.
So you have 5,000 people watch you.
Yeah.
Why should I, if I'm a sponsor, why do I want to sponsor your event so that only 5,000 people get to see it?
It's a youth-eccentric program, and that's a targeted audience for a sponsor.
That was a trick question, actually.
A trick question.
Yeah. Because is it all going to just happen there? Are you not going to happen?
That's 5,000 people watching there, but
yes.
then we are still broadcasting live
Okay.
on all our social media pages, our
Okay.
YouTube channel. Everything is still going to be recorded, posted on YouTube for future references. So it's not just 5,000 people watching. This is beyond numbers that we can count here,
Yeah.
because anything can happen.
Okay, so the 8 universities that are going to play, are
Yeah.
they the same universities that played the last tournament?
Yes,
Same university.
same universities.
And your defending champions are...
Bells University.
Okay, what if another university wants to be part of this program? What do you...
So we're actually trying to change the plan starting from next year, because at the moment it's just random selections of prestigious universities.
Okay.
But from next year, all we're working on, it's going to be a battle of 16 universities qualifying for this day.
But how are you going to achieve that? You know, because I know that this team represents some universities,
Yeah.
but it's an unofficial representation, isn't it?
No, everything is official. The school is aware.
Oh, the schools are aware.
Yeah.
Is NUGA aware of what you're doing?
Nuga.
But when it talks with the organizers of NUGA,
Okay.
when it talks with they know what we're working on.
The organizers of NUGA are not NUGA now.
They're not NUGA, it's what's their name again?
Is it the high FL people that you're talking to?
No. Media Vision. They're in charge of NUGA, Media Vision.
Okay, because I understand that you can't do any university sport without NUGA's backing. Is that right?
I don't. I'm not sure about that.
No.
I don't think so.
Because universities are aware.
Okay. Okay, so this year you're going to have lots of young people. Lots of these young people. What backgrounds do they have? Are they middle class types? Are they
People is accessible
upper class
to
types? Are they,
accessible to anybody that loves football, that loves the
Anybody.
game. Yeah, really. So just
But
come
who's
to
your
have
core
fun.
targets? Who are the people that you really want to reach the most?
University students.
University
That is
students.
really their core target. Yeah.
How many university students are in Nigeria again?
We have 2 million students transitioning from secondary school to university every year.
2 million
2
students.
million. transition.
And you have about 2.1 million or so students in Nigeria. So that's huge. That's like 4.1
It's a
million.
huge market.
Yeah. Okay. So what do you want? How do you want to get sponsorship? Do you have sponsorship this year for what you're doing?
We are still currently seriously working on sponsors. We are almost there. We already have 2 sponsors now, one energy drink and My Home Metal. My Home Metal is something like Jumia. They are trying to introduce a brand new markets to Nigerians to buy things online, shop online, very easy. So we have 2 of them on ground and we are currently working on 2 others that we are almost done, hopefully to God. We're almost there. We've almost signed it.
Hopefully to God, did you say?
Hopefully to God, yes. We're praying every day.
You have to do your work. Okay, so in any case, when did you speak about when this is going to happen?
Not yet. This August.
This August.
There's no selected date yet, but certainly this August.
Why haven't you selected the date? It's already May.
We select the dates based on each university's calendar.
So when did they have fun last year? Did they talk about it?
Watching your university plays against other universities. During my time as a student in Babcock, I never witnessed it. I never witnessed it during my time at Babcock. So this is like, for people that are already in their final year, it's like it's an annual experience. It's an annual once in a lifetime experience for them. So it's emotions. Watching your university play. It was like that last year. So
Last year you got positive feedback?
Last year was really, I don't want to say it was really a madness, but last year was really crazy because the Twitter interactions after the program, everyone was just like, oh my God, play ball, play ball, play ball. They had too much fun. All our food vendors, every single one of them, even vendors that were selling aesthetics for people, everybody sold out. So it was really just an experience last year.
Okay, so tell the viewers, what about Playball do you think makes it an important program to have in society?
And you want to take that?
When you look around, Playball is a different type of event. It's like a first mover. Forget Nuga and Npuga. It's days of matches, but this is just a one event, one location, celebrities, food, vendors, networking, and all of that.
How are you going to pay the celebrities?
Celebrities.
Yeah.
The celebrities match is basically for charity.
And you have their. Have you been able to get their
The team
assurances?
Some is not, the celebrities team is not complete yet, but we're still working on it.
But you have some.
Yeah, we have some.
Oh, that's good. Okay, so basically, what do you want? Where are you looking for sponsors exactly? What kind of sponsors are you looking for at this time? I'm sure that a youth event would interest like maybe telecoms companies, banks, and all of that. Have you made representations to these sorts of organizations?
Yes, we have sent. We are in talks with. I don't want to really, because I don't like saying things that happens. But we are in talks with some banks. We're in talks with some because Playball is not just a one-day event that you just come that day. It happens after that day, it's gone. This year we are having a road to Playball, so this is a documented journey of Playball before Playball Day. All the universities right now, they are currently training for Playball. They are being videoed, they are being and then we are sending out a Playball Excite to some universities currently to play them, just to raise awareness for Playball and to raise awareness in the school that Playball is coming. We want Playball to be a very prestigious event for universities in Nigeria, not just a one-day event. You just come, have fun, and dip.
Okay, so on a final note, right? Let's look at sustainability, because it's good to. We all have all of these grand ideas, and after 1 year or 2 years, it disappears, dies, right? Now, one of the things I'm encouraged by, in your own case, is the fact that you've done this now for about 7 years, from when you were in secondary school, you said, what's the plan going forward? Soon you guys are going to be bank executives or telecom executives and things. Or is it that you want to take this and make it a business, and grow it and become sportspreneurs, for instance?
Playboy is a business.
That's the plan.
It's a business. In the next 10 years, it's not going to be the same.
People is not dying. People is not going anywhere. Playboy is here to stay.
So you guys are going to work for Playboy?
Yeah. We are Playboy.
You are Playboy. All right. This is just two of you.
This is just two of us.
There's Rene, I think.
Yeah.
And then there's the third, Okiki. So you are 4 in all.
Yeah.
4.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, ladies, viewers, this program has been seen across Nigeria and across the continent, actually. We have come to the end of yet another edition of Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga on Plus TV Africa. If you want to engage with us further on what you've heard today, you can hit me up on my socials, or you can also look to watch, you can go to the Playboy Play Plus TV Africa social handles, like YouTube, to go and catch up on what you have heard today. And if you want to reach Playboy Africa, you can also hit them up on their socials. I think it's at Playboy Africa, right?
Playboy Africa.
On Twitter, yeah?
All platforms.
Okay. So that's the program for today. We'll meet again in a week's time, and we'll be going to have something lined up for you that's going to be really big. So make it a habit to watch Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga. There's many you're going to learn, many you can still learn. Sports is going to be a big business. Not, in Africa, around the world, sport is already mature. Africa has been, Africa is seen as the region that's going to enjoy the biggest growth in sports business, at least until 2027, and I think 2030. So there's all to play for in the African sports business space. And I would implore you to start thinking about sports business like these young people are doing. Lots of jobs are going to be created, lots of stars are going to be born, lots of billionaires are going to be made, and millionaires too. And of course, if the government is listening, this is going to translate to lots of taxes for you as well. Until we meet again next week, this is me, Orufo Ezaga, saying, be productive, be good, and stay safe.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Sex education is just becoming more popular in Nigerian culture. But an aspect we often neglect is sexual health communication. How comfortably do people communicate their sexual health challenges with health workers when the need arises?
People have different personality types, but generally, people are usually very shy when it comes to talking about like their sexual health. They have complaints that have to do with reproductive, like that have to do with the genitals or something related to sex, They're usually like, there's this sense of shame, there's this sense of embarrassment. I usually look at it this way. Number one, there are many people that did not come.
Can you remember the last time you were at the doctor's and you wanted to complain about a sexual health challenge? How comfortable were you? What tactic did you employ to explain your predicament to the doctor?
There are people that come, but when they come, they are not going to say their complaints, because when they got to the hospital, they choke, in quote. Like, they just feel like, no, I can't say this thing, because they feel so embarrassed about it. And the people that don't come, what they do is they talk with a friend that they feel that, hey, this person is going to understand and is not going to judge me. And so the people that come and they choke, they'll just tell you another complaint. So that's not the reason why they came to the hospital. So they'll just tell you something else, like something that is not related to their, and to the main complaint that, you know, brought them to the hospital. And one thing I noticed is that while they are telling that complaint, they're actually assessing the doctor. Like, am I really going to say my main complaint? Like, they want to know how this person is. Is this person going to judge me? Is this person a free person? So they are looking at like your attitude at that time. Is the person angry? I mean, these are my own conclusions based on my experience. So I've seen patients that will come and they'll say something, they'll say that complaint, and then you ask them all the questions about that complaint, and when it gets to the end, they'll not say, hey, doctor, now we've ended or we've finished, we've gotten to the, now say, hey, doctor, one more thing. And then they'll go to, I have this, I've come to understand now that some people, is not, that thing is not one more thing. That is actually the thing that brought them to the hospital.
Many things go through the mind of a patient when they go to the hospital to complain about their sexual and reproductive health challenges. Shame and fear of judgment rank very high. According to a Washington Post article, we are taught to feel shame around our sexuality from a young age as our bodies develop and start to function in ways we're unfamiliar with, as we begin to realize our body's potential for pleasure. Religious and cultural leanings are responsible for this sense of shame.
The lady came, she sat down. What's your complaint? She had written it in a paper. She now passed it to me. Like, passed me the complaint. Okay, I looked at it. I'm like, I can see you.
He's my hero.
You are here. Tell me, what brought you to the hospital? And I read it. I said, okay, I understand.
Condoms are available everywhere. The advertisement and sensitization to use condoms is abundant. But how much of the information and resources is committed to tackling the inherent shame around purchasing a condom? Even with a plethora of information, resources committed to educating people about sex and taking care of their bodies, many people are still uncomfortable discussing it, even when their health is at risk.
And it's worse for men. You know, females, even though it's difficult, they still come to the hospital. Men will not come unless the thing is now a big trouble under, and they're now like, okay, I cannot continue. Like, it's now maybe like a sore is in one part of the body and it's getting bigger, and you know, all the things their friends told them is not working.
Many times, people are shy or ashamed to walk into a pharmacy to buy condoms or morning after pills, or even make a complaint to a doctor about their sexual health concerns. This shame leads to people engaging in unprotected sex and unhealthy sexual practices. Another factor that keeps many from accessing healthcare is judgment from healthcare workers that may affect their experiences. Prioritizing your sexual health is something to be proud of, and a doctor or pharmacist is there to help you. Many patients won't go to the hospital to complain about their sexual health concerns because they're ashamed. It is the duty of healthcare professionals to make them comfortable enough. However, some healthcare professionals let their personal biases get in the way when discussing sexual health concerns with their patients. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, here are some of the ways you can make your patient comfortable to discuss their sexual health concerns with you as a healthcare worker. Assess your own comfort by discussing sex with various patient groups. Identify any biases that you may have if you're uncomfortable talking about sex and sexuality. Your patient will be too. Avoid making assumptions about your patient based on age, appearance, marital status, and any other factor. Use neutral and inclusive terms such as partner. Make your patient feel comfortable by establishing a rapport before asking sensitive questions. Ask other people to step into the waiting room while you talk to your patient. These people may include partners, relatives, or caregivers. They can be invited back after the examination. Let your patient know that you ask everyone these questions. Transition into asking sensitive questions. Pose your questions in a non-judgmental manner. Try not to react overtly, even if you feel uncomfortable or embarrassed. Pay attention to your body language and posture. Rephrase your questions or briefly explain why you're asking a question if a patient seems offended or reluctant to answer. Ensure that you and your patient share an understanding of the terms being used to avoid confusion. If you're not familiar with the term your patient used, ask for an explanation.
Good evening, I am Sade Uwe, and this is a news update. Governor Siminalayi Fubara today stormed the Rivers State House of Assembly quarters amid the political crisis rocking the state. There was tight security around the area as the Rivers State Governor visited the quarters where the Martin Amaewhule-led legislators were meeting. The governor said he was at the place as the governor of the state. He, however, took a 3-minute walk around the premises before leaving. His visit came on the heels of a fresh crisis in the Rivers State House of Assembly. Some lawmakers loyal to the governor had on Wednesday elected the member representing the Bonny constituency, Victor Oko Chumbo, as their speaker. The All Progressives Congress Solidarity and Development Forum has denounced the state chairman of the party over the call for the impeachment of Governor Siminalayi Fubara. The convener of the group, Comrade Kabir Matazu, made this known at a press conference today in Abuja. He described the utterances by Chief Tony Okocha as reckless and irresponsible, threatening the very fabric of democracy. In a statement co-signed by Comrade Kabir Matazu and Honorable Igwe Ude Umanta, its convener and co-convener said the call for impeachment is a clear attempt to destabilize the government and create chaos in the state. Matazu added that the APC Solidarity and Development Forum further criticizes the APC chairman for his blatant disrespect of President Bola Tinubu.
We, the APC Solidarity and Development Forum, strongly condemn Chief Tony Okocha's declaration with utmost alacrity. We believe that his reckless statement is a call for anarchy and threatening the stability and progress of Rivers State. Our party requires leaders who are willing to navigate the intricate web of politics with wisdom and foresight. And let us also use this medium to condemn the evil hand behind all these shenanigans. Again, we regrettably express our deep disappointment and concern over the insensate call made by Mr. Tony Okocha for the impeachment of Governor Fubara. As a political party in a democratic nation, we do not interfere with the people's action in choosing what it is they might desire, or who it is that is their choice of a leader. We only subject ourselves to the perfect choice of leadership we believe they want, and leaving them to the choice they make. We therefore ask that this time, everything be done in the right way, everything be handled in an orderly manner. This time, the party be closely watched, and every man's agenda come only behind the agenda to move the state and nation forward.
We are with Ganduje. The APC is strong, united, and making progress under Ganduje. So we always don't like to react to that because we know where it's coming from, but it's not within APC. Of course, the outcome of the Ondo distance, as you know, very creditable. That is the wish of the APC people in Ondo State. And I believe that where the people of Ondo State are ready to elect the divinely ordained governor, Lucky Aiyedatiwa, to continue beyond 2025.
Members of the House of Representatives today asked the Central Bank of Nigeria to withdraw the circular directing financial institutions to commence implementation of the 0.5% cybersecurity levy, describing it as ambiguous. The development was in response to a motion on the urgent need to halt and modify the implementation of the levy moved by Honorable Kingsley Chinda. Honorable Chinda had drawn the attention of the House to multiple interpretations of the CBN directive against the specifications in the Cybersecurity Act. The House then expressed worry that the Act would be implemented in error if immediate steps were not taken to address the concerns around the interpretation of the CBN directive and the Cybersecurity Act. The House of Representatives has passed a resolution to investigate the procurement process and the award of the contract of the 15 trillion naira Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road. The motion was moved by Honorable Hostin Achado as a matter of urgent national importance. The House said the 2007 Procurement Act was violated and that certain approvals by the National Assembly was required by the law were not given. In light of the above, the House has asked the Minister of Works, Finance, Attorney General, and Minister of Justice to avail the National Assembly copies of the documents for award of the contract. Meanwhile, a former aviation minister, Hadi Sirika, has pleaded not guilty to the alleged corrupt practices involving about 2.7 billion naira brought against him by the federal government. Sirika was arraigned before Justice Silvanus Orije at the Federal High Court in Abuja, along with his daughter, Fatima, his son-in-law, Jalal Sule Amar, and the firm Al-Burak Global Investment Limited. His daughter and son-in-law also pleaded not guilty to the 6-count charges when read to them. Justice Orije admitted the 3 defendants on bail for 100 million naira and 2 sureties each in the like sum, and ordered that the defendants must not travel out of the country without express permission of the court. Justice Orije also ordered that they should be remanded in prison custody till the time of perfection of their bail conditions. A non-governmental organization, JELA's Development Initiative, has trained 30 teachers across various schools in 16 local government areas of Kwara State on mental health awareness and advocacy for effective curriculum delivery. Programs officer of the organization, Rita Akagwe, and other organizers noted that the training is hinged on the conviction that the mental health of teachers is key to driving quality curriculum delivery in the overall benefit of students.
The basis behind it is that we want to safeguard the mental health of teachers in Kwara State, because this is a 5-year project which we started last year. So the main aim for this training is to safeguard their mental health and to ensure that they effectively deliver their curriculum to their students, because we know we are actually working with children now that are Gen Zs. Before we know, we have the Gen Alpha.
A critical component is lacking, which is the mental health awareness training, building a trauma-sensitive classroom. So the program is about creating mental health awareness, not just for the teachers, but also in his class, so that he's aware of what his pupils are going through, and he will offer the kind of service that will improve the quality of learning and teaching in this environment. There are 30 teachers from all the 16 local governments of the state in the training right now. Also participating is the Teachers Registration Council, the TESCON, and the Ministry of Education.
Some of the participants who described the training as timely Such capacity exposure will go a long way to impact on the delivery in class.
When things are bothering me, it affects my delivery. But here, I got to understand that my mental health, putting my mental health into check, allow me to effectively deliver my curriculum in class, because if I don't put it in check, it will affect my lecture and at the same time affect the students.
In fact, indeed, the program is educative. At least it will help our teachers in our secondary school, particularly on mental health care.
When things are bothering.
Now moving on to other parts of Africa. Kenya's public hospital doctors have agreed to resume work, calling off a nationwide strike which lasted for close to 2 months. Dafchi Atila, the Union Secretary General, confirmed that doctors have decided to place the trust in the government to address the issues leading to the strike. This development comes after a labor court in Kenya had on Tuesday, May 7th, given doctors and the government 48 hours to sign a return-to-work agreement, failure to which the matter would be determined by the court. The end of the strike comes as a relief to millions of Kenyans seeking health services from public hospitals that had been crippled by the strike. And to news from outside Africa. Top 2 Israeli officials have criticized U.S. President Joe Biden for threatening to stop certain arms supplies to Israel if it invades the crowded Gaza city of Rafah. They describe its statement as difficult and very disappointing. Israel has defied international objections by sending in tanks and conducting targeted raids in the eastern areas of Rafah. It says Rafah is home to Hamas's last remaining battalions, but the city on the border with Egypt is also crammed with displaced Palestinian civilians. And in business, the Minister of Steel Development, Shuaibu Abubakar Audu, says the federal government is committed to encouraging indigenous key players in the steel sector across the country, in line with the 8 cardinal point objective of President Bola Tinubu's administration to industrialize Nigeria. The minister disclosed this in Ilorin, the Kwara State capital, during his official visit to the Kwara State Governor, Abdulrahman Abdul Razak, and other indigenous stakeholders in the state, where he noted that the current administration is working to grow.
Now we are currently working on 2 others that we are almost done, hopefully to God. We are almost there. We've almost signed it.
Development, Shuaibu Abubakar Audi, the ministry is engaging the key industry players across the country with a view to turning around the economy.
As you can imagine, under the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, one of his cardinal objectives of the 8-point agenda is to grow the economy to over $1 trillion by the end of his second term. And one of the cardinal objectives of fulfilling that desire is the industrialization of Nigeria through the steel industry. We are here to show support for local players and local indigenous companies.
Most ministers will just sit in the office and wait for consultants to bring them information. But this is highly commendable. Now, you going around will enable you to get the true facts for moving this sector forward.
Speaking on the efforts made at reviving the moribund Ajaokuta steel mill, the minister said funding is the greatest challenge as Nigeria needs in excess of $2 billion to revive it.
The most important thing with Ajaokuta is the funding. We need in excess of $2 billion to revive Ajaokuta. It's a hydra-headed problem that has been in existence for more than 4.5 decades, 45 years. So it's not a simple solution.
In physics today, it will give a more light into what we are having doubting over. You know, sometimes, somehow, if you don't go around your country, you don't have value to what you have.
And in entertainment, the final of the 2024 Europa League could see 3 Nigerians chasing glory at Aviva Stadium, Dublin in Ireland on May 22. Victor Boniface and Nathan Taylor will be in action when high-flying German champions Bayer Leverkusen host Roma at Bay Arena for the second leg of the semi-finals of the Europa League. In recent times, Nigerians have enjoyed relative success in Europe's second-tier league, with Samuel Chukwueze the last Nigerian to win the tournament in 2021. The AC Milan winger was then West Villarreal, who defeated Manchester United 11-10 on penalties following a 1-1 draw during regulation and extra time. Spartak Moscow forward Victor Moses holds the record for only Nigerian who has won the competition twice in 2012 and 2013, and also 2018 and 2019 with Chelsea. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Shade Uwe. Many thanks for watching.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
How long were you going to live in denial? Suppressing what was right in front of you all these years. You have to understand. I was all he ever had. Besides, he had a troubled childhood, and he stole mine. When little girls were being little girls, I was a slave in my own home. Broken and afraid, right in the place where I was supposed to feel safe. I kept you safe. How? Well, I took care of you when your deadbeat father was running the streets with those whores. I was left with 4 kids to take care of. I fed you. I gave you shelter. I clothed you and I paid your fees. My back was on the ground like a horse day and night. Your brother raped me. Bless your. He did, okay? He did, and you know it. I said, you know this. I told you he did. Cannot do that. For 5 miserable years, right under your nose. You were supposed to protect me and I came to you, I did, and you called me a little liar, said I should be ashamed of myself, and I have carried that shame all my life. I was a child. You were my mother and you did nothing. He is not perfect. No one is. You're not. I am not. But he loved you all dearly. He was a good man. He was the only help that I had. He took you to school. He cooked. He cleaned. He did everything. Oh God, the crap, Mom. You cut it off. You were a child. And you know, those days, you were something else. You had this wild imagination, and I figured it was all coming from. I can't believe you. I can't believe you're sitting here trying to rationalize and make excuses for that predator and for failing as a mother. You ungrateful child. After all I went through for you, you then sit there and chastise me? Do you know what I went through? Do you? The mental torture, the physical and emotional abuse that I had to endure. Oh, you think you're the only one that went through dark times? Well, I did. I endured and I stayed back for my children, for you. No one asked you to. That is what one is supposed to do. My mother, my grandmother, all the women before me, they all did it. They never let out the secret. They were there. They forgave. They forgot. They bore the pain for their children and family. We were never a family, Mom. We weren't a family. We were broken. You should have taken us. You should have run as fast and as far as your legs could carry you. We would have been better off on the streets than in that house. But you were weak. And we had to pay the price. Everything is not always black and white. You women of this generation with your modern day ideologies and feminism. All you want to do is talk about everything. Let me tell you, we paid the price for you. We bore the pain so you will have a shot at life. We gave you that voice that you're using to speak so loudly and condescending with. So you don't sit there and judge me. You failed. Okay? And it's fine. It's okay to admit it. You failed. I raised my little girls with a nagging pain and a constant fear of neglect. So paranoid that I might make a mistake and repeat the same cycle. I see it now. I come from a line of broken and subdued women. But it ends. The cycle ends with me. No. I forgive you. And I hope that you find healing for your soul as I do mine.
My signature on my paintings are Kike Johnson, but I mean, yeah, I think so. Thinking about it now, I'm not even sure, but yeah, I think so. Most of them have my name on it, apart from my fashion brand though. My name is Kike Lomo Johnson. I am a visual artist and a fashion designer. My art is inspired by a lot of things, by Black women, by colors, animations, different things. A lot of things that like inspire me, but I naturally enjoy drawing Black women. I think it's amazing. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I have artist block where I want to draw something, but I can't. I just get like, okay, I don't know what to do, or I just get, there's just a block, you know. So sometimes I have to get out of that phase by either drawing something else or creating something different, or maybe getting inspiration from something else totally different from what I am doing at the moment. So that way I get inspired again and I get to draw and actually do something. Black women are amazing, number one. We have a lot of amazing features. You know, as an artist, there are different things I see. Like I can see someone's face and I'm like, oh my God, I need to draw that, the angle, you know, just different things on the face that makes it very interesting, you know, to visualize and to draw. You know, and then we have different skin tones. So it's just amazing to see how you can blend colors together to get a particular tone, you know, and you can have 5 different women with 5 totally different skin tones. And it's just, every time I see someone, I always look through, you know, look at those things, the shadow, the light, you know, and all of that. I think I enjoy the process most about expressing myself through art. I enjoy how it's done. I enjoy seeing the finished product. After spending like 6 hours drawing something, I'm like, okay, I think we're good to go, you know. I enjoy the entire process generally. I just like doing, so there are days where I don't want to create portraits. I draw maybe something minimal. I can do like a minimal line art. And it's okay, this is all I'm doing today. You know, and I enjoy the process of that. That might take me 30 minutes, but I still enjoy going through that process. The Nigerian art space is amazing. It's growing and it's just very broad now. There are a lot of opportunities for people like me in the industry. We are doing so many amazing things, from digital art to traditional art to even NFTs. You know, there's just so many things that Nigerian creatives are doing now that I think it's just amazing. To see that Nigeria went from not appreciating art as much to now appreciating art is a good thing. Love it. I actually wish I did go to an art school. I think that way maybe I'd have been like Picasso right now. But no, I didn't go to an art school. I learned everything myself. I've always loved drawing. When I was a child, I would draw Mickey Mouse. I would draw like just different cartoonish things, you know. So I've always enjoyed drawing. I've enjoyed the process. Yeah. All right. So for young female aspiring artists in Nigeria, I'll say they should go for it. I mean, in this industry, I've come to understand that there are not so many female artists as much as there are men, you know, so it's a good thing to see women want to become artists and actually do it. You know, one major thing is you just have to keep practicing, just get better at your craft, and that's it. Yeah, there are a lot of opportunities out there. Art has influenced my fashion in different ways, from colors to patterns to just creating something. Sometimes I just do a design, I'm like, okay, this is not what I I wanted, but at least we tried it, you know. So art for me is life. Everything around me is art. I look at every single object and I see shadows, I see lights, I'm looking at the way it's done, you know. So art has influenced my fashion in different ways, and I'm excited about that. I mean, I enjoy it. So in a few years, I see myself doing amazing things, bigger things than I'm doing now, you know, in the international workspace, nationally, and you know, just doing, I hope to have a major studio in a few years' time where, you know, anybody can just come to us and say, okay, I want to create this type of art, and we can have someone working in the studio create it. Different things, from animation to illustrations to different type of artwork.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uyime Elijah, and on today's show we have 3 interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First, Nigeria's former president Olusegun Obasanjo has enjoined the management and staff of Punch Nigeria Limited to keep the flag flying and continue to sustain the legacy of the founder, late Chief James Aboderin. Now, Obasanjo stated this while speaking at a black tie dinner to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the newspaper. Plus TV crew was there to bring you all of the beautiful moments.
It was a night of encomium and commendations for the management and staff of the Punch Nigeria Limited for sustaining the legacy of his founder, Chief James Aboderin. It's part of a week-long event to round off the Golden Jubilee of the Punch newspaper. The atmosphere was stunning, alluring, and mesmerizing, with special lighting, sophisticated decor, flowers, and serene music. People of all strata graced the event. In her address, the chairman, Punch Nigeria Limited, Mrs. Angela Emuwa, said dinner was aimed at celebrating everyone who has contributed to the success story of the organization.
To you all, we say thank you. Today we also celebrate the countless stories told by our journalists, the voiceless voices that they amplify, and the boundaries pushed in pursuit of a better tomorrow. Amidst the celebration, let us not forget the challenges that lie ahead. In a world where truth is often obscured by noise and misinformation, the role of Punch becomes ever more vital.
Ex-Nigeria's president Olusegun Obasanjo is a close friend of the founder, late Chief Olu Aboderin. In his brief remark, he relayed fond memories of the late Aboderin, saying his objective of establishing the Punch newspaper is fulfilled.
When he conceived of the idea of Punch, he discussed with me. And again, I said we were a bit idealistic. And it was out of idealism that Olu Aboderin decided to establish
IT expert Adedoyin Odunfa delivered the keynote address. She harped on the need for the Punch newspaper to unleash untapped potentials in a chartered territory.
Nothing short of a cultural shift. In this new world, we don't have the benefit of hindsight. Indeed, headlines are generated by artificial intelligence. The task then is to digitize the entire value chain to generate intrinsic value. At 50, foresight becomes more important than hindsight as we face the fierce future fearlessly. Unlimited possibilities abound. Thinking is no longer enough. Transformation is critical. Technology is the tool. Unexpected outcomes emerge. Unlikely competitors come to the fore. Reality is virtual. Reality is limitless. Reality is limitless reach and expanded range. Readers are viewers, readers are bloggers, readers are reporters. The right resources make the difference. Responsibility must rise to the fore. Engagement requires experimentation. To meet expectations, energy is required to embrace and embody the new. At 50, fear is not an option. There is no hiding place, for the footprint is global. Fast forward must be the motto. Incumbency is a double-edged sword. Inertia is dangerous. Informing is no longer enough. Interactivity is the norm. Ideas rule the world. Innovation wins intelligence, especially artificial, propels. Influence impacts.
Surviving 50 years in a challenging economic climb such as Africa is indeed no mean feat. No wonder the large turnout. Eulogies, encomiums, and commendations rent the air for staff and management of one of Nigeria's oldest newspapers.
One thing that Punch is noted for is that you don't bribe to get your story published. They choose what is right and they stand by it. And Punch has done extremely well. Other newspapers should follow the suit. You don't have to pay to be in the Punch newspapers. What you say, what you do will qualify you to be in the Punch newspapers. Punch will continue to grow stronger and stronger, and that is my prayer for Punch newspapers.
Definitely yes, and all of us need to agree that Punch newspaper has really performed quite creditably well in discharging the function a media institution should have in any given society. And they've been there for 50 good years. And I've been a member of this industry to say, and I know the importance all of us attach to what we see and how Punch, provides a story. And in 50 years, they've really done well. I was not there, or let's say I was not there in 50, but at least in the past 20, 25 years that I've followed Punch closely, they've discharged their duty. Good editorial, good stories. They serve as the watchdog for the society. They've kept government and every stakeholders in check. To me, they've done quite well, and we need to praise them and praise the management of Punch over the years for sustaining the legacy left by Chief Abodere.
Traditional media is going through a lot of evolution and changes, and like the guest speakers said today, at 50, it's time for Punch to fast forward into the future, looking at the dynamics of the global media landscape,
and innovate to meet the challenging times. And I have no doubt that they've built resilience and they have the capacity to be able to evolve in response to the times that we are in. And I have no doubt that will evolve.
Earlier in her welcome address, the chairman of the anniversary committee, Wumi Tunde Obe, disclosed that the unity in the family had kept the media house going 40 years after the passing of the founder. Highlights of the event was a cutting of the anniversary cake.
The next event is on the birthday celebration of former LASU CMD Femi Olugbide at 70. Turning 70 represents 7 decades of experiences, adventures, wisdom, and relationships. It is an impressive milestone worth celebrating, but rather than throwing a lavish party celebration, former Chief Medical Director of the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, Dr. Olufemi Olugbide, decided to mark it in a simple but unique way with a Thanksgiving praise and worship service. Plus TV News correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun was present at the Chapel of St. Luke the Physician, LASU, where the event took place.
This isn't the usual church service. It is a birthday Thanksgiving, praise and worship service in honor of the former permanent secretary of the Lagos State Ministry of Health, Dr. Olufemi Olugbide, who got enlisted in the septuagenarian table. Family, friends and well-wishers all thronged the Chapel of St. Luke the Physician in LASU, where they joined him in giving praise to God. Taking his sermon from the book of Matthew 6:25-34, Bishop of the Chapel, Right Reverend James Odedeji, reminds the congregation of the need to have an uninterrupted relationship with God and try to improve on society and make life better for others.
If God cannot provide for you, nobody can provide for you. If God is not sufficient for you in times of trouble, you cannot go far. What the Bible is saying here is about relationship. The Bible said, and God blessed them and said to them, they must talk, they must relate. And so father and son relationship must be cordial.
He eulogizes Dr. Olugbide for his selfless service to God and humanity.
And so 70 years is a year to appreciate the goodness of the Lord. Birthday celebrations is a service of gratitude. It's an attitude of gratitude that if it has not been God who has been on our side, when the enemy rose, the Bible said they will have swallowed us quickly.
This was followed by the Thanksgiving proper by the celebrants. Performance by the guest artist BJ Sachs further electrifies the gathering, catapulting the congregation into a higher realm of praise. Plus TV News crew gets up close with the celebrant, a prolific writer and well-known psychiatric. At 70, he feels fulfilled.
Excited, I'm very thankful to God. It's been a turbulent ride, but God has been faithful. And that's why, more than any other reason, I felt compelled to celebrate him today and to focus on Thanksgiving. I am truly thankful to God for his mercies and for what he has done for me and my family, and for the protection that he has granted us. I take nothing for granted. I know that I have been favored, and I pray that I continue to receive favor. In return, I want to bestow favor on other people. I want to do things that will improve the lives of other people.
To his children, he's the best dad in the world, and to his friends, a dependable man and a trailblazer.
Daddy is a very loving and caring father, and is an amazing grandfather. I'm married to his son, Ayode Julubile, and they have the same characteristics. They're kind, they're gentle, they're loving, and they're very understanding. And I'm so happy to be able to celebrate with him today, his 70th birthday. I pray that he celebrates many more years to come in good health, and most importantly, in happiness and joy.
To tell his kids and instruct his kids properly, but also on top of just instructing, he's also modeled very good and godly behavior for us, and so we've had a lot to work with. I'm thankful for having him as a father, but I think maybe to add, the most important thing that any father can do for his child is to continue to intercede for them, because when they go out into the world, you don't know what they get to see, you don't know what they get to face. And so apart from the instruction and modeling, the constant intercession has been a very good source of blessing for us.
He's a wonderful person, very, very wonderful person. And he's a fatherly person, and as a physician, he goes beyond service to serve the community where he finds himself. So I'll say happy 70th birthday and congratulations to him.
Prolific writer, a well-known psychiatrist, one of the best around. I wish him all the best as he lives the remaining parts of his life. And by God's grace, we'll be here at 80 and 90 to celebrate him.
Highlights of the event is the cutting of the birthday cake by the celebrant. Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Events, it was a night of glam and excitement as stakeholders, directors, and volunteers gathered together to raise funds for out-of-school children. Worried by the increasing number of out-of-school children in Nigeria, a non-profit organization, IA Foundation, initiated this call to action to ensure indigent children have access to education.
And the way I feel now, 'cause I'll be with you till the end. Guess I'm on my way. I could just stay. Stuck on you. Then I put you on. I guess it's time for me to come home. Guess I'm on my way. So listen, down on my mind, you can wait around home and ride me. Guess I'm on my way. I can just stay.
Over the years, the IA Foundation has been transforming lives and changing the face of education in Nigeria and indeed Africa through its charity bowl and fundraiser. This year's edition, the fifth in its series, was used to raise funds and create awareness to support the 20.2 million out-of-school children from poor backgrounds, orphans, physically challenged children, and the girl child in Nigeria. The founder/CEO of IA Foundation, Mrs. Ibironke Adiagbo, speaks on the essence of quality education, which she describes education as the bedrock of every society, recognizing it as a crucial element for the overall development and prosperity of the nation.
The reason we have lots of out-of-school children is because so many years ago, some children were on the street, nobody paid attention to them. So those children have grown up now, they have no skills, so the only thing they can resort to is crime. And that's why we have a high level of insecurity. So this is an opportunity for me and you to do something to reduce the insecurity challenges we have in Nigeria. And the only way we can reduce the insecurity, reduce the kidnappers, reduce the bandits, is to make sure the future of Nigeria, which are these young children, that we pick them off the street and we put them in the classroom, because that is where they belong. They do not belong on the street. So the challenge for me and you today is to donate generously to make sure we can pick up more children.
The chairman/CEO, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabiri Erewa, Femi Falano, the lead pastor of Trinity House Church, Pastor Itua Igodalo, and a stand-up comedian, Kofi Guru, among others, are billed to be part of this year's event.
They had biceps, muscles, and I was scared for myself. Back then, I probably would leave my door open, but I had to quickly lock down, because what I now saw were full-fledged men that if this continues, one day we will all be eaten. They now have the capacity, and there are many. Then guess what? Like she said, education is the saving grace. Most of them do not even know how to communicate. Remember when you go to events, you would always usually see area boys come and pack you. I was at a function recently. One Oyibo man came inside. Mr. Kofi, can you please? I don't know why the gentleman outside is asking me to cut my hand. I said, cut your hand. Okay, let's go. We got downstairs. I saw the area boy that packed the Oyibo. I like Kilo Nshele. Baba mi. Shebi na me dey park this side. When the Oyibo come, he park. I open for him, he park. As he won't come out, now I tell him make you reverse back. Now, the tautology is allowed in Yoruba land. Reverse back. Reverse is to go back. When you add back, it's the same. So as they reverse back, now I tell him make it cut in hand. Now, how do you tell the white man the meaning of cut your hand in English? There is no English expression for it. So I was stuck as the translator. So I look at the area boy. I look at the Oyibo. What he was actually trying to tell you was that, okay, you know what, just bring your car here, I'll move your car for you. There's no translation.
Expressing her enthusiasm for the event, Dabiri Erewa noted that by investing in the education of out-of-school children, Nigerians are investing in the future prosperity of the nation.
If all of us do one thing for somebody that's underprivileged, we'll make a better society. Everything is not about government. So thank you, Ronke. We truly appreciate you. And we also appeal to all of you in the diaspora to do what Ronke is doing. You're comfortable in your zones, but give back to the country that made you.
We have a monumental task before all of us to remove 20.2 million children from the street. Nigeria has the highest number of out-of-school children in the world today, in spite of our enormous resources. But we cannot blame the government all the time.
Children who have benefited from the foundation showcased the impact of education through a short play, underlining its transformative power for the future of young Nigerians.
We should construct our future. It is widely acknowledged that children are the leaders of tomorrow. However, if our prospective leaders are deprived of educational opportunity, what will befall in our society? Education from every foundation is found in any community. Therefore, we must rescue every child from the street and ensure that return to school. After all, we cannot predict which among them will guide us towards a brighter tomorrow. Thank you.
The occasion attracted dignitaries from various backgrounds, all of whom commended the efforts of IA Foundation, encouraging all present to continue advocating and investing in the education sector, recognizing it as a crucial element for the overall development and prosperity of the nation.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your event to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well,
here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
As a young person growing up, I have had to sell akamu on my head. You know, yeah, on a tray. You go like in the morning, like very early in the morning before I go to school. Buy akamu, you know. That's why you should never underrate anyone. No matter the situation, you see them or you find them. When I go to UK and had to play at the Rio Festival Hall with Miriam Makeba, then, oh my God, I'm like, that's akamu selling girl. That was selling akamu. You know, so be inspired. Be inspired. Follow your dream. Follow your heart. Sit back and say, what is my passion in life? What can I do to better the world? And before you know it, you're already making an impact.
When I came to Lagos here after school, I remembered I entered what is called 911. 911 is a kind of lorry found then that they will load Gary, load in at the back. Then in between the driver and the load, we have what is called second class. And that is where I sat. And could you believe that by the time I got to Ido and I came down, my box, my shoe, because it took us 3 days from Bender, from Midwest to Lagos, all my loads were loaded. You see, when you pass through such, and when you become somebody, you look back and you look at what people are going through. It makes you to help others.
When I decided to be an apprentice photographer, we were living in Ebutimeta, and I would trek, you know, from Ebutimeta into Willoughby, from Willoughby into cross the Leventis into Ido Road, past Ido railway station, go across the Kata Bridge, and then into Agbogbon, into Broad Street. And I trekked that for 1 whole year. And then finally when I got to London, I had to be a cleaner, you know, every morning. Get out of the house by 4:30 to clean till 9 a.m. and then rush off to school. So I've done quite a lot of things like that, and I still continue to do that. And so for me, it is part of one's development. And I didn't see that I was suffering. Occasionally, you know, you want to stop. You have cried many times. I've failed many times, but I've just got up. I get up again. A lot of people, I enjoy goodwill of some people who pull me up again and help me on my feet, and then I go on.
I finished that film and I became very famous. As young as I was, I didn't even know what it was. Everybody would just be calling me over. I'm like, what's wrong? What's going on? When the film was all over the place, so I couldn't go to the market. And I used to go to the market a lot, you know, to go and buy all these second-hand, all these second-hand outfits. And then there was one day I went to the market with a couple of my friends, and I just realized that I just couldn't buy these things anymore because they would tease me. The people in the market, the traders will always tease me and said, so you see, they come buy Pendam Boutique, you know. So
that made me realize that, oh, so if I become a star, there are a lot of things I won't be able to do, or what? So I went back and I said to myself, is this how I'm going to live my life? I won't be who I want to be. I won't be myself. And I said, no, I won't let that catch up with me. Just be who you are, no matter your craft, no matter how high you think you've become. Still be that same person that the girl next door, still the girl or the boy next door that people can always relate to.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
So when you serve the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as his special advisor on media and publicity for 8 years, that's 2 unbroken terms, I suppose it makes all the sense to write memoirs. And that's where my guest today comes in. He says, without documentation, revisionism wins because human beings have short memories. He also goes on to say that the reason he's written his memoirs is to help Nigerians know the true and real Muhammadu Buhari, as opposed to the conjuration we have had over decades. His book, Working with Buhari, Reflections of a Special Advisor from 2015 to 2023, was publicly presented on the 16th day of January 2024. And it was the first time the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, would make his way back to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, since he left office on the 29th of May, 2023. Well, Femi Adesina, the former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari on media and publicity, joins me on the program today. Thank you for coming on 60 Minutes with me. It's been like 6, 7 years of not really having these conversations.
Oh, that long?
But before your appointment as a special advisor, you wore many caps. You would be termed to have reached the height of your profession. You were the managing director of the Sun newspaper. You were also the president of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. That's top, in the hierarchy of journalism in Nigeria. And in spite of your initial misgiving, when you got that call from President Muhammadu Buhari, you served 2 terms as special advisor. Correct me if I'm wrong, you must be the first special advisor to do 8 years with the president since our return to democracy in 1999.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. Now, you've spoken about a certain myth about President Muhammadu Buhari, a narrative that his political enemies had sold and fed to the Nigerian public. What is this myth?
Over the years, you know that he first came as a military ruler.
Yes.
That's December 31, 1983 to August 27, 1985. And he ruled with an iron fist. That gave people the excuse to now say he was a dictator. When he came out in 2002 saying he had become a Democrat, they didn't believe him.
Yes.
They felt it could never happen. In fact, they felt he would be a worse dictator than he was as a military leader if he was ever elected. So there began systematic demarketing of the man Buhari. He's a dictator, he's a religious bigot, he's a Muslim zealot, he is a man who doesn't have a wide perspective of the country, he is too clannish, narrow,
Yeah.
and all that. All sorts of perspectives which were not correct. They succeeded in selling that to Nigerians in 2003, 2007, and 2011. So he didn't win the election in those years. But by 2015, Nigerians were not ready to buy those things again. Those arguments had become prosaic, jejune, and Nigerians just said, this is the man we want, and they voted him in. So a lot of people changed their minds about him, voted him, but there were some who remained in their entrenched positions. That was why, having then worked closely with him for 8 years and seen that he is none of those things they paint him to be, I just felt I would write a book to put things in their proper perspectives.
And the book was well received by him. I just wondered, when you showed him the manuscript, because I know after you left office, you disappeared for a few months to finish the book.
Yes.
And then you got back and you went straight to see him in Daura.
Yes.
What was his reaction to the book?
Yeah, when I gave him the manuscript, the first thing he did was to go to the contents page.
Yes.
And when he looked at the titles of each chapter, some he will read and laugh, and then some he will just smile and nod. At the end of the day, he said, Nigerians will love to read this book. Nigerians will love to read this book. He flipped through the pages. There were some areas I asked him, I mentioned this. Should I remove it? He said, leave it. It's part of our history. Leave it there. Now that the book is out, I see them playing up all those in the media and trying to make mischief with it. I just laughed. They didn't know that even the former president had known and approved those parts to be
Okay,
there.
so I was reading one of the comments on Twitter. Someone said in reaction to your book that, it looks like this Mr. Adeshino, he don't plan this book. He knew that he was going to write these memoirs from day one. Your power of recollection is what they couldn't get over. So I suppose my question is, when you get an appointment such as that, is that the first thing that comes to your mind? I've got to start preparing for my memoirs. Or when does the idea come in?
Not exactly. If you asked me along the line, are you going to write? I would say maybe yes, maybe no.
Yes.
I wasn't quite sure whether I would write or not. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write at the end of it all.
Yes.
I could have written and I may not have written. I just, sometime when we finished decided that, okay, I'll write. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write this. Let me tell you an encounter between myself and the then General Buhari on phone. The first time he called me was the build-up towards the 2007 election. I had written an article about him in the Sun newspapers. The following day, my phone just rang. And he said, this is Muhammadu Buhari. I said, which Buhari? He started laughing, and I just started laughing. I said, General! And then we started talking. He said, I read the article. He said, you must have the memory of an elephant. All those things you know there, how did you remember them? That was pre-2007. Okay. So most of the things in this book too, yes, some were jotted in the course of working in government, some were retained. Recalled. Yes, I retained and then recalled at the time I was writing.
So one of the more controversial topics that you touch upon in your book is that of Nnamdi Kanu, who is, by the way, still detained, been detained since June 2021. You alluded to the fact that if Nnamdi Kanu was not extradited to Nigeria, he would have been eliminated.
No. That was a twist of what I wrote. I read that twist,
yes,
which is not correct. What the president said when the high-level delegation from the southeast came to the president, pleading that he released Nnamdi Kanu to them, they pledged that he would be of good behavior. And the president said what they were asking him was very difficult. One, because it was already a judicial matter, and he never likes to interfere with the judiciary. Once something is before the courts, he wants the courts to adjudicate on it. And then secondly, he said to them, you asked me to release him unconditionally. He said, it's like a boy who stood outside and began to throw stones into his own house.
Yes.
Then why should he be released unconditionally? He said, we are a government. If we had wanted to kill Nnamdi Kanu, even abroad, we could have arranged it. Yeah. But we decided to bring him back home so that he can have his day in court and justify all the allegations he had leveled against the country. He said the country is a zoo. Let him say it before the court.
Yes.
So the president said, we did him a favor by bringing him home so that he can justify all the allegations he has leveled against Nigeria. There was no plan to assassinate him. And the president said, we could have if we wanted because we're a government. Said, but that didn't come into our thoughts at all. We preferred that he be brought home so that he could justify all the
all what he had been saying.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting recollections for me in that is the Emilio Con episode. And the decision, as you put it, by the principal aides of former president to brief him when you were airborne. I think you were on a travel
with
the president in Spain then. So you all decided that once you were airborne, you as his advisor would approach him so that, according to you guys, you didn't want him to get a varied and distorted version. Now, we all remember that speech of Emilio Con. What could a varied and distorted version look like that would be worse than the perception and implication that those words had already created, on that fateful day in Abeokuta? I'm trying to see why your team thought it was important to brief the president and why you thought it was possible for a varied and distorted version to be given to the president.
Now, when something happens, look at the newspapers and the news media generally. They take it from different perspectives. Some on point, some off point. Look at stories that have been written from this book, for instance. A lot have been distorted.
Yes.
So that was why we felt the president was going to land in Nigeria. He would read the newspapers, and then we didn't want it to be a surprise to him when he saw all the headlines and the papers going in different directions. He will now be wondering what is the truth.
Yes.
That was why we held a meeting, that once we were airborne, I should approach him and brief him on all that had happened, which I did.
What was his reaction?
You know, he's a man of few words, very few words. He listened to me patiently, and that's one of his strong points. He listens. Anybody talking to him, he listens patiently. And after it, he said, Asiwaju said all that?
I'm surprised.
He's surprised. Asiwaju said all that? And then he said, thank you for coming to brief me. That was it. And that was it. And that was it. But later I learned that, later when he got to Asiwaju met him. And I think...
the iron things out.
Yes, the iron things out.
Because, you know, I'm thinking to many of us observers who were watching the events leading up to the election, that speech would be said to have been targeted at the former president. It looked like a resistance, you know. Of course, some of the current president's supporters have always thought that President Buhari was lukewarm at best to President Tinubu's ambition. And so in saying, Emilio Kong, it is my turn, you know, no one can stop me. No matter what you all throw at me, this is my turn. Especially, if you recall, he used the words Olule. He tried the first time, Olule. Tried the second time, Olule. So everyone thought there's only one person who's tried to be president 3 times. And it's President
It was not
Buhari.
in doubt that he was talking about President Buhari. It was not in doubt. But then you see that immediately after that speech openly in Abeokuta, there was a press statement from Bayo Onanuga, who was the spokesman to the presidential campaign then, putting things in proper perspective. It's also in my book. You said lukewarm. Lukewarm is not the word I'll use. Neutral is the one I prefer to use. If a sitting president is lukewarm towards you,
Nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. If you know the power that resides in the presidency, you will know that if a sitting president is lukewarm towards you or doesn't want you, nothing will happen in your favor.
Yes.
The president was just neutral, and he allowed things to play out. And
He wanted a level playing field.
Which he ensured.
With all the candidates. Okay,
Yes.
so till today, some of Asiwaju's supporters still have it in their minds that President Buhari didn't want Tinubu as his successor.
They have a right to their opinion. But recall that even against the electoral law, when the president voted in Daura, he displayed his ballot, showing that he voted APC. So, how else will a man prove that he wanted somebody as his successor than that? Yes.
Okay, but you know, there's no doubt that the APC seems to have many blocks, and that's understandable. The 4 parties came together to form that party. Did you, as the head of the Buhari media team, feel at some point that the campaign of Asiwaju was distancing itself from the achievements of of the administration that you served? In the run-up to the campaign, when the campaign first started, it looked as if they were going to be campaigning on the achievements of then Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu as Governor of Lagos, rather than riding on the many achievements of Buhari in the last 8 years, in which were the pioneer years of the APC at the presidency.
I didn't get that feeling. Maybe if that perception is there, some people try to play it up, but that is not the overriding perception, because President Buhari was with him in many of his campaign stops.
Yes.
If he didn't want him, one, he would not be there. If not that the Buhari achievements could be played up, he would not be there. Remember, I think the campaign flagged off in Jos. Remember that everyone candidate Tinubu could not speak. He was just saying, Buhari, 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 when he saw the overwhelming crowd. Without Buhari joining him in that campaign, I was in most of them, it wouldn't have been the same as what we saw.
Yes.
Because Buhari still, even after 8 years, he still had that cult-like following. Even today, when I go to Daura and he goes out, I go out with him, if you see how people still respond, it's simply wonderful. So I don't have that impression that the Tinubu campaign wanted to distance itself from the achievements of President Buhari. And many times, President Tinubu has also said that Buhari was like their precursor. And when they met at this book launch, you heard what he said.
In fact, people were surprised that the president turned up at your book launch. Everyone thought we will see if Tinubu really turns up.
He gave his word.
And he did.
Yes, because I sent him an invitation, and the feedback I got was that he said, if it's Femi Adesina, I'll come. He is a good person. And since President Buhari is in town, I must be there as a sitting president. And he was true to his word.
Well, we'll take a break now. Join us again after the break. All right, welcome back, and I still want to stay on this issue of the alleged friction between former president and, one of the things that the current president's supporters hold on to is that currency change, the Naira redesign. At the time it happened, the general word on the street was that a lot of politicians had hoarded Naira notes, and President Buhari had been briefed about that hoarding, and that in order to have clean elections, there was a decision taken to change the currency so that it would make it difficult for politicians to buy the votes from the electorate. What would be your reaction to Tinubu supporters who think that that singular policy was directed at them so that it would make it difficult for them to get people to vote for the APC?
Why would it be difficult for the APC and not for other parties? If it affected APC, it must affect PDP, it must affect Labour, it must affect all the other parties. The one thing leaders must know is that they need to be careful of what their supporters say. They need to discern carefully, otherwise they will cause problem between them and other leaders. So, if the Naira redesign policy was to give us cleaner elections, was it only one person that was going to the election? Was it only one party that was going to the election? So if it affected one party, it must affect all the parties. I know that President Buhari still keeps saying that. Do you know that in that election, 9 governors who wanted to go to the Senate couldn't win their elections? Do you see governors ever failing elections?
The retirement
home. Well, we failed during that election. So we had cleaner election. It was not targeted at any single politician or any party, but we had cleaner election. And do you also recall that even during that time, kidnapping stopped? Because if you kidnap anybody and you ask for ransom, there was no cash to bring. I remember that in Kano, was it the APC secretary that was kidnapped? Day 1, day 2, day 3? Nothing. Nobody answered their call, nobody brought a dime. When the captors were tired, they just slapped the man 3 times and pushed him out. Bad market. Because there was nobody answering them because there was no money to bring.
Was the president fully briefed? Because there's still this brouhaha in the polity about whether or not the president was properly briefed, whether or not the then CBN governor had the capacity to push forward this policy. Were we prepared for that Naira redesign?
Yes, I was privy to most of the things that happened as build-up
Yes.
to that redesign. How many times Godwin Emefiele came to meet with the president, meetings they held, which I sat in, and had to issue statements and all that. So I guess the policy was properly enunciated.
Yes.
The actual implementation may not have been as seamless as it should be, but the enunciation was good, and the president was convinced that it was the way to go.
Yes.
If you read this book, he spoke about it.
Are any of you who are the members of the media team of Buhari surprised that sometimes when you read the papers or you listen to current members of this administration, it would seem that the government of Buhari is being vilified by members of the same party? I still remember the current National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, talking about how this administration inherited almost nothing in terms of kind of economy, and some of them saying things like, oh, the country was run aground for the last 8 years by President Muhammadu Buhari. I mean, the shocking thing for many people is that both Buhari and Tinubu are from the same party. And we're surprised that from the same party would come such harsh words about the former president.
Well, I ascribe it to limited knowledge. If you have limited knowledge about something, what should you do? Try to understand it.
Yes.
Try to read up, try to get information. But if you begin to speak without having done that, the shallowness will come out. So it was limited knowledge that made some people say what they said. And do you know the response of President Buhari to us privately? Said, leave them. Everything is documented. That's what he said. So everything is documented.
So he's not worried, he's not fearful if there's a probe?
Not at all. During this launch, he was talking about the importance of documentation. That was what he meant. He said nothing was done under the veil of secrecy under his administration, and everything is on record. So those who said what they said, if they had sought to look at the records, they would have been better educated, and so would not have said what they said.
Did the president have a preferred successor in that last election?
He was neutral. One, if you had a preferred successor, the power that resides in the office of the president is so enormous, nothing will have stopped that person.
From emerging.
Nothing will have stopped.
So when the former Senate president was pushed forward and it was implied that it was President Buhari's choice, that wasn't true at all.
There was a statement that came saying the president hadn't endorsed anybody.
Okay. He didn't endorse his vice president either?
Not anybody. He just said, please go to the primaries, let the best person win. Whoever emerges.
And he received many visits from everyone who was aspiring.
Oh yes, that's the right thing to do. He was the father of the country. So a good father should create a level playing field and bless anybody aspiring.
But you know that all those who were coming to tell him were obviously coming to tell him because, they thought...
They were endorsed.
Yes.
Well, maybe they didn't know President Buhari enough. Those of us that know him know that he's such a fair-minded person. If he does something and he thinks he has wronged another person in that process, no, he would rather not do it. He's a person who is always mindful of the last day when Allah will ask him questions and judge him.
Yeah.
This is what he told me. You get to see it in that book later. When there was talk about lopsided appointments in the country, particularly in the area of security, the day he called me to announce Lawal Daura as DGDSS, he had removed Ita Ekpeyong from South. So I said, Mr. President, tongues are wagging that you are appointing too many people from the north. You have removed a man from South. Why not replace him with another person from the South? He now told me that when he's going to fill positions like that, a committee is set up, a search team is set up, and they work. At the end of the day, they come with 3 recommendations. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
With number 1 being the best. Number 2, second best. Number 3, also appointable. Most times, 90, 95 out of 100 in 8 years, President Buhari will always approve number 1. And what he told me that day was, if somebody has come first in that exercise, and because of his religion, or because of his ethnicity, or because of language, or because of anything, and not bypassing, appoint another person, Allah will judge me on the day of judgment.
So it didn't matter what part of the country you were from, you were the next in line.
If you were the best in the exercise, it didn't matter where you came from. And like I said in the book, that's a bit ahead of its time in Nigeria. Because Nigeria not only would look at everything from the area of where you hail from, they will look at it from religion. So President Buhari didn't countenance all that. He just went for the best in any exercise.
Let me bring you back now to your relationship with the late Chief of Staff, Abba Kyari. I was shocked to read that there was a fractured relationship between yourself and him. Did he perhaps favor someone else for your post?
Fractured will not be my word. Frosty will not be my word. I'll just say not convivial. We didn't have that kind of relationship that you would think a special advisor will. His successor, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, I had a better relationship with him.
Yes.
Because the day he resumed, he said, Femi, just take me as a big uncle. Yes. And anything I needed to discuss, I went straight to him. The late Abba Kyari didn't have that kind of disposition. He was a bit aloof. And you are the way you are. You can't help it. Yes. If that was the way he was made, no problem. What you probably have read about my relationship from him were the excerpts people took from that book, which was not complete. For you to get a complete picture of my relationship with him, read the entire chapter, A Tale of Two Chiefs of Staff. When you read it, everything will fall into place. The video just took what will sound good, what the readers will like, and what will reverberate, and
will latch on.
Will latch on to. If you read the entire story of my relationship with him, how I mourned him when he passed on.
I know.
I genuinely felt it when he passed on, because I would have wanted him to finish with the administration and. Because
it got me thinking that were you an outsider when Buhari brought you in? I think if not the first appointment, the first 2-3 appointments that President Buhari made.
Yes.
And a lot of people were shocked. I wasn't, but we all knew your relationship with then General Buhari.
Yes.
You know, so I thought, okay, was it that he considered you to be an outsider brought in?
I wouldn't think so, because he just needed to know what was the background between me and General Buhari, who later became President Buhari, and then he wouldn't consider me an outsider. As far back as 2013, when my mother died, President Buhari came to attend the commendation service we did for her in Lagos here, a Christian service, and he stayed all through. So I was still active in the media during the campaign, but I was giving support from the outside. And that was what I thought I would give even to the administration, support from outside.
Yeah.
But eventually when I was invited to come, it took me a while to decide to go. You will see that the very day I had to resign my appointment as Son MD and President Guild of Editors, I began to cry, because I didn't want to leave uncertainty for uncertainty. I had never worked in government before. I didn't know how it would be, and but because it was President Buhari, that was why I went.
You made a point that you never worked in government before. Is it that the opportunity never came, you didn't actively seek it, or you just were not interested?
I was not interested. And I remember that one of my active readers in the media, Jafet is his name, he sought me out one day, came to the Sun, he said, I want to meet the person who writes this thing week after week. So he came and we got talking. And then he asked me, would you ever serve in government? I said, no. Straight, I said, no. Then I thought about it again and I modified my position. I said, well, I can serve in a government headed by Muhammadu Buhari. That was what I told him. That was my conviction then. Any other person apart from Muhammadu Buhari, I wouldn't have taken.
So now, if you're called upon to serve, like in your home state or Osun State, for instance, would you be open to that?
After 8 years, you get tired, don't you? After 8 years, I felt I had done my bit. Out of 200 million Nigerians,
yes.
I had served for 8 years, more than my fair share.
And you also call it a thankless job.
Well, they call it so, but me, I wouldn't call it so. You remember, if you read that book, you will see the encounter between me and the Sultan of Sokoto. He had known me before I took on the assignment. He called me Kuli Kuli after my email address. So, the very week I was appointed, he came to the villa, he saw me, he said, Kuli Kuli, this job you are come to do, it's a thankless job. He said, with your predecessors, it has been a thankless job. He said, but with you, it shall not be so. And I said, amen to it. So today, I don't see it as a thankless job. It was a tough job, no doubt, but not thankless.
I remember when you were appointed and you coined that phrase, wailing wailers. You know, your strict loyalty to President Muhammadu Buhari. I've always wanted to know your reaction to critics who said that statement, wailing wailers, was unbecoming of a presidential spokesperson.
There's a perspective. Perspectives are free. They have the right to it. But you know, the truth about the wailing wailers was that it was directed at the PDP and Olisa Metu, their spokesman.
Yes.
In the first few months in office, you find that President Buhari could not do anything right. Anything he did, Olisa Metu will issue a statement. If it rained heavily, he will issue a statement. If it didn't rain at all, it was Buhari's fault. If you saw a wall gecko in his house, Buhari turned to that wall gecko. And all that. One day I now said, what is this? I now did a tweet that these people, they are forgetting that they have lost power. And they will be out of power for a long time. Wailing wailers. That was my tweet. Now, it was directed at Olisa Metu and his party. But anti-Buhari elements online say, oh, he's abusing us, he has called us wailing wailers. So they appropriated that tag to themselves. If they decided to appropriate it, I left them. They were welcome to take it.
Welcome back to my concluding moments now with former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari, Femi Adesina. All right, so two major issues that made Buhari trend. I mean, very, very major issues. One, Jubril al-Sudan, and of course his purported wedding to the Humanitarian Affairs Minister, Sefia Omar. I mean, they even printed invitations. We heard Professor Osinbajo when he gave that anecdote at the launch saying, you know, he wanted to sue people who he felt had defamed him. And the president said, at least they didn't print IV for you. People were even calling color. Color will not move. So I want to get a feeling of what happens in the villa when issues like this come up. Give us a real look into how the president reacts to those sort of stories in conversations with you. Because I know you've told me that he reads the papers voraciously and you brief him every morning on, you know, issues that you
By
think
10 a.m. he wants to see.
he wants to know what is going on. So what was his reaction to that Jubril al-Sudan first?
Well, the Jubril of Sudan was foolishness. It was completely obtuse. He left the country in January on a medical trip. He came back in March, went again in April, and came back finally in August. August 19 to be precise. The day he arrived, I remember that the then Chief of Defense Staff, General Gabriel Olonishaki, was giving out his daughter in wedding. So I went to attend that wedding, and naturally I was in Agbada and cap. Before I left for church, I had got a message that he would be arriving that day, that I should inform Nigerians. So I issued a statement. From the church, we went to the reception. I left the reception about 3 o'clock.
Yes.
The president was to land at 4. And I didn't feel I should go back home to change before going to the airport. So I went to the airport. If you still recall the tape of that day, you will see that when he shook me, we were laughing. And what did he say when he shook my hand? He said, Adeshino, this is the best I've seen you dressed. So you made it complete today. And by the way, we clapped him out and we laughed. Now the question is, if he was Jubril, will he even recognize me? Will he know I'm Adeshino? Will he know how I normally dress?
Yes.
So that just knocked out the story of Jubril for me.
Yes.
Anybody that said it, I knew was being foolish. How do you think the man that was in the villa was another person and his wife will not know? He says that saw him every day.
How did that story start and how did it get entrenched to the point that people believed?
And you know it came from Nnamdi Kanu.
Right.
Yes, he was the one that started it.
That the Reed Wari is there.
Yes, and you know that Nnamdi Kanu has a large following. Everything he says to some people is the gospel truth. So they received it, they believed it, but those of us that know. And you know, before the president himself left government, he responded to it.
Yes.
He said it was absolute foolishness, which I believe it is.
Did he laugh about it? I mean, at some point it must have been funny to him.
No, he just dismissed it.
Okay.
He just dismissed it. Just like one time there was this thing in the social media about his daughter getting married on a certain day at a certain venue.
Yes.
It was so widespread. And I went to his office and said, "Oh, so I see that a wedding is coming up in the family." He said, "Where did you get that?" I said, "Social media." He said, "Don't mind those nuisance."
There was no wedding?
No, not at that time. Yet, they had appointed a venue, named one of his daughters, and everything was false.
The other funny one was his purported wedding and people turning up at the Central Mosque on Friday for prayers.
Yes.
And everyone assuming that the wedding was going to hold. And they all turned up.
Yes.
Even though they were not directly told by the president that I will be getting married.
That shows you how fertile the imagination of some mischief makers can be. When the president was ill and was in London, and after he had come round and he was recovering, I remember he placed a call to me one Saturday. And he said, "Adeshino, thank you for holding out against the mischief makers." He said, "I see everything you do. I watch." He knows that there are plenty of mischief makers in the country. That purported wedding was a product of mischief makers. Recall that the DSS arrested one man whom they paraded, who did a tape purporting that the president was going to marry the finance minister.
Yes,
Zainab. So that's just part of it. And then they say that of the humanitarian affairs minister too. Just concoction.
Those were funny times. Did the former president have any regrets?
I have attempted to answer this question before, and the media twisted it. That I said he regrets so many things.
Yes.
And my answer was that there is no human being who does everything right all the time. You can't claim that everything you do 100% all the time. No, there will be some shortcomings with the benefit of hindsight. But regret is a very strong word. What I would say is that President Buhari did what he considered was good for Nigeria at any given time. with the benefit of hindsight, you may feel, oh, maybe this one I should have done this way or this way or this way. But regret would be a very strong word. Why did he apologize for some things? Because maybe he felt it rubbed some people down the wrong way. So, regret would not be the word, but he just felt maybe this could have been done better. His guiding principle was to do the best thing for all Nigerians at all times, to the best of his ability.
One of the things that Nigerians are disappointed about is that they thought in President Buhari coming in as a former general that the issue of insecurity would have been tackled more than we saw. Yes, when he came in, Boko Haram was controlling some areas and some local governments in the northeast and all that, but we subsequently saw many incidents, the Buniyadi incident, we saw the Chibok girls.
Buniyadi was before him. Chibok was not even under him.
It was under Jonathan.
It was under Jonathan, and he recovered a large number of the Chibok girls. Dapchi was under him, and within that week, majority of the girls were recovered except about 3 or 5, including Leah Sharibu.
In terms of that insecurity, could he have done more?
He did his best. What I'd like you to recall is that before Buhari came, every day in this country, bombs went off 5, 6, 7 places. Daily. In fact, we, our friends of Ruben Abati, used to even jest that Ruben already had a template for his statements on bombing. He just would change the time and the date. Because there could be 7 bomb blasts in one day. Yes. He would just fit in the venue and the time to differentiate it from the last one he issued. But by the time Buhari left, did you still hear bombs? No, you didn't hear bombs. Schools were being bombed, markets were being bombed, motor parks were being bombed, lives were lost in hundreds. He had made tremendous progress on the security front. It was not fully accomplished, yes, but a lot had been achieved. Those who live in the Northeast will say it better. I remember that in his last year in office, February of 2023, we went to Yobe. We were in the palace of the Emir, who told us that previous years nobody could stay in that palace. Everybody had evacuated, including himself, the Emir. He said they put $1 billion in that palace. Nobody but you were to go in there to say you want to take that money. Because Boko Haram was sitting there. But by that time, the emirs had returned to their palaces. Orientation camps for MYs that had been shut down had resumed. Roads that were impassable had resumed. President Buhari did a lot in terms of combating insecurity. It was not fully accomplished, but that is why governance is a continuum. Yes. Wherever one government stops, another one continues.
No government can do everything.
I've never seen that government.
Chapter 21 of your book, you talk about the official trips. Total trips made by President Buhari were 94, 19 trips in 2016, 2023 and 2021, 5 trips each. 2020, 2 trips. I wondered why you only did 2 trips in 2020.
2020?
Yes.
No, it couldn't have been 2 trips. The only year that the trips were limited was 2017, the year when he had his medical challenge. Yes. And then 2020 was the COVID lockdown, that year too.
Yes, that's why.
Yes.
That's why.
You know, COVID came December 2019, 2020 was the year of lockdown. From January to August, September, there was nothing happening internationally. Even the UN General Assembly that we used to attend every September was done virtually. So the world was locked down.
What do you say to critics who say, well, 94 trips in 8 years, but nothing to show for it?
Well, it's a language they like, the critics. Nothing to show for it. They will see Second Niger Bridge, still nothing to show for it. They will see Lagos Ibadan Expressway, nothing to show for it. They never see anything. They will see Local Oweto Bridge, nothing to show for it. That's their language.
What do you consider to be President Buhari's legacy projects? The projects that will stand him out in years to come?
Infrastructure first. Do you know that Bonny never had a road? The Bodo-Bonny Bridge is on as we speak. In the first time in the history of Nigeria, Bonny will be linked by road. And history will have it that it was under President Buhari. Second Niger Bridge, President Buhari. Local Oweto Bridge that links North Central has cut travel time by about 3 hours. It was under President Buhari. Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, since it was made in 1978, had never been done all over again. Now it is there. I remember reading a tweet by Dele Momodu, who is one of the Buhari critics. Yes. He said he left Oshogbo and he was surprised to find himself in Lagos in about 2 hours. That was the same journey that would take you 6 hours before Buhari. Because Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, you can do it in 1 hour. So those are things to remember President Buhari for. And then that's in the area of infrastructure. There are many others. But for me, one very important thing that Nigeria should never forget is that the economy was diversified. Our economy had been mainly monoproduct, oil. All governments before Buhari had paid lip service to diversifying the economy. They never got it done. But under Buhari, oil that used to account for about 90% of GDP began to account for just 9%. Because Agric had taken the large chunk, ICT had taken another large chunk. Oil, there was a year oil accounted for just 9% of the GDP. So, if Buhari hadn't come and placed emphasis on agriculture that way, you know what would have happened? Particularly during the lockdown, the whole world was shut down. If you wanted to import food, nobody would sell to you because they needed the food in their own countries too. And cash was not available.
There was no movement.
No movement.
Move right
exactly. From Thailand, how would you move it? If he hadn't placed emphasis on diversifying the economy through agriculture, how would Nigerians have survived? There would have been riots everywhere. In Venezuela, an oil-producing country like Nigeria, they were crossing the border to look for food because oil was the only thing they had. But because Nigeria had diversified the economy, we had rice, we had beans, we had maize, all the grains we were not importing again. So I think that will stand Buhari's regime in good stead, that really Nigerian economy became diversified and oil was no longer the mainstay of the economy under Buhari.
And what would you say to those who say that he shouldn't claim the second Niger Bridge as his achievement because it wasn't started by him?
Oh, really?
It was started by former President Goodluck Jonathan.
From the ask Minister Fashola, he will tell you how that project began from scratch and how it ended. Buhari is not tussling with anybody. Do you know that a lot of projects that were started by his predecessors, he completed them? That shows you that...
Is there anything wrong with completing projects?
Exactly. You know, PDP was, I don't want to say foolish, unsmart. PDP was unsmart enough to say, it is our project that is completing. Is there anything wrong with that? Is that not why governance is a continuum? The second Niger Bridge from scratch was a Buhari project. Minister Fashola told me, and I recall he told you in a documentary you did, that when he was appointed, President Buhari called him to the office and said, there are 3 or 4 projects I want you to do for me. 1, second Niger Bridge. 2, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. 3, Enugu-Onitsha Expressway. And 4, Abuja-Zaria-Kaduna-Kano Road. He said, do me those 4 projects and you can do whatever you like after that. That's President Buhari for you.
Well, you talked about Dr. Reuben Abati earlier on, and I remember when his term was over as special advisor, he had written this article when he said, when the phone stops ringing. So I wanted to ask you, now that you've left office as special advisor, has your phone stopped ringing?
There's no difference. No difference between how I received calls when in office and how I receive now. In fact, when my phones begin to ring back to back, my wife will say, don't they know you are no longer in government? There's no difference, really. Because before I went into government, my phones were very busy. In government, very busy. Out of government, still very busy.
All right, so on a final note, I want to take you back to November 2015. You were coming on a trip from Malta.
No, going
to Malta with President Buhari. You talk about wind share. I'm just imagining all of you on that flight. Were you all giving each other the look as if Is this the end?
This is how that plane is structured. There were 3 compartments at the tail of the plane. You had the security people and some media people. They sit there. In the midsection, you had the senior aides there. I usually also would sit there. The president had his own cabin, but to keep the president company, they will invite 1 or 2 senior aides to sit with him. So on that day on the trip to Malta, I was sitting with him in his cabin. It was an uneventful flight. When we were about landing, the pilot announced that we were to land and all that. Suddenly, as the plane was about touching down, it began to go zig-zag, zig-zag. We were looking at one another. When it now touched the tarmac
with force,
it was going to turn around to face where it was coming from. President said, "What kind of landing is this?" And then the pilot came to us from the cockpit and he said, "Mr. President and distinguished passengers on board, what we just experienced is what is called wind shear, when the direction of the wind suddenly changes." And that was what happened. We'll fly according to the direction of the wind. So when that direction changes, it swings the plane. Yes. The plane almost turned back to face where it was coming. It was really a tough one. But we thank God that the pilots were experienced.
That was scary.
It was. But President said to say, "What kind of landing is this?"
I mean, imagine if you are the pilot or the president, you don't really want anything.
No, that's why it must be the best set of.
Are there Nigerian pilots flying?
They are all Nigerians. Most of them are from the Air Force. We have a sprinkle of some others who are civilians, but most of them are from the Air Force. I want to tell you that it's a big relief that we finished the assignment, we finished it well, we finished it in one piece, we finished it with our names intact. It is good.
And the FCC is not coming out.
Not even you said just yet. It will not happen because it was a media office. Like I said in my book, in the first 5 years, we didn't even have a budget. So what will you FCC come to look at? What will they come to look at? So, and the way I was brought up, my father inculcated it in us. Honesty is the best policy. He got us to recite it as children. Honesty is the best policy. If there had been a budget of billions in my office, everything would be accounted for. That is the way I was brought up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adesina, for speaking with me today. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com.
Plus, promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be really, really compelling, one. Next thing would be in terms of the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books to just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would stack up with any book published elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think what would be like the most important tip for me to them would be just they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something. And then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of the totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
Good evening, I am Destiny Momo. This is News Update. Members of the House of Representatives on Thursday asked the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to withdraw the circular directing financial institutions to commence implementation of the 0.5% cyber security levy, describing it as ambiguous. The development was in response to a motion on the urgent need to halt and modify the implementation of the cybersecurity levy moved by Honorable Kingsley Chinda. Honorable Chinda had drawn the attention of the House to multiple interpretations of the CBN directive against the specifications in the Cybersecurity Act. The House then expressed worry that the Act would be implemented in error if immediate steps were not taken to address the concerns around the interpretation of the CBN directive and the Cybersecurity Act. And the House of Representatives has passed a resolution to investigate the procurement process in the award of the contract of the 15 trillion naira Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road. The motion was moved by Honorable Austin Achado as a matter of urgent national importance. The House said the 2007 Procurement Act was violated and that certain approvals by the National Assembly as required by the law were not given. In light of the above, the House has asked the Minister of Works, Finance, Attorney General, and the Minister of Justice to reveal the National Assembly copies of the documents for award of the contract. And meanwhile, a former aviation minister, Hadi Sirika, has pleaded not guilty to the alleged corrupt practices involving about 2.7 billion naira brought against him by the federal government. Sirika was arraigned before Justice Silvanus Orji at the Federal High Court in Abuja, along with his daughter Fatima, his son-in-law Jalal Sulehama, and a firm, Al Burak Global Investment Limited. The daughter and son-in-law also pleaded not guilty to the 6-count charges when read to them. Justice Oriji admitted that the 3 defendants on bail for 100 million and 2 sureties each in the like sum, and ordered that the defendants must not travel out of the country without express permission of the court. Justice Origin also ordered that they should be remanded in prison custody till the time of perfection of bail conditions. And Governor Siminalayi Fubara today stormed the Rivers State House of Assembly quarters amid political crisis rocking the state. There was tight security around the area as the Rivers State Governor visited the quarters where the Martin Ameole-led legislators were meeting. The governor said he was at the place as the governor of the state, and he, however, took a 3-minute walk around the premises before leaving. His visit came on the heels of a fresh crisis in the Rivers State House of Assembly. Some lawmakers loyal to the governor had on Wednesday elected the member representing Boni constituency, Victor Okojombo, as their speaker. And the All Progressive Congress, APC Solidarity and Development Forum, has denounced the state chairman of the party over the call for the impeachment of Governor Siminalayi Fubara. The convener of the group, Comrade Kabir Matazu, made this known at a press conference on Thursday in Abuja, describing the utterances of Chief Tony Okocha as reckless, irresponsible, and threatening the very fabric of our democracy. In a statement co-signed by Comrade Kabir Matazu and Honorable Igwe Ude Umanta, its convener and co-convener said a call for impeachment is a clear attempt to destabilize the government and creates chaos in the state. Matazu added that the APC Solidarity and Development Forum further criticized the APC chairman for his blatant disrespect of President Bola Tinubu.
We, the APC Solidarity and Development Forum, strongly condemn Chief Tony Okocha's declaration with utmost alacrity. We believe that his reckless statement is a call for anarchy and threatening the stability and progress of Rivers State. Our party requires leaders who are willing to navigate the intricate web of politics with wisdom and foresight. And let us also use this medium to condemn the evil hand behind all these shenanigans. Again, we regrettably express our deep disappointment and concern over the insensate call made by Mr. Tony Okocha for the impeachment of Governor Fubara. As a political party in a democratic nation, we do not interfere with the people's action in choosing what it is they might desire or who it is that is their choice of a leader. We only subject ourselves to the perfect choice of leadership we believe they want, and leaving them to the choice they make. We therefore ask that this time everything be done in the right way, everything be handled in an orderly manner. This time the party be closely watched and every man's agenda come only behind the agenda to move the state and nation forward.
We are with Ganduje. The APC is strong, united, and making progress under Ganduje. So we always don't like to react to that because we know where it's coming from, but it's not within APC. Of course, the outcome of the Ondo distance, as you know, very creditable. That is the wish of the APC people in Ondo State. And I believe that where the people of Ondo State are ready to elect the divinely ordained governor, Lucky Aiyedatiwa, to continue beyond 2025.
A non-governmental organization, Jelas Development Initiative, has trained 30 teachers across various schools in the 16 local government areas of Kwara State on mental health awareness and advocacy for effective curriculum delivery. Programs officer of the organization, Rita Akabwe, and other organizers noted that the training is hinged on the conviction that the mental health of teachers is key to driving quality curriculum delivery in the overall benefit of students. And some of the participants would describe the training as timely, say such capacity exposure will go a long way to impact on their delivery in class. And you're still watching Plus TV News Update. We'll be back after the short break. Don't go in.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, are filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts. And even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
You're welcome back. Now moving on to other parts of Africa. As the one-year anniversary of this administration is approaching, President Bola Tinubu has been called upon to fire all incompetent and disloyal members of his cabinet and replace them with those who can help him secure the country better, among other development indicators. Addressing a press conference on Thursday, a group known as Southwest Tinubu Shatima Presidential Supporters Movement in Lagos, who vowed to expose those scheming for the president's death, stated that some people were paying about millions of naira and dollars to pray for the president to be sick or even die. The group also urged the party's leadership to wield the big stick and dismiss these double agents who have been alleged to work against the party's candidate in the Kogi governorship election and are currently working to truncate the party's victory in the election tribunal.
These characters have been using their position as an appointee of the president to pursue their personal agenda. And because of their performance in office, they have been woeful till date. Rather than concentrating on improving on the country's security and the economy, they are busy chasing a perceived political enemies all around the country. Where they are supposed to do what they are supposed to do, they are not doing it. What they do is just to, chase their political enemy and leave their core duties. This continues to give our party a bad name among Nigerians because they are not justifying their appointment whatsoever, but concentrating and alienating those who are working hard for the success of the party in the last presidential election. For instance, the former governor El-Rufai of Kaduna and Ganduje of Kano were at the forefront of the northern governor who gave 100% support and loyalty with tireless hard work and ensuring that Asiwaju victory to emerge as a party presidential candidate and eventually the president and commander-in-chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
While reaffirming beliefs in the current reforms of the President Tinubu's administration, they urge Nigerians to be patient with the president as the country is bound to enjoy the dividends of democracy under his good and courageous leadership.
It is a known fact to all of us that former Governor Yaya Bello put in all resources and everything to win the state for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and some other people too, that put in all they could do. Now, I think we shouldn't pay all these people with evil or pay them back with betrayal. Please, we want to suggest, as we are pledging our loyalty for the president, nothing is wrong with our president, forget about the viral video and all of that. We want to just let the president know that there are some bad eggs, some elements in his government that are just pushing. They don't want him to succeed. That is what I see it to be. Because they are not even loyal to the party at the first instance. If they are loyal to the party, they won't be going about doing all of these things. We want our president to succeed.
And I'm moving on to other parts of Africa. Kenya's public hospital doctors have agreed to resume work, calling off a nationwide strike which lasted for close to 2 months. Dapti Atela, the Union Secretary General, confirmed that doctors have decided to place their trust in the government to address the issues leading to the strike. This development comes after a labor court in Kenya had on Tuesday, May 7, given doctors and the government 48 hours to sign a return to work agreement, failure to which the matter will be determined by the court. The end of the strike comes as a relief to millions of Kenyans seeking health services from public hospitals that had been crippled by the strike. And from news outside Africa, 2 top Israeli officials have criticized U.S. President Joe Biden for threatening to stop certain arms supplies to Israel if it invades the crowded Gaza city of Rafah. They described a statement as difficult and very disappointing. Israel has defied international objections by sending in tanks and conducting targeted raids in the eastern areas of Rafah. It says Rafah is home to Hamas's last remaining battalions, but the city on the border with Egypt is also crammed with displaced Palestinian civilians. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching.
I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
May 29, 2023, President Bola Tinubu assumed office with an announcement that had grave impact on the people. Subsidy is gone. The president exclaimed during his inaugural address at the Eagle Square, Abuja, shortly after he was sworn in as the 16th president of the country. He also promised to lead the country with compassion and amity towards all.
Unfortunately, the budget that I've glimpsed before I assume office and what I've heard is that no provision is there for fuel subsidy. The fuel subsidy is gone.
Despite the assurance by the president's team that the subsidy removal was not immediate, the announcement sparked reactions across the country. As soon as the decision was made, fuel queues popped up across the country as most filling stations quickly saw an opportunity to profiteer off the situation. As expected, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) announced an upward review of its fuel prices across filling stations in the country, setting the stage for a nationwide increase in fuel prices. Also, at the dawn of this administration, the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) abolished the country's multiple exchange rate system and effectively floated the naira. The nation's currency had seen a free fall ever since. Like every other Nigerian, the civil servant is struggling to eke out a livelihood. These decisions by the government couldn't have come at the worst time when he is struggling with high inflation, unemployment and poverty. even the rich are not left out.
Honestly speaking, I think in Nigeria right now, anybody that tells you that is not feeling the pain is lying to you. Cost of living is very expensive in the market. All the landlord has added money for their rent. Transportation is not like before. So Nigeria is too healthy.
It doesn't be easy. The high rack of fare, feeding, no matter how, no matter what, it will survive.
In the wake of all of this, experts say the impact of the subsidy removal on the cost of living among Nigerians is expected to be significant and negative, at least in the short term. According to figures by the National Bureau of Statistics, the inflation rate could rise to 30% by December. Professor Christopher Imomolin is a serial entrepreneur. He speaks of how businesses have been impacted negatively.
And would have been done in a way that, despite the fact that subsidy needs to be removed, because we cannot run an economy where a large chunk of our revenue is being used to pay subsidies, and these subsidies has a kind of racketeering that is not even helping the economy. So if we are going to, which we must do, it must be done in a way that it does not largely affect the economy, which we currently see today. Inflation rate is at the highest rate ever. It's also have a ripple effect even in the exchange rate. We see how the exchange FX has shoot up tremendously just in the space of 6 months. We've had the kind of increment that we've not had since 1960. And this has period effects just from one commodity which the nation is largely dependent on. I believe that before we can totally lift subsidy from the PMS, we must also ensure that we provide power, we provide alternative source of energy for the people. The world today is embracing green economy. It's not something that will happen in the space of 5 years. It will take a lot of time, but we must gradually do that. Everybody have their leadership style. So, but of course, we've seen the ripple effect of that decision on the economy. So we can at this point say that it was not really a good idea that was announced at that time it was announced. I felt that cabinet would have been drawn up because you need people to help implement policies. Your team, the team should have been on ground. As at that time, there was no ministers, there was no anybody on ground, and just that same day it was announced. It so happened so that all stations were shut down. It was very harsh. And looking at the fact that we are coming out from a very bad situation where Naira was scarce, people could not have access to Naira, and immediately you were going into, at a time when people were looking for hope, where people were seeking to say, okay, maybe this person could be the Messiah to rescue us from. So that it's obvious. So it's not. It's obvious that decision at that time was not too good to the economy. It should have been done at the time where you would have consulted, and you cannot consult as a president, and you would have gone through your team, and that would have been done through after you have set up at least to a large extent your team inaugurated them. Then immediately you start running.
Mukhtar Mohammed is an international finance and economic analyst. Although he supports the removal of fuel subsidy, he sheds light on how the Naira float and recent policies are affecting the economy.
You just tell them that they pay high duty for bringing in those costs of those goods and services. That will encourage them to begin to think of establishing it here in Nigeria. Instead of you telling them you're banned, they will find other ways to gain FX. And most of these 41 banned items are items that Nigerians generally want to make use of. So you need to also look at that also. So it all depends on the implementation of this policy.
As it stands, the elimination of fuel subsidy has brought both challenges and opportunities. It has led to a 150 to 200% surge in fuel costs. That is about 500 to 600 Naira across the country. That is per litre. Food inflation is also skyrocketing.
It's not cheap at all. Many people are suffering. To even get the money to buy food is a problem. And the market also now is very expensive. You are not making it at all. Even you that are selling it, there's no gain on the market these days.
Small and medium-sized enterprises are facing difficulties in accessing affordable power.
Come and tell us, how much did you buy it? How much are you buying it for?
Residents say they cannot afford even alternatives as they are disillusioned by the hack in liquefied petroleum gas (LPG).
We don't really, they should try and help us. The thing is tough, everywhere is hard, but they should, at least gas is what we survive with, we cook with it, so they should try and help us.
So what alternative do you think you will use outside of gas?
Charcoal stove, that's the alternative for me, because here you cannot use firewood inside your house.
The gas 1 kg is 900, so before we are buying it, is it 350? Yeah, so it is our cost now, so I think they should help us to reduce it.
As the debate on the merit and demerit of fuel subsidy removal and Naira float continues, how are ordinary Nigerians finding ways to mitigate the impact of these policies on their daily lives? While some have reduced unnecessary trips, others have adjusted their budget and spending habits.
We had to do away with so many things and just do with basic needs, and that is food, water, go and sleep. No unnecessary outings, nothing, because the pocket go tell you now.
The food matter, now that one was pass. Because before, how much be the acre of rice? Not be 120. Now we dey buy at 1,900. 1,900. Just consider the person that get 4 children now. How you want to survive? I beg. Now beg we dey beg them. Make them help us so. This thing too much. Too much. Ororo, ma'am, rice, everything. Wetin happen? Wetin we do them? Make them help us. No smile, nobody dey smile. As I dey talk to you now, I dey vex. Yo. Because e no even easy. No water, no light. Fuel wey we dey even dey manage to buy, we no fit buy am. Everything just dey stand still for this Nigeria.
It's not been easy. In fact, it's only by the mercy of God that people are being sustained now. What you buy today, tomorrow it has added. What you buy this morning, by 2 hours time, the price has skyrocketed. In fact, we don't know who to cry to. We are only at the mercy of God now. Our children cannot feed well. Mothers are going hungry because of the children. Because when it's not enough, you have to feed your children first. We don't know who to cry to. All we are begging is that God should come to our intervention.
Persistent inflationary pressures in the economy have accelerated poverty in the country, with purchasing power continuing to slump over the past few months. As a measure to address these difficulties, the federal government had announced a 5 billion naira palliative for each state, including the Federal Capital Territory, to cushion the impact of the removal of subsidy. The fund was shared in the ratio of 52 to 48%. Experts are voicing out their opinions on the workability.
We spoke about student loan. We said September. Nobody's saying student loan. We talk about CNG. So everything is just like ghost. It's as if nothing is happening. And when people start talking, it's look as if maybe we're against government. We must just talk so that this country will grow. We want this government to succeed. And this is what we are saying now. If everybody just keep quiet and everybody is nodding their head, no, you are doing the best, and this country will fail, and every one of us failed. So government needs to start looking at the right thing to do, and the people need to also adjust.
Going forward, here are some suggestions by experts on how to cope with fuel subsidy removal in the country. Reduce dependence on petrol-powered generators. Invest in alternative energy sources like solar panels, inverters, or batteries. These can provide electricity and reduce reliance on fuel-powered generators. Use energy-efficient appliances and bulbs to minimize electricity consumption. Adopt energy-saving habits such as turning off lights, fans, and electronics when not in use. Use public transportation or carpooling. Utilize public transportation options like buses or trains, which are generally more cost-effective than driving private vehicles. Consider carpooling with colleagues, neighbors, or friends who travel similar routes. This helps share fuel costs and reduces traffic congestion. Plan your trips and errands ahead of time. Make a list of places you need to visit and tasks you need to complete. Combining errands into a single trip minimizes fuel usage. Utilize online shopping and delivery services for groceries, food, and other items to reduce the need for physical trips. Adjust your budget and spending habits. Review your income and expenses, identifying areas where you can cut down or save money. Prioritize essential expenses and reduce discretionary spending. Consider taking up a side hustle or exploring additional sources of income to supplement your budget. Minimize air conditioning usage and explore natural ventilation options. Insulate your home to retain heat during cooler months and reduce the need for excessive heating. Make conscious efforts to conserve water and electricity, reducing associated costs. Explore fuel-efficient transportation alternatives. Optimize driving habits by maintaining proper tire pressure. Avoid rapid acceleration or braking, and keeping vehicle maintenance up to date. This can improve fuel efficiency. Engage in advocacy and dialogue. Participate in discussions with policymakers, community leaders, and relevant organizations to voice concerns and propose sustainable solutions. Advocate for policies that promote renewable energy sources and support initiatives aimed at reducing reliance on fossil fuels. Avoid long and unnecessary commutes. Optimize your travel routes to minimize distance and time spent on the road. Consider remote work or flexible work arrangements, if possible, to reduce the frequency of commuting. For shorter distances, consider using bicycles as a mode of transportation. Cycling is not only cost-effective, but also promotes physical fitness and reduces carbon emissions. Invest in a sturdy bicycle, proper safety gear and accessories like bike locks and lights to ensure a safe riding experience. Familiarize yourself with bike lanes, paths, and safe routes in your area. And remember to take a walk. Walking will save your life.
Harmful cultural practices such as female genital mutilation or forced marriage are well known, most people may not be aware of breast ironing, a practice where young girls have their breasts flattened to deter unwanted male attention. Hello everyone and welcome to Our Voices. I am Semeni Sheikh Oye and I'm joined by my co-host Orian Itang Shaka and Anastasia Tudieshe. Well, this might be shocking to some of our viewers like it was to me because I learned about this practice very recently, but apparently this is very common in West African countries, but I can't imagine how painful this can be. I just can't grasp the thought of it, you know?
Right, breast ironing. I mean, it's something that I also didn't know about until about 5 years ago, and I was really shocked and I was really hurt. And then the more and more I think about it, I also think about the countries that don't do breast ironing, but they do mental breast ironing because they shine upon girls who have big breasts. And so you find, and I remember growing up, that a lot of the teenagers, they have their shoulders like this because they've been told that, hey, your breasts are not something that we need to see. So they, subconsciously bent their shoulders.
To be able to cover
so, yeah, and that's something that we need to advocate for countries that are not doing breast ironing also to really empower young girls to know that they need to appreciate their bodies. No one is saying be promiscuous and show your breast around, but it's something that it's in those cultures as well.
Well, as for me, I heard of it 15 years ago when I was still living in France, hosting a radio show in Paris, and it was Africa Numéro 1, so it was an African radio, a prominent one. So we had lots of comments, and one of our shows would talk about that, and I was so surprised to hear about it, but I just thought it was something, you know, not very important. It was just a little group, and 15 years later to hear that it's still going on, and at the point where women need to organize and advocate against it, I can't believe it.
And we have to note that it's not only going on in Africa, but it also is practiced in some Western countries where within African diaspora community. And there are so many cases reported in countries like the UK.
Wow.
And this will be something we will be looking at in this show too. The United Nations lists breast ironing as one of the 5 most underreported forms of gender-based violence in the world. While it affects nearly 4 million teenagers worldwide, it's most prevalent in Cameroon, where according to National Health Institute, nationwide research exposed 25% of girls and women had undergone the procedure. Breast ironing is a harmful practice that involves the use of pestle, hot stones, coconut shells, or a hammer to massage, pound, or flatten the growth of girls' breasts during puberty. It's often carried out by girls' female relatives to delay puberty and avoid any male attraction, sexual harassment, or violence. However, breast ironing is a very painful process and can cause serious health issues such as tissue damage, deformation, infection, and other psychological harm. On this week's edition of Our Voices, we will discuss why certain communities carry out such harmful practice and its lifelong health consequence for girls.
Well, breast ironing or flattening affect about 3.8 million women in Africa, including some parts of Nigeria. Gibson Emeka has this story and narrated by Salem Solomon.
Patience Williams was only 10 when she was subjected to a practice called breast ironing. Worried that she would attract attention from men, her mother pressed a hot object over her breasts to stall growth.
Actually, it's painful because immediately she's done, I used to feel my body is hot.
A decade later, Williams is calling for an end to the painful practice. Victoria Williams, who had also endured breast ironing, says she regrets putting her daughter through such an ordeal.
They did it for me, it works. But when I give birth to my own, I try it, it didn't work. The remaining 2 girls, I think I didn't do anything to them. But all I'm doing is that I used to draw them close to me, make them my friends. Anything they have, anything is...
While it's hard to determine how many women are impacted by the practice in Nigeria, about 3.8 million women across Africa are affected by breast ironing, according to the Africa Health Organization, an international health agency. Choma Agwobu, a Nigerian gender rights activist, describes the harmful nature of the practice and how it violates basic rights.
Imagine somebody heating up a stone and depressing a part of your body because they don't want that part of your body to grow. Nobody has the right to determine the rate of growth of any other person's body.
Nigeria classifies breast ironing as criminal offense, as it does the practices of female genital mutilation and forced marriage. The country's Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act of 2015 specifically penalizes offenders who commit, quote, harmful traditional practices, end quote, with more than a 4-year jail term or a fine of up to $559 or 500,000 naira or both. However, despite the law's provisions, there is no known record in Nigeria of perpetrators facing punishment. Justice Dokulu, a political leader in Jokwe village, says his community is committed to working with the government to stop breast ironing.
But in some certain places like here, people still do it. For my community leaders are people who listen to governments. They are doing their best to see that it will come to an end.
The practice can cause not only tissue damage but also trauma. Other side effects include malformation, delay in breast milk production, and infection. Activists like Agwobu and survivors like Williams say legislation isn't enough, and they're trying to raise awareness in communities where breast ironing is still accepted by spreading the word through the media and urging community leaders to condemn the painful practice. For Gibson Emeka in Abuja, Nigeria, Salam Solomon, VOA News.
Well, where it is practiced, breast ironing or flattening is a deeply ingrained cultural practice, making eradication efforts much more difficult. However, there are several organizations that have taken steps to raise awareness, and one of them is Women Relief Services, formerly known as Gender Danger. It's a grassroots women's organization that is fighting to end the practice of breast ironing in Cameroon. The founder of the organization, Chi Yvonne Leina, is here with us to discuss why people practice breast ironing. As a woman who narrowly escaped breast ironing herself, she will tell us how her organization addresses this usually well-kept secret between girls and their mothers. It's a great pleasure to have you here with us.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Yes, definitely. So growing up in a culture that accepts such kind of practice, you know, fixing women, how were you able to say no to such a practice at a young age?
What happened to me was shock, and the no was a no out of fear. Because what is that? How can someone be warming a grinding stone? We call it the pepper stone. The pepper stone is used to grind pepper. Pepper is hot.
Yeah.
And then you're putting it on the fire, and you're using it to press and massage the breast of a teenager. We all know how painful it is when the breasts are beginning to protrude. The hands don't go there. Talk less of a fire-hot stone.
So it's not something you are prepared for growing up. It's not something you are aware of. It just happens.
It happens all of a sudden. You don't even know. It's a top secret between girls and their grandmothers, their aunts, their nannies, or whoever is doing the practice. The entire community is oblivious. And that's one thing that in my career as a women's rights activist and as a journalist, I've come to realize that the voice is very powerful and that silence is a very potent weapon. If we are going to eradicate gender-based violence, we are going to have to unlock the voices of millions of women because there is tremendous things that we will hear. And so how I managed to escape was the fear, the shock, and my voice was unlocked. And from that day, I became the tender journalist until today. The more I grew in my journalism career, the more I found the need to be an activist because I couldn't do fairness and balance on this topic. There's no way I can be fair. I don't want to hear from both sides. You can't tell me that this pain is perpetrated on a young girl
for her own good.
For her own good. There are no two arguments. There are no two sides to this story. It's wrong.
I agree.
And I always say in my activism, culture is not an excuse for torture.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
That's a very great quote, and I'll keep it and I will use it. You have seen, that's what we've been told, you've seen your cousin go through it as she was a teenager. Can you talk to us about the impact it has had on her and what impact it has on teenagers, physically and I'm guessing psychologically?
So generally speaking, like you, Anastasia?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Like she just said, across Africa, across the globe, where bodily autonomy is not celebrated, teenage girls have this tendency of hiding and the breast, the chest, and hiding the backside. Because the sexuality of a woman is looked upon as a taboo. And so that alone is something that we're struggling with. And then if at a tender age of 9, 10, 11, when you're beginning to ask yourself, what is this? Am I also becoming like mommy? In that innocence, your breast is being attacked. That's how I will use it.
Yes.
That tells you you are not sufficient. It tells you the container that carries your soul has a problem. And so we're fighting for gender equality and asking why it's not happening. We have how many years more to achieve gender equality? When across the globe, the container that carries the body of women is being attacked.
That's true.
I agree. When you do breast ironing, you're telling this girl something is wrong with you.
But let's go straight forward to it's being attacked by women.
Yes.
And that's where we really need to drill into, because they're the ones that are keeping the secret. So if usually the secret is kept between the mom and the daughter, or the auntie and the daughter, the grandma and the daughter, why aren't these women hearing the voices of their little girls who are crying out because it's painful and they're suffering? These can be stopped by women.
Absolutely, it can be stopped by women. But let me just paint you a scenario. When I was doing my breast ironing campaign in Ethiopia, you know, Ethiopia is a diplomatic headquarters of Africa, so there's an amalgamation of many African communities. And when I finished speaking to the women, there was this lady who burst into tears. She was from Sierra Leone. And she told me she was planning to do that to her daughter that Friday. And why did she want to do it? She said she's only 8, and the breasts are beginning to protrude. And her cousin, who is 13, just got pregnant in the same household. It's embarrassing for a teenage girl in an African community to expose herself to premarital sex, talk less of an unwanted pregnancy. That tarnishes the reputation of the family.
But is that the only solution? What about covering up? Wear more covered up clothes.
So the thing is, when you talk about wearing more covered clothes, you know, the moms, the first thing they want to think about is, how are you going to cover up? If you look at the pictures of breast iron, if you look at an 8-year-old, what are you going to wear on her that's really going to cover up? To me, the solution is a complete mindset shift.
Accepting the fact that the breast is not a problem.
And probably also sexual education, because if a young girl is pregnant at 13, maybe there is a discussion instead of breast flattening that should have happened between her mother and herself.
Yes.
What do men think about it? How do they feel about it?
The men are totally oblivious of the existence of the practice. The father would usually not know what is happening in the bedroom or in the kitchen because if the girl, God forbid the girl gets pregnant, that's the mother's fault. You know, when the child is good, it's for the family. When the child is bad, it's the mom's fault. So all this is born out of the intention to protect. But
it's not.
As we're going out and speaking to women in their numbers, we're telling them breast ironing is a problem. It's not a solution.
And you advocate for girls and make them understand that. We are here in the studio with Yvonne Lena, founder of Women Relief Services. We'll continue our conversation on the harmful practice of breast ironing and its negative health consequences. We also meet Margaret Nyunze-Wira, survivor and anti-breast ironing advocate based in United Kingdom, to tell us what the practice looks like outside Africa and it's where when there are laws against it. We also love to hear from you on social media platforms. We're on Facebook, Instagram, and X, and our handle is @VOA Africa. Use the hashtag VOA Our Voices. We will be right back. Stay with us.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
Welcome back. You are with Our Voices, and we are discussing an underreported form of gender-based violence, that is breast ironing. We are in the studio with Yvonne Lena, founder of Women Relief Services, formerly known as Gender danger. To discuss how common this practice is in the West, Margaret Nyaindezewira, founder of CAME Women and Girls Development Organization in the UK, is also joining us via Skype from London. Miss Margaret, thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So tell us, how common is this practice in the UK, and why is it practiced in Western countries where there are better protection for girls to protect them from sexual violence, which breast ironing is supposed to be deterring from?
Well, I'm from Cameroon, and we are the people who coined out the name breast ironing. I was working in an organization for sexual and reproductive health for young girls. And that's when we realized that young girls, a lot of young girls in Cameroon were suffering from breast ironing. When I moved into the UK, I realized that when we move with our cultures.
Wow, she said we moved with our culture.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah.
When we move with our culture. And since I'm part of that culture and I've experienced breast ironing, I knew that it was happening. There are certain people who say, okay, where is it happening? These are things that happens in the secrecy of homes. You know that it's happening. You're not going to see, but you know that it's happening. For example, FGM, female genital mutilation, we know that it's happening, but you are not going to see a girl being cut. You're not going to see a girl being cut.
Right. I want to bring that
right here.
Right.
Years back, there were girls who were. There was a policeman arrested a girl here who was a woman who was doing breast ironing to the girl, and that woman was from Cameroon. And because the woman argued that it was their culture, they let go of that woman. And it also happened. There was a Nigerian woman also who did it here. There are many cases, but what is happening is they feel that is the people's culture. They don't want to step in people's culture.
But you know what? Before we continue the conversation, and I'm so glad that there are people who are coming out and saying something about it. Before we continue our conversation, let's listen to women from the continent on how they feel about the breast ironing situation. Our reporter Edwin Moki Kinzeka talked to women in the Cameroon capital of Yaoundé, and we have Nancy Ndi, who is a trader, and Mary Efuji, a student at the University of Yaoundé, Kandi Honorine, an ICT student, and Elise Lawong, an office receptionist in our Your Voice segment, and we'll be right back, okay?
Psychologically, you see that young persons, they feel maybe depressed, they have low self-esteem, and they feel like they cannot really carry about themselves like other young ladies who do, those who have gone through this breast ironing. So to me, there's really nothing positive about breast ironing. That will make you always feel shy, you be on your own, you want to stay on your own corner, which is very terrible to the growth and the development of the community.
When a young girl starts developing breasts, people think that it is a means of calling men towards the child. So ironing the breast for them, they think it's a way of maybe preventing the child to grow properly before having the breast to be out. I know some people who did breast ironing and their breasts went bigger than what they were expecting. And it also can turn to make the child to be shy. I don't know, you find yourself pulling yourself from the society because of some psychological trauma. Maybe they told you breast was not like something good that a girl could carry about. That is why we see some people carry pullovers, big heavy pullovers, to always want to hide their chest.
When you iron a lady's breast, it helps to reduce gender attraction, it helps to reduce sexual attraction, and it helps to curb any form of sexuality that may arouse in a woman. And this, to me, it has several negative effects on the lady. It affects their self-confidence, it affects reproduction, and it also causes hormonal imbalances. Because when a lady is attaining puberty and she's beginning to develop breasts and they are being ironed to reduce the growth, they become hormonal derailed. And with this, it could affect reproduction, it could affect child conception in the long run in future, and may even affect their mental health. So we say no to breast ironing. Breast ironing is not good, and it should be curtailed in all forms of in all its practices and in all its ventures.
Yeah, I remember breast ironing when my aunt first came to me, to my mom, and told her that my puberty, which is my breast, was already showing up, and this was going to attract men. And I think breast ironing is because they say they protect us. They use the word protection to protect us against sexual harassment or against men coming towards us. I don't think that was protection. That was a hard process, because what they do, I didn't accept them using that on me, but I saw and I've had women that tell the story about breast ironing and the pain they go through. They use wooden stone, hot stone. They use objects that could very much affect our skin, not only our health, but our skin.
Yeah, it's very sad. Well, Margaret, let me go back to you. You did say something about when we move from the continent, we bring our cultures with us. I heard Lena tell us very clearly that she believes that the men are innocent in some part because they're oblivious to the practice. In the UK, there are a lot of laws that women can use to protect their girls if there's sexual crimes against them. Why aren't the women stopping this the same way I had asked her? Why aren't women being the one to protect their girls by stopping this very harmful practice?
In 2016, we took our campaign to the House of Commons, to the Parliament here. And at that time, the Parliamentary Undersecretary of State for the Home Department said this: I want to make it absolutely clear that breast ironing is not just an abhorrent practice. It is illegal, it is child abuse, and no political or cultural sensitivity should ever be used as an excuse for us to stop tackling it in the UK. So in the UK, the government is already involved. We have about 33 boroughs, council areas. And in this council area, they have the safeguarding board. This safeguarding board, they have a component of protecting children. Mm-hmm. And this component also involves genital mutilation and breast ironing. So it says that every harm that is done to a little girl, whether it's in the secrecy of home, is against the law here.
So, Margaret, I have another question for you, and I think it's in the same dynamics. I would like to understand better how mothers and grandmothers who are living in a different country, in a different culture, if they were living in their own villages and had never had any contact with anyone, that would be understandable. But these women are exposed to different ways of living, so they can really understand that what they are doing to their daughter won't help them, I don't know, fit in, live naturally and normally. So how come, why, or how do they justify that? How do they justify to the perpetuating of that tradition?
As I said, this is a practice embedded in people's culture. It's difficult to get rid of your culture. Many women see it as part of protecting their young girls. Many women, you know, years before, I developed breasts at the age of 15. But these days, you see girls at the age of 9, 10, they're already developing breasts. And women are afraid, my child is getting already sexually matured. What else can I do to protect my child? Mm-hmm. And yeah, women will still do it.
We are running out of time. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for all the good work you do in the UK to help young practice, to protect them against this harmful practice. Thank you so much, Margaret.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And before we close, let me ask a quick question. How does your organization help protect girls in Cameroon and elsewhere?
So the strategy we use is campaigns, both online and especially in-person campaigns. We go to churches, we go to markets, we go to hair salons, to cultural women groups, wherever women gather. We get survivors to share their stories. So first we unlock the voices of survivors through intimate storytelling. We get them bold, and then we take them along with health workers into these communities to share their stories. I shared a video with you guys. Like you would see that when survivors start sharing their story, it helps the other women who have been perpetrators or victims to speak out. And that alone is breaking the silence. That alone is helping the government, it's helping the media, it's helping the entire community know that this practice is going on and it's a harm to the bodies of young girls. And I just want to end up in saying, we are growing now to know that, like you said it very powerfully, and that's where our work is going. We're not only fighting breast ironing, we are fighting for girls to get bodily autonomy, where breast ironing is happening in the mind, where a teenage girl is working and hiding her chest.
Yeah, thank you so much for that work. And this is where we end our show. We thank our guest, Chi Yvonne Liena, founder of Women Relief Services in Cameroon, and Margaret Nyinzuwira, founder of Came Women and Girls Development Organization in the UK, for joining us. Be sure to watch our voices on the VOA website at voaafrica.com or on our YouTube channel, where you can catch up on the latest episodes and the world's top news stories. Last but not least, we thank our editorial and production team. Thank you.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Rivers politics. Pro-Fubara speaker emerges as PDP rejects impeachment calls. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. Lawmakers loyal to the Rivers State Governor, Siminalayi Fubara, on Wednesday elected the member representing Borno constituency, Victor Okojumbo, as the Speaker of the State House of Assembly. The pro-Fubara lawmakers disclosed this on Wednesday night in a statement by Okojumbo and a factional clerk of the House, Dr. G.M. Gillis-West. Okojumbo emerged as the factional speaker amid calls by the State All Progressive Congress Caretaker Committee and local government chairmen in the state for the impeachment of the governor, who got the backing of the People's Democratic Party on Wednesday. The PDP National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologunagba, at a press conference in Abuja, said the APC should perish the thought of Fubara's impeachment by the Assembly. At the inception of the current session last year, the State House of Assembly elected Martina Mewule, loyal to the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, as the Speaker of the House. However, the crisis in the state started later when the Assembly attempted to impeach the governor. The crisis worsened as the State Assembly complex was demolished by the state government, which said the building was defective. The house was factionalized after Fubara's loyalist elected Edison Eye as the speaker. A truce initiated by President Bola Tinubu led to the resignation of Eye, and factions ceased to exist in the assembly. Lately, the crisis reignited after the State Assembly vetoed Fubara to pass the State Local Government Amendment Law, which empowers the council chairman to remain in office for another 6 months after the expiration of their tenure, should the governor fail to conduct local government elections. Despite the governor's objection, the assembly exerted its authority by passing 2 bills. On Monday, Fubara denounced the assembly as an unlawful entity, asserting that he did not recognize them. Furthermore, he maintained that the 8-point peace accord facilitated by the president was merely a political resolution rather than a constitutional matter. Consequently, on Tuesday, the state APC caretaker committee chairman, Chief Tony Okocha, urged the 27 members of the assembly aligned with the FCT minister to initiate impeachment proceedings against Fubara. However, the crisis took another dimension on Wednesday as lawmakers loyal to the governor elected Jumbo as the speaker. Joining us to x-ray this development is the chairman, Ikwere Local Government Area, Rivers State, Samuel Nwanosike. Also joining us is Rivers State APC Publicity Secretary, Chibuike Ikenga. The publisher, Christiana Reports, is also with us, and Rivers State APC spokesperson, Darlington Nwauju. Gentlemen, welcome to Post Politics. Okay, let's start with the chairman of Ikwere Local Government. I want to believe that Ikwere Local Government is the local government where the Minister of Federal Capital Territory comes from. Am I right?
No, that's not correct. The minister is from Obiakpo Local Government Council. Obiakpo,
okay. But I want to believe that the general tribal setting is such that Obiakpo is not too traditionally and culturally far away from Ikwere. Am I right, or am I just speaking gibberish?
Obiakpo Local Government is an Ikwere speaking local government.
Fantastic.
Same culture, same people, same language, same way of life.
Thank you very much for putting things in the right perspective. Would it be out of place for me to say you are one of the loyalists of the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory?
Ardent loyalist.
I didn't get that, sir.
You're correct, sir.
Okay. Now, what is the cause of the reemergence of this constitutional theater of absurdity that is reenacting itself in Rivers State? And particularly, how is it now tangentially connected to the incumbent or majority of the incumbent local government chairman? Because a day or two ago, you people addressed a press conference accusing the governor of not working well with you people. You want to respond to that?
No, there's nothing like accusing the governor of not working. Okay, one is a 3-tier and 3-arm governance as organized by our constitution. The drafters of our constitution were very clear. They say there's going to be 3 arms of government, there's going to be 3 tiers of government. And then the 3 tier of government, the local government is the 3rd tier, while the state is the second tier and the federal government is the first tier. The Constitution has made provision for everybody's existence and operation. I don't need to be a friend of the governor to carry out my responsibility as a local government in the Ikore Local Government Council. I swore an oath to protect the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and to do good to all manner of men, irrespective of their tribe, language, and color, or whoever that comes my way. And I swore an oath of allegiance and an oath of secrecy. For me, as far as we are concerned, we don't know how we got here, but we've just seen clearly that tyranny has risen in our land. A man who has painted the picture that he's calm, he doesn't speak in the public, he's very peaceful, is now all of a sudden destroyed all facets of our constitution. This man, just a few days ago to your own hearing, came up and said that the Rivers House of Assembly is existing because he wants them to exist. And that if he does not want them to exist, that they will not exist. And the next morning, we are hearing that he has proclaimed the third house, because by the action of saying that one Okojombo, who is a suspended member of the Rivers House of Assembly, who was suspended in October last year during the period while the impeachment notice was served, which is the responsibility of the House of Assembly to put checks and balances as enshrined in our Constitution. This same governor, the next another house, which he said headed by Edison Ehie, the same Edison Ehie that he later told to step down. And so we were asking, the Constitution of Nigeria provides that a governor or any governor in Nigeria will have only one proclamation of house, which will last for 4 years, except a court of competent jurisdiction states otherwise. But we're seeing a governor who swore an oath to uphold the Constitution, breaking down the rules of the Constitution by going ahead to say he has proclaimed the first house led by Martins Amewule, second house led by Edison Ehie, and now a third house led by Okojombo, who is a suspended member of and again, these issues are issues that are in court. This same governor is a party of a suit that is in court. Suspended members are parties of suits that are in court.
I'll come back to you.
And to talk about the local government, let me just drop this part before you come back to me. The local government chairmen are just saying clearly, the Constitution says that we are the chief accounting officers of our local government, and the laws of the Federation says there should be FAC, where federal allocations are distributed to the states, and there should be JAC, where state allocations are distributed to the local governments, because we have a joint revenue account. As we speak, it has just been authenticated that the governor has dipped his hand in the coffers of the Ikore local government and other local governments in Rivers State, 23 of us, to pay salaries of council civil servants, excluding me, who is the chief accounting officer, as elected local government chairman, my elected councillors, and all political appointees. No other issue.
Okay, let me come back to you on that. Let me come back to you on that. I'll come back to you on that because there are grievous constitutional issues and constitutional matters revolving around what you have just alleged the governor to have done. Nwauju, I particularly want to go to Nwauju. I hope I pronounced your name well. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Are you there? Is Nwauju there? Please unmute your device. Please unmute your device, Nwauju. I particularly want you to go after the chairman because I know you are not quite a supporter of the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. You may not be a supporter of the governor per se, but at least you have a less fervid, a less partisan position on this. Are you on now?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Okay. Well, the last time you joined me on air, you were the philosopher king. You were
yes.
philosophizing using the ideals of politics, but it is now obvious that what is happening in your state borders on incongruities, absurdities, and seeming constitutional madness. How do you want to explain this?
Well, I think that, like you rightly mentioned, our last conversation was very educative, was quite enlightening, and there seems to be 1 week, one trouble for Rivers State. Unfortunately so. There seems to be 1 week, one trouble. And it is not a good one for the image of the state. And for anybody who is interested in the development of Rivers State. Nobody who is interested, no student of good governance, will be happy with the state of affairs of Rivers State. And so between the last time we spoke and today, there have been several issues that are not very good. In fact, that demarcates the state, that discourages investment and investors from having any business to do with Rivers State. And these are all political issues, issues that individuals, for their selfishness, has caused or brought upon the state. So that is where we are. And the state is, like you rightly mentioned, is in a sort of a constitutional fiasco, where we now have, as it were, 2 speakers of the State House of Assembly. And I do not think that this is proper for democracy. I do not think that this is proper for good governance. And it is totally condemnable.
What is your personal opinion about the newly resurrected or newly resuscitated erstwhile defunct Edison Eye's house that is now suddenly resurrected? What is your take? What is your direct take on that?
I think that yes, I mentioned very late last night, and I think that it is part of the fiasco that is going on in Rivers State. Like I earlier on said, is the fact that individuals have chosen to be selfish. Individuals have chosen to be self-serving. Individuals have decided that the interests of themselves and their political cronies and associates should be over and above that of the state. And so when you have self, being magnified over and above the interests of the state, that is what actually plays out, and it's tit for tat. That is what we are seeing. It is actually tit.
So you are not. I've heard so much from you. Hello, Waju. I've heard so much from you, but I've not quite had a direct condemnation or a direct approval.
Yes.
Which side of the divide are you on? The sudden reemergence of another parliamentary entity in your state.
Yes, like I said it has become an issue of tit for tat. It has become an issue of forming another leadership that will counteract what Martin Samewule is perceived to be doing against the governor. And I am saying, as an individual, as a stakeholder in the Rivers project, it is beyond political party affiliations. And so those who keep on gravitating towards political platforms and trying to massage the egos of their political platforms, I think it's uncalled for. I think that it is time for persons to be more patriotic than being more political.
Okay, I'll come back. I'll come back to you. Wanju, I'll come back to you later. I think it's about time I went to Chibuke Ikenga. Chibuke Ikenga is the is he the acting or the substantive publicity secretary of APC? Please correct me from your perspective. Chibuke?
Yeah, Mr. Boloba.
I can hear you.
Okay, I am the publicity secretary of the caretaker committee of the APC River State.
Okay, thank you very much. Chibuke, you are a part of an executive that is the executive of the APC in River State that has constituted itself into a form of constitutional interloper. Your boss has directly, unexpectedly, and in ultra-partisan circumstance called for the impeachment of the governor. Why? And what would be your response to my polite accusation of a body that you belong to?
Thank you. We are not constitutional interlopers. We respect the Constitution, its tenets. We do respect all actions that are taken by Rivers people in government. Mr. Bola, are you on?
We're listening to you.
Mr. Bola, can you hear me?
We can hear you well enough, sir.
Okay. We are clearly concerned as a party, as an individual, we are very concerned about the turn of events in our state. Mr. Bola, we are very concerned about the governor becoming very condescending. The governor's love for impunity, the governor's love for dictatorship, despotism, and authoritarianism. The governor has disobeyed all due processes of the law and has taken laws onto his hands through self-help. You will agree with me that there was a presidential intervention for the peace processes in the state, and the governor was a signatory to it. And only for the governor to turn around to condemn it as a mere political resolution or recommendations. What is political about asking that local government elections be conducted as at when due? That is constitutional. That state House of Assembly members should not be intimidated. Their funds should not be withheld. Their statutory funds should not be withheld by the governor. It is constitutional. And that all the arms of government or organs of government must act independent of each other, but interdependent. Now, but the governor has gone ahead to take steps that would want to intimidate the arm of government, that would want to intimidate the State House Assembly. The governor did that by claiming through his own proclamation that the local government, that State Assembly does not exist. The governor has withheld funds of the local governments. The governor has been taking steps to spending our funds without appropriation act. The governor has taken such steps as insulting the elders of River State, that they do not have elders in River State, and therefore all their interest is about what they want to benefit and money. And the governor's divisive rhetoric is dividing the ethnic nationalities that have been peaceful largely and that have cooperated over time. On the basis of all these considerations, as a party, we met and agreed that it's unfortunate that we have today a governor who does not respect the Constitution. He took an oath of office, He took the oath of allegiance, etc., and has gone against all the provisions of the oath of office of all the oaths.
Okay.
And as well as
let me quickly add this.
To correct their normal.
Ikenga, you have made those points well enough, but would you also want to countenance and indeed rationalize the position of your party, especially in Rivers State, to the fact that the provision, there is a provision of the Constitution that speaks to the fact that when elected members of legislative houses or chambers, be it at the State House of Assembly or the House of Representatives or the Senate, when elected members on the platform of a particular party cross carpet to any other party, they must automatically vacate their positions. And in the instance of Rivers State now, your chairman spoke as the bona fide chairman of the party that the majority members of Rivers State House of Assembly belong to a couple of days, and that in itself is a slap on that major provision of the Constitution on which the Supreme Court in Abegunde, when the Labour Party litigated against a member who cross-carpeted, the Supreme Court ruled that Abegunde should vacate his position in the House of Representatives. So how would you reconcile that? You are owning people whose mandates emanated on the platform of another party, and you, that is APC Rivers State, you even have your chairman even had the temerity to encourage them to impeach the governor.
Yes, that's the position of our party as of today. I can tell you that the House of Assembly members who hitherto were members of the PDP moved to our party, the APC, and we're happy about that. And then you know that the constitutional provision you are making reference to, there is a proviso in it that will legitimize any movement or any defection from one political party to the other. You are aware that there must be crisis in a political party from which the mandate was sought and upon which you represent the people at whatever position you occupy. And that when it becomes very challenging and difficult for you to continue to transact your business within the party as a result of disunity, crisis, and divisions in the party, you are at liberty to move to another party because it's freedom of association. And then at that point, it will be legitimized. And okay, I can tell you for free
I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. You made that point well enough. You made that point well enough. Let me come back to you. You have quite well articulated what you believe and what your party believes to be the constitutionally consistent rationale upon which you have inherited PDP's mandate in your State House of Assembly. Okay, let me go to the Honorable Chairman. Mr. Chairman, okay, before I even ask you a direct question, I think it is imperative at this juncture to state categorically that we invited a prominent supporter of the governor to give balance to this show. In fact, the gentleman we invited is said to be Okojumbo's brother. And he gave us his word that he was going to participate. However, we wouldn't know the circumstance that has made him not to participate, so that whoever is watching may not think that we have deliberately chosen those who don't seem to hold the same position with the governor. Honorable Chairman, I want to believe that you are still a member of the PDP.
A member of the People's Democratic Party.
You are still a member of the People's Democratic Party?
Yes, of course, I said so. I don't know if you're hearing me.
Fantastic. And the governor is also a member of the People's Democratic Party?
Yes, of course. As far as we know for now.
What is your party doing to resolve this untoward furore and this unfortunate developments is the party intervening directly to find a kind of middle way, at least between those of you who are still ostensibly inclusive of the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, who attended one of the highest meetings of the party recently? Is the party doing anything known to you to bring about reconciliation, peaceful, and that will make, that will allow for progress in the governance of the state?
Well, before I answer that question, there's something that I need to bring to your knowledge that you raised while you were discussing with the Chief Chibuike Ikenga. When people make this statement that 27 lawmakers vacated moved to APC, so they have vacated their seats, it's very laughable. It's laughable. In fact, when the press makes such statements, like I'm looking at your scroll bar, what is in your scroll bar in this program, you're saying Fubara speaker emerge. And it's a misinformation to the public. How does the speaker emerge? How can a station like a station, Fox, TV, say pro Fubara speaker emerging? How? How do you emerge? The constitution is clear that the governor has one proclamation to make after every 4 years, in every 4 years. 1 term. So you mean you have the right to claim any house as long as the house suits him and is comfortable with him? Is that the democracy that is enshrined in our constitution? That is not correct. And again, section 109 sub 2 in our constitution makes it clear that the man that has the right to declare seats vacant is the speaker of that house. And the speaker of the House of Assembly is Martin Samehule. And you are aware that there is a court judgment, a court ruling that was given on the 20th of January 2024, where Governor Fubara was told clearly that his activities with the then 4 House of Assembly members against himself is wrong and illegal and he can't stand the test of time. And that every action he has taken with those 4 members are not known to law. And that he should bury his face in shame and return back to the 27 lawmakers, because as long as they are concerned, no court of competent jurisdiction has declared those seats vacant. So you mean that because people go to television and radio to go and say their seats have been declared vacant, who is the person that declared their seats vacant? When the crisis happened in the University House of Assembly, Edison Ehie was leader of the House. He was impeached first and suspended indefinitely. The other 3 members, Oko Jumbo and Sokari Good Boy, and the man from Opopo Koro, where the governor comes from, were all suspended based on their activities in the House. They are suspended members of the the 10th House of Assembly. And they are all in court. These are court cases that are prejudice. And people wake up and say, House has been, their seats have been declared vacant. Even the elders who went to court, the court told them that they don't have jurisdiction. They don't have nothing to present before the court. They have come to appeal. The matter has not even been heard. So the point you are making is that tell the public the truth. I speak to you now. The governor of Rivers State, pregnancy running, assembly members are running, everybody's running. Is that how to run democracy? Because people have a diverse view with you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly, sir, Mr. Presenter.
To be honest with you, I really sympathize with you because factually you are right. And as a puritanical student, as a puritanical constitutionalist, I can't disagree with you on any of the positions you have posited, to be honest with you. But having said that, the absurd reality of your state is that a governor just recently said that the legislature was functioning at his mercy. And subsequent to that pronouncement, as absurd as it should be to any constitutionalist or any rule of law respecting Nigerian, as absurd as it should be, a couple of hours after, another legislative assembly, I can't pronounce that legislative assembly into non-existence because as we speak now, it's virtually in existence in Rivers. So you have two legislative chambers as we speak.
It's not correct. No, it's not correct, sir. You cannot, sir. Because first of all, for you to have the legislative assembly, there must be a proclamation. Let the governor come and tell the world that he proclaimed another legislative assembly the third time. Let it come. Before the speaker in any house emerges, there must be a proclamation by the governor of that state. He made. What he has just shown to the world that he does not respect the constitution he swore to. And what are we? It's an impeachable offense. If a man that swore to protect the constitution as the governor had decided to break down the laws and orders of the state by disagreeing and abusing the constitution, it needs for us to be done.
Honorable Wanosike, like I told you, I'm a student of the constitution and I respect the fact that your positions are built on profound constitutional logic. However, I may not be able to make the kind of partisan pronouncement you are making, but I can't fault. Having said that, I was told before the show commenced.
You must allow me to make this point, sir. It's important, please, for the good of Nigerians. Sir, the law says clearly, for a governor who is the head of an arm of government to visit the second arm of government, he should visit by invitation. The governor of Rivers State just this afternoon by past 2 o'clock came with barrage of militants, policemen attached to him, scaled the fence of the Riverside House of Assembly quarters, broke their gates, drove in there, and issued an order that they should bring down the hall in which assembly members sit to do their day-to-day sittings and meetings because they have diverse views from him. Now, people say before now that in all the states in Nigeria, what we have is rubber stamp assembly. Today, young men and women who are in the University of 10th Assembly, 27 of them have said, we will stand by the Constitution and the rule of law. We swore to... They are not assembly members because the governor wants them to be assembly members. They contested an election and they won. Why is the governor fighting everybody that has won an election like he won? He's fighting the 23 local government chairmen who won an election, who even worked for him to emerge as governor. He has stopped our funds. As I'm talking to you, he has not heard that, and he has gone ahead to pay workers, civil servants in our local government, denying us our authority, even when our tenure is still running. He has refused to conduct local government election, and he's saying that when our tenure elapses on the 17th of June, we should vacate office. The question is simple. Who is creating the crisis in Rivers State? It is the governor of Rivers State, similarly Fubara, who does not have respect for democracy, and we're calling the international community. This is the time to rise up to save democracy in Rivers State.
Honorable Wanosike, what specifically are you doing? Because I would want to believe that you should have the locals to litigate against the alleged administrative intervention of the governor in the governance of your local government area. What particularly are you doing? Because you can do media trial.
We're caught. We went to court when we got wind of his action. We went to court against the governor.
Okay.
Justice Omotosho
I'll come back
gave
to
an
you.
order. The order, sir. Justice Omotosho gave an order saying all parties maintain status quo, meaning nobody should touch the funds belonging to the local. Even when the governor signed the peace pact and told Mr. President that he will not interfere with the activities of local government, he will not withhold our funds. He went ahead, he has disobeyed the court by withholding our funds. He has gone ahead to pay money from local government. He has been deducting our money for the past 1 year without us knowing what comes from the Federation account. For crying out loud, I don't need to be a friend to the governor.
I'll come back to you. I think we should still have the opportunity to talk to you before the show wraps it. Sorry if I'm going to be using you as the resident philosopher of the show today. Wauju, are you there? Wauju, are you there? You want to unmute your device? Hello?
Okay, I was saying that I can hear you.
Fantastic. Okay, yep. You know why I tend to want to use you as the resident constitutional philosopher of the show today. I'm in a very, very funny situation. You have two partisans, one APC, another PDP, but they seem to have the same position on the issues at hand. And ironically, I know you are legacy APC, but your faction of APC is not quite on all fours with the incumbent leadership of APC, I want to believe. Having said that, your governor, the governor of your state, given what we've heard from your two other colleagues in this show, is seemingly running bizarre. Is like the king has gone naked constitutionally in Rivers State, and there is no seeming modicum of respect for constitutional order. There are supposed to be three arms of government: the executive. Indeed, what defines any polity? What defines any polity as a democracy is the fervency of the legislature, where the people of the polity send people to represent them by electing them. You have a chief executive officer, chief of the executive, who does not seem to want to countenance the existence of a legislature. There are pending judicial pronouncements and orders that are seemingly being disrespected. And allegedly, as stated by the Honorable Chairman, that this afternoon, the integrity and the sovereignty, at least some of us who did a bit of politics, we read about the sovereignty of Parliament, that the sovereignty of Parliament was today defiled because the governor invited himself to the premises of the Rivers State House of Assembly and came with some goons. So, why don't you just give us your take of all this? Your state.
Well, I want to quickly refuse to put myself or wear the cap of spokesperson of Rivers State government. That is number one. I must have to do that. But having said so, let me emphasize for the benefit of our viewers that the place the governor of Rivers State visited today is not the officially recognized venue for sittings of the Rivers State House of Assembly. That place is the residential quarters of lawmakers of Rivers State House of Assembly. It is a residential quarter. Now,
before you go on, Waju, are you being clever by half with me? Waju, you know that previously previously, whether directly or indirectly, but some partisans who were in support of the position of the governor literally demolished the edifice that ought to be the official edifice of the legislature in Rivers State. Do we agree on that?
Again, you are putting me in a tight corner. You are making me a security agent. And I'm not a security agent. I do not have security report on those who demolished the hallowed chambers of the Rivers State House of Assembly. So how can I be making such a wide allegation as to say that the demolition was carried out for X or Y reasons? I do not know the reason for which that place was demolished. I think there was an official government statement over that issue. And I also believe that there are about 5 persons who are under questioning right now, who have been charged to court over issues surrounding the bombing of the House of Assembly chambers. So I would not want to be pushed to delve into issues that are purely security issues. However, like we argued the very last time, it is very important that the people of Nigeria must understand the fact that the Constitution is far, far above any individual, no matter who that person is. Number one, we have been enumerating on this issue of the Ifedayo Abegunde case, which was settled by the Supreme Court in 2015. We have also another matter settled by the court in 2022 involving 20 members of the Cross River State House of Assembly. And the Ifedayo matter was copiously cited as reason for that judgment. And so, look, without being unnecessarily emotive, we must stick to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And those who are hiding under the issues of illegality in the House of Assembly are doing so because they believe that by virtue of the actions of members of the House of Assembly on the 11th day of December 2023, that automatically makes their sittings to be illegal. And those who are taking actions or purportedly taking actions against those persons who defected on the 11th of December 2023 are doing so hiding under the cover of the an abridgment of Section 109 sub 1G. And so our argument will be laced with plenty of intelligence. We must stop being emotive in making such arguments, because at the end of the day, it will still take the courts to settle this argument. No court in Nigeria would close their eyes to the fact that clearly there is no factionalization of the PDP in Nigeria. And the Supreme Court has defined to us what factions means.
Let me quickly add a rider to your reasoning. I love your reasoning. I love your reasoning. And, as usual, you are a fantastic, political philosopher. But having said that, you would agree with me that at this juncture, you said, and I love that, you said until a court of competent jurisdiction pronounces, these gentlemen and ladies who are the members of the House of Assembly up until the controversial one emerged yesterday, at least the house that was proclaimed by the governor, you said they will still function in their capacities as the state members of the House of Assembly. In the interim, what if they then impeach the governor? What becomes of it? The last time I was telling, I guess it was one of the guys who featured on that show with us. I was telling him that the governor was walking constitutionally naked. From your reasoning now, Waju, if these members were to impeach him now, what would happen? Just asking.
Well, I am not a seer. and I am not a prophet.
You are too brilliant. You are too brilliant for my liking.
The mind of those persons who are still laying claim to membership of the Rivers State House of Assembly, having clearly defied the provisions of Section 109 of 1G. However, if they choose to go ahead and begin an impeachment process against the governor of Rivers State, then of course the governor has his fundamental rights to, challenge whatever actions they choose to take, and the courts also have powers to settle it. And so for me, I think that we should rather be combative with ideas and not hating on each other for having divergent opinions, because politics, as it were, is a marketplace for ideas. And persons with superior ideas and logic should always...
Let me go to Ikenga. Having you on the show is enough room for ideas. Let's talk to those who have issues of partisan proclivity to settle. Ikenga, are you there?
Very well.
Your chairman stated emphatically that your party was giving the members of the proclaimed house, maybe that is a phraseology that one should adopt now, that your party was giving the members of the proclaimed house a 21-day ultimatum to impeach the governor. And as it is now, your colleague, the chairman, your colleague on this show, the chairman, Honorable Nwanosike, just stated that just as he thought it worked for him the last time when the former house was defiled and demolished, that today, uninvited, he also visited the place where the house is, was conducting business. Have you guys not called for pandemonium in view of the things that are happening in the backdrop of the temerity that instructed your chairman's pronouncement? Ikenga.
Okay, Mr. Bola, very much. I don't think that all the actions that have been taken by the governor are a direct response to our call for his impeachment. Rather, it is the other way around. That the governor, in a broad daylight, dissolved an institution of government, the legislature, which is provided for by the Constitution. I don't understand why the governor spent chance for unstatesmanly and tyrannical actions. These actions of his have violently destabilized the state. One, you can see that the governor took action to proscribing, quote unquote, the legislature. The governor went ahead to proclaim another house when there is an existing house. The governor went ahead to say that assembly members have lost their seats when these issues are subject of litigation. The governor is not interested in waiting to take his own position as the chief executive. He wants to take all the responsibilities of government, the legislature, and the judiciary. The responsibility of the government, of the executive, is implementation of the laws and policies made by government. And that of the legislature is to make laws and also check the excesses of the executive. And that of the judiciary is to adjudicate. And when all these divisions, disagreements come between these two arms of government, legislature and the executive, it is the responsibility of the judiciary to intervene. And people have gone to court seeking the intervention of the judiciary. The governor is resorting to self-help. He's not willing to wait and allow the due processes of law to take place. The governor is intimidating the assembly members. The governor is also intimidating the local government chairman. The governor is taking laws onto his own hands. What do you say? That is dictatorship. That is despotism. So, and that is not what our constitution did make provision for. Therefore, the government does not want peace. That is the reason why the governor has gone ahead to vitiate, to set aside every advice, pieces of advice put before him, even an initiation of peace moves by elders, and no less a person like the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The governor does not listen to anybody. He's not interested. I have said here repeatedly that what the governor is doing is he is trying to destabilize the state and make it very impossible for Rivers people to have good governance. And that's grossly unfortunate. And you know that without good governance, Rivers citizens will suffer. Poverty will continue to ravage. Infant mortality rate will be on the increase.
Ikenga. Let me go to the honorable. Let me go to Honorable Wanosike. Honorable Wanosike, we have a peculiar circumstance. The peculiar circumstance is such that you and your party have practically tossed good governance into abeyance in Rivers State. And I mean People's Democratic Party. Because the governor is a member of the People's Democratic Party, you are a member of the People's Democratic Party, majority of the local government chairmen are members of the People's Democratic Party, and all we get to hear from a state that is largely executive-wise administered by People's Democratic Party is one trouble one day. How would you want to wrap up on this?
First of all, a political party is a vehicle one gets to office with. That a man ran an election under our party, we cannot define what will be the overall intention and support. Probably line up behind to become states. But that is not a problem. What is the problem is that there is a grand norm for the democracy we run in this Nigeria. Whether it's in Rivers State or it's outside Rivers State, it's immaterial. That you're a governor of a state, no matter how high or how powerful you are, no matter how deep your pocket or resources you have, the Constitution is the check. The Constitution is the base, is the grand norm for every activity. What we are saying, that a man decides to break the oath of office he took, has nothing to do with the political party. Our political party is doing very well. We're doing very, very well. So as far as we are concerned, we should pin the matter where it belongs.
You are doing so well. You are doing so well. There are some alleging that there's a division in your party. So I want to believe there's no division in your party.
Understand the point, sir, Mr. Presenter. I am a local government chairman. I run an election under the People's Democratic Party. I have not gone against the Constitution that I swore to. That a man is the governor of Rivers State and a run election under our party does not give him the right or the room to destroy the Constitution of Nigeria.
I was just asking as a rider that is your party in crisis?
No, my party is not in crisis. You've asked me this question before, and I've answered you that my party is doing very well. You asked me if the governor was a member of PDP, I said yes. But we're talking about an individual action here. If the deputy speaker of a state carries out an impeachable offense and he's impeached, does it have anything to do with his party?
So
just recently we saw the impeachment of a particular hold on, sir. You asked the question, so let's make it clear to the people. The question is that
you will speak clear to the people. Don't worry, I'll give you time. Honorable Wanosike, okay, so you have tacitly agreed now that the excuse for which the members of the House of Assembly claimed to have changed party, that excuse is not valid because your party is not in crisis.
No, I didn't say so. I am saying that I won't discuss the matter that is in court because it's sub judice. I will allow the court to do what they need to do. People have gone to court as regards the legality of what's happening in the Rivers House of Assembly, and I am saying that what I know is that the Constitution is straight. The Constitution is clear. The Constitution says clearly in Section 109, sub 2, that is the Speaker of the Rivers State Assembly, who is the presiding officer, that has the legitimate right to declare a seat vacant. And we have seen so happen in National Assembly, even in the Senate. As long as the leadership of the House are convinced that this movement from one political party or the other meets the conditions that have been stated before them, so be it. If you must challenge it, you go to court. You don't sit down in a television station or sit in a beer parlor or sit in one meeting and say their seats are vacant, so every action they take is null and void. They exist because I say so. For crying out loud, the University of Assembly, 10th Assembly, is existing because of the Constitution of Nigeria, not because of Governor Fubara. No, it is the truth. And that truth must be told to the world.
Thank you very much.
Governor Fubara has only one opportunity to proclaim a house.
Thank you very much. We have to wrap it up. Nwaju Ikenga, we want to say thank you to you gentlemen for having graced the show. We believe that with the unfolding, unfortunately, the unfolding melodrama, the madness that is happening in Rivers, this will not likely be the end of a show built around developments in Rivers. We just hope and pray that this will be resolved early, Governor, and indeed the supposedly newly, how would one describe it? Newly emerged speaker of the new Rivers. The Yorubas will say, "Orobruku Tontere." You know, something is saddening, something is disturbing, very perturbing, but you just have to laugh about it because it's so incongruous, so absurd that it takes laughter out of you. This is where we wrap it for today. I am Bola Oba. Have a good evening.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts. And even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we discuss topics in the news as it affects us all. My name is Sheyi Olayer, and as usual, you know, I am never alone in the studio. I am joined by my beautiful, amazing, gorgeous, lovely. Can I go on?
Yes, please go on.
Let me stop. because of time.
I think we need to give our group a name.
Yes, so a name. So SAMN. Hi ladies, how you doing? Smart, right? That's very smart.
Sam, like them, Sam.
Sam.
Can we take this offline?
Okay, so let's start all over again. Hi ladies, how are you doing? Hi Alero, hi Mary, hi NJ, my favorite girls. Okay, you didn't hear me say that, but yeah. I'm not ashamed, so that the other ladies are not jealous.
Good day for you, day for you.
Right, exactly.
That's the mood I'm in right now.
Okay, let me start from NJ. How are you? How's your day? How's your day going?
I think I'm doing good.
You
It's
think?
been a yeah. Sometimes you have to be in a conscious state of mind.
Right.
So I think I'm doing great, and I had a very nice, productive day.
Awesome.
Got to talk to a lot of people. I had a lot of meetings, but they were all very productive. So I'm happy how that turned out and panned out. So,
Congratulations, I'm so happy for you.
Thank
That's
you.
really good. I'm really glad to hear. Mary, what about you?
Do you really
Mary
want to know
Sliders,
how
let me stop you there. We all wore different shades of green.
Wasn't planned,
You
though.
came and you now wore red.
It's
Please
better.
go
No,
back
but
to your house
there's
and
green on
change.
our wall.
I am an
Okay,
outlier
always.
I will always be different among everybody. I've come
We
to
didn't plan
accept it. Don't worry.
Next week, don't worry, we'll pick a color. And if you don't wear that color, you will not
never
sit
be
with
in
us.
Guess what?
line.
That's when I won't wear the color.
Never be in line. Even when you wear Mary's best color, that day she'll decide to wear something else. So forget about Mary. It's just
No
an
problem.
It's just
Anyways,
like
how
that.
are you?
I filled with holy anger.
Is it the fuel
That's a
situation
nice
or what? The fuel situation
Oh
in
no,
the
it's not a
country?
real situation. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just filled with holy anger.
Let's take it offline.
Okay.
We'll talk about it later.
talk about
What are you writing?
I'm ready for today.
Okay. Alera, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm doing great. All my clients should just pay me money.
Amazing.
They are watching
they
this, so
should
they'll
pay
pay
me.
you. They'll pay up.
If it were that easy.
People do not ask me how I'm doing.
How are you?
It's fine. No problem. I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay.
That's nice.
There was traffic on my way here.
Yeah.
And it makes me, I have motion sickness.
Oh,
So I
same
always,
here.
yeah, so I always feel like throwing up when I'm inside traffic. So I didn't feel too good on my way here. But I mean, the soft life is meant for me. All these Lagos traffic, it's not for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, we are here and it's always exciting. Thank you. It's always exciting to have you ladies here. And I'm sure we're going to have an amazing discussion
Yes.
today, as usual. I mean, we're the cool gang. Anyways, enough about us. Here's what we found as today's quote. It says, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. This quote is by Nelson Mandela. Let me read again. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. This quote is by Nelson Mandela. So ladies, what do you think about this quote? Is education really the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world? Briefly, we have 1 minute to answer this.
I think so. By education, it's not the formal, the education is formal and informal. So there's some you learn in the classroom and there's some you learn in life as you go on. And we tag that experience.
Yeah.
So that is a form of education. Whatever you learn, it's a tool. And
I
definitely
agree.
is a powerful tool because that knowledge learned is what you can use to actually change the world. So yeah, I think it's a very right statement.
Okay. I'm so excited because this quote is actually very related to what we'll be discussing today. So the recent revelation by the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, regarding the 2024 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, UTME, has thrust Nigeria into a state of educational emergency, with a staggering 1.4 million out of 1.8 million students scoring below 200. Can you imagine? This alarming statistic signals not just an educational crisis, but a humanitarian one. The implications of such widespread underperformance are profound, affecting not only the immediate futures of these students, but also the long-term socioeconomic prospects of the nation as a whole. It is the Ladies' Night on Ways, and we are discussing the topic, why are students failing UTME? And of course, when we open our phone lines, we'll be more than excited to hear what you have to say. But first, let's go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll see what we found in the news. Do stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching What Are You Saying? Today is May 9th, and it is set aside as the time of remembrance and reconciliation for those who lost their lives during the Second World War. This day recognizes the sacrifices and loss of military and civilians during the Second Global War. As an observance, non-governmental organizations and individuals are urged to pay tribute to the victims of World War II. So this World War II actually happened from 1939 to 1945, right? And, you know, it was reported that this was the most deadliest or the deadliest war that ever existed, and it happened in 30 countries. This basically just reminds us that the result of war isn't good, and the impact that it causes to the society isn't good. The loss of lives and properties isn't worth it at the end of the day. So very quickly, let's find out what we found in the news. Ladies, are you ready? So let me start with Alero. What did you find in the news?
Okay, so this news basically is affecting a couple of new set of businesses that are not registered. So CAC registration is now compulsory for the people that are actually operating POS devices.
Oh, wow.
Police to go after illegal POS operators. It's been stated that the federal government has set a mandatory registration of point-of-sale operators nationwide to reduce kidnapping and help security agencies arrest recipients of ransom payments from kidnapped victims. It is also vowed that security agency would go after POS operators who fail to comply with the directives to register with the Corporate Affairs Commission after the 7th of July 2024. This is really an exciting news, even though I mean, I know some people are, you know, complaining that it's not good for some people, for the people's business. But I feel like because of the insecurities that have happened in the past few months, it's really important that, like I said, in everything we do, there should be a checker and a maker.
Absolutely.
We need to put things in line, and I'm glad this is happening, but I just really hope that it doesn't also affect other things, because when they implement things like this, in one way or another, other things are being affected.
True.
So, yes, that's basically what's happening.
Thank you, Alero. So, Mary, what do you have for us?
Senate passes bill to amend the NDLEA Act, approves death sentence for drug offenders in Nigeria.
Death.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the proposal was adopted on Thursday when the Senate dissolved into a committee of the whole for a clause-by-clause consideration of a report of the chairman of the committees on judiciary, human rights and legal matters, and drugs and narcotics National NDLEA Act Amendments Bill 2024 by Senator Tahi Mungono. In a review of the penalty provisions of the amendment bill towards strengthening the operations of the agency, a proposed amendment to award a death sentence to drug traffickers rather than just a life sentence was raised by the Senate Chief Whip and Senator Peter Nweboyi under Clause 11. The Deputy Senate President rejected an objection by Senator Oshomole, yeah, to reverse the ruling, insisting that it came late, which is against the rules. The upper chamber also commenced the review, salaries, allowances, and fringe benefits of judicial office holders in Nigeria in a bid to curb bribery and corruption and ensure independence of the judiciary. I don't know how I feel about that, but...
Death sentence for drug offenders in Nigeria.
I don't think it's that deep. But okay.
Okay, AJ, what did you have for us?
I don't think anybody had an expression for
Exactly, because I'm like, okay.
You can't go from saying we have other things that we should be... I know that there should be a penalty for that.
So is it for people selling drugs or for the
people consuming? I don't know which one, but either way,
drug offenders.
I feel like death sentence is a bit too
harsh. Yeah.
There should be a plan to rehabilitate and not to execute.
That's too harsh, actually.
That's just too harsh. They're criminal offenders and murderers and people in jail. They should be the concentration right now. Anyway, to shift aside from,
the death sentence story.
The death sentence story. So I have a little buzzbuzz of my own.
Interesting.
So there's an interesting story I saw on social media, and I thought, why not share this with Cool Gang? So this story is very interesting. I think we have we probably have I don't know if we have screenshots of a few of the stories. It came out on Instagram.
Okay.
So let me just give you the background story. So this story is about a lady who by mistake sent or posted 13 explicit videos of her and her side guy. They call him Soft Meat. Her and her side guy on her WhatsApp status. Oh, calm down. That's
my goodness.
That's just the beginning of the whole thing. So she posted it on her status. Now, what happened was that one of her colleagues, maybe the part of the tech team or one of her colleagues, brought it to her attention.
Oh my goodness.
Are you aware that this is on your status? And rather than delete the pictures or ask for help on how to delete the pictures, she deletes the app.
No. Oh.
She deletes the entire app. She deletes the entire app. Now, this story is very extended, but I'll find
Why would you delete the app?
She didn't know what
she deletes the entire
maybe she was scared
app.
or
So
something.
you know on WhatsApp, if you delete the entire app, now when you reactivate,
you wouldn't see it again.
You can't see that. But guess what? Your pictures are going to be on your status
for 24 hours.
For 24
hours. That's too long.
So the story behind it is that her husband had a child outside. Sorry, I think her boyfriend or her husband had a child outside wedlock. No, her husband. Sorry. In the bid to send the pictures to her Soft Meat, yeah,
okay.
she decides she instead mistakenly posts it on her status and deletes her app. So you have a whole lot of work colleagues who are, some of them happy, some of the trouble with the big boss. So she exposes other people. So it's not like revenge because she did it herself. But these are just the congregation of people sitting aside, and some people are trying to make excuses that she should, you know, say, you know how people say, okay, she's dead, you know, do something dramatic to push the attention away from your status, that she should pretend to be dead. She should say someone hacked her account, that is AI. Someone said, how can it be AI with a human, like with a software? And one of those pictures, to say the least, there are 13 of them. 13 all posted on her status. One of those pictures has, listen, one of those pictures has an image of her breastfeeding her side. I would just like to, breastfeeding him with his wisdom tooth, which is like at the way back, showing through the picture. That's to tell you how explicit it was. And the major problem, my concern here, is that they currently have a 13-year-old.
Is it like
child who is caught up in the mix of this, and everybody, both church members, family members, have been calling the husband and the 13-year-old to wonder what exactly is going on in your household that your mom had to post something like this.
A 13-year-old child.
So there's a lot of story to it. It's on social media. It's a lot. It's too complicated.
I don't even know how to feel about it.
Exactly.
But she had the opportunity. Now, I'm so sorry to think.
She was scared.
How dumb could she be? I could delete it rather than just do it.
Panic.
Like, what do you mean panic?
Trust me, panic.
Yeah, panic makes you do.
To delete the app.
No, she didn't think about it. Like, especially if you're someone who is not used to.
She should not be
she doesn't know how to use all this stuff.
She doesn't
know how to cover.
No.
Any
you know how if you go on WhatsApp and you want to forward a picture, it just shows you the first thing that comes up is status.
Yeah.
So, and you know, sometimes in sliding, you can actually click without knowing.
And somebody brought it to her notice first. Like, the first thing to do is delete it from the status.
But she didn't know. She has a 13-year-old. So let's say maybe I don't know, maybe how old she is. I don't know how old she is. So probably she doesn't know how to use the platform well.
Come and meet you.
I'm so sorry, but this is a terrible
really bad
story.
for her.
I feel really bad
for the 13-year-old child.
I feel bad for the 13-year-old. That's so bad for her.
Your mom's business was out there and everybody has it. I know how social media is. It's everywhere. It will be out there.
There's still at least 15
there is nothing you can do about
to be out there. About 15 more hours or something. Like, it's still there.
Oh, is today it happened or yesterday?
I don't know if it's today, but whenever it happened, it was on social
call,
media long enough for someone else to
she could have reached out to WhatsApp or something.
Now, a lot of people have screenshots, screen grab.
It has gone everywhere.
Too late, mommy.
This just goes back to
whatever this discussion. We need to have it another time because this is a very serious topic. All right, so let's quickly go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll start the conversation proper. Do stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. We are still watching What Are You Saying? Now we are delving deep into the recent revelation by the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board regarding the 2024 United Tertiary Matriculation Examination. A staggering 1.4 million out of 1.8 million students scored below 200, signaling a profound humanitarian crisis in Nigeria's education sector. Now, we will explore the underlying factors contributing to this crisis and examine potential strategies to address it head-on. The big question tonight is, why are students failing UTME? Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Simply send us an SMS or WhatsApp message to 081-8038-4663. I say it again, 081-8038-4663. My people, So this just reminded me of when I wrote UTME. So we usually call it JAMB, right? JAMB is actually the body, UTME is the exam. So yeah. So let's try and correct it now. It is UTME, not JAMB, right?
Okay.
So I remember when I wrote the UTME, right? And I remember the tension, the pressure. There was that, you are writing this exam, you have to be serious. If you don't pass this exam, you're not going to university that year. And you did not just want to embarrass yourself or your family members. So you were forced to study. And you know how hard people made it look and how hard it was, right? So you just wanted to do your best. I was literally eating and drinking my past questions. How many of you had those past questions? I had many. I had 1998.
Yeah,
I was trying to get
further
different
back
years.
you go,
Yes, because sometimes they will go and look for a question in 2000, you know. So I was literally eating and drinking these past questions. And when I read the news, the statistics is saying 77% of the students failed. That means they scored below the pass mark. The pass mark was, or rather is 200. So 1.4 million failed. So can you imagine 1.4? So just 400 people did well, right? They scored below 200, and this is quite alarming and appalling. Over 77% failed. A few scored over 300, while many scored less than 200. And some people were also saying that, you know, it's a computer-based exam. Probably the students don't know how to use the computer. And I'm like, what? Is that an excuse for you failing the exams? You know? And so these are some of the issues. But before I digress, I want us to address the elephant in the room. That's the rising number of students who fail these exams, right? I'm sure all of us wrote, I was going to say JAM, I'm trying to correct myself, UTME. Why do you think this is happening, right? So let me take it from a personalized angle. What do you think you did differently during your time? You know, that time, people say, don't let jam you. You know, there was that. But now, maybe because I know a lot of students that are still in secondary school, so I don't really see that, hey, I'm writing this exam, I need to blah, blah, blah. It's just like, if I pass, I pass. If I don't pass, I'll go to one Benin Republic school. But that time was really, really serious. So what do you think you did differently during your time? Anybody wants to start?
If I'm going to start...
Even, sorry to interrupt, you might have written like 3 times. But like the time you passed, what did you do? You know, some people wrote JAM like 5 times. So what did you do differently that time you passed?
For me, I would say it was the fear of coming back home and my father showing, like, wait, I can't even think about it. The fear first that you come to the house and they are giving Mr. Boyo a failed result. You will not eat. It won't even like flog you or anything. But bro,
you will feel it.
You will feel it. That's one. Secondly, I would say because of the household that I was, there was the motivation to do better. Right? My dad was somebody that he always was transparent with his struggles. He was transparent with like his own trajectory in life, and he's like, I don't want you to be like me, even though to me I felt like he was doing okay. But he was like, I don't want you to be like me. You have to read, you have to do this, you have to do that. So the end goal was there, and I could see it. So you can't fail. Like, it's not an option for me. And then I would, like I said, the household. So maybe it's a millennial thing. Maybe the parents, or I really can't say, but I know a couple of things happened for some people why they didn't, you know, pass the exam, which we'll still dive into that part. But I'll let the other ladies just, you know, share their thoughts.
I want to hear Mary's story. How many times did you write JAM?
I mean,
you tell me.
And you did good.
Yeah, I think I did 260 something or 260.
Woo! Come on, girl.
So for you, now that you did good in your time and you took it one time, what would you say is the...
Exactly. Well, I don't have any advice. So I was just praying. My parents' one was just, please, just meet the pass mark at least. But
at least you studied for it. You put in the effort.
Excellent.
just pass.
Just pass that. You see that mark that you say pass mark. Please, just pass it. That was theirs, you know, and. I mean, I do study. I think there were a lot of exams around that period.
Yeah.
You know, why?
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says no right turn on red, then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right of way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
You may want to ask why murals are important. It is no secret that murals make neighborhoods beautiful. They add color to building walls and streets which would otherwise go unnoticed. They are a treat for locals and tourists alike. Murals have been part of Nigeria's cultural landscape for thousands of years. The term mural became popular with the Mexican muralism art movement. The transformation which took place in the history of mural art during the 1920s and 1930s was highly influenced by the government's sponsorship in Mexico. The Mexican President Alvaro Obregón began a nationalist cultural program in the 1920s. As part of this program, the Mexican Ministry of Education and other government entities to create public murals. In Lagos, the visual effects of wall paintings are an excitement to attract public attention to social issues like the ones here under the Falomo Bridge. An artist, Poli Alakija, created these murals on the columns in homage to the Bring Back Our Girls, the 276 schoolgirls who were abducted on April 14, 2014 by Boko Haram. We speak to an artist, Ebenezer Omole, a 34-year-old who started off as a child and has been painting for many years. This is one of the locations where he has some of his works. He explains the processes involved.
There's a way I blow this color. When you look close to it, you see as if it's flowing down, it's flowing down. So I have to follow the flowing down, then blow it both left and right. So in order to make it creative, so that it won't just go down straight, but go left, right, and zigzag like that. I mix another black thicker than this, then to write what they have here. Especially like this is, we have food here, then we have swimming pool here, then we have games, then we have drinks here, then we have pools, music. So I just did an artwork that will speak for this place because this is a restaurant. So I did those backgrounds so to speak. So anybody coming inside, looking at this place alone, so they will know what is going on around there.
He speaks on the distinguished effects imbibed in artistic painting than ordinary ones on the wall.
Ordinary painting is just maybe changing the wall to a particular color that you like. Mura is very interesting, and I used to say it. No painting is complete without an artwork like this. So for your painting to come out well, so you need to add some artistic to it so that will make it more, because a lot of people in the world, they cherish artwork. Now, for example, now, this is lion. A lion represents a king, and the writing here, so it's all about this place, because this restaurant is not just a restaurant, it's a reggae restaurant. So that's why we have most of the color here, reggae color.
Ebenezer further explains that murals are a mode of expression for artists in every graphic style imaginable, abstract, photorealistic, expressionist, to name just a few.
Anyone who is into painting and had a mural painting into his work will get more job than just ordinary painting. No matter how bad situation a building have, when you design it with artistic, even though if it is hot or old building, when you paint it well with this mural artistic painting, it adds more value to the building, and it makes Lagos look more beautiful than
As a community centerpiece, the wall painting gets a new dimension as a powerful visual communication tool meant to promote the opinion of the people and transmit social and political messages towards unity. Murals bring art into the public space, and because they occupy public spaces, are accessible to everyone regardless of class, education, or ethnicity.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
So if you're just tuned in, we're discussing the topic fostering emotional resilience in Nigerian families. Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 0818-038-4663. Our phone line is also now open. You can call us on 0702-500-7749. Please remember to turn down the volume of your TV set so we can have a great conversation. So, Dami, we'll come to you.
Yeah, so I found out that in a lot of families, right, parents don't talk so much about money or even how children can even manage or even be resilient in the face of this economic hardship. For instance, we are currently in a very very funny economical
interesting
situation. We're in very interesting times right now. But then again, you see that a lot of children, they don't even know. I say children because I'm not saying necessarily actual children, like kids, even as grown-ups, but we're still children.
Know what is going on.
You know, we don't.
They're still making demands.
Yes, they don't even know how to manage, how to cope with these things. But if parents have done very good job at actually, talking about finances with children, even the family finance, even teaching them how to manage, how to, budget, how to do all of these things, it would have been better. So what do you think, what strategies do you think that caregivers or even parents can adopt to actually teach children how to be resilient in the face of economic hardship?
Number one here is the parents themselves. They have to be stable for themselves. They need to communicate. Yeah. Are the parents communicating about finances? You can't, if you don't communicate about finances, about planning, about strategizing, because let's say we earn in this house, we'll bring in 5 million naira a month. It has dropped to 3 million naira. Yeah. Remember, our expenses and everything need to drop. That's where strategy comes in. We need to change. We need to change the strategy, the planning. If you and I, as a couple, don't discuss it, because I keep my money, you keep yours. We make demands, we run the home. We don't even know whose pockets is getting dry. But the children will keep asking, because they don't even know. They don't even know. But if you're going to sit together with them, because they need to learn flexibility and adaptability.
Yes.
How to adapt. The thing has changed. We have moved from eating this to eating this. We have removed this from our meal because it's not because we cannot take care of you. But right now, there is a situation. Everyone needs to adapt. You're not going to tell the children, we cannot take care of you. In fact, we're suffering, we cannot take care of you. That's a bad thing to say. You're just messing up with their head. They're going to get confused. You're going to assure them that everything is fine. But daddy or mommy cannot do this at the moment. At this moment, daddy or mommy cannot do this. So what we need to do is we need to remove this. We need to cut down on this. Okay, we're using how many cars? 3 cars. We need to drop one. The fuel is not what we want to do right now. We run our generator 24/7. Now we have to run within so and so and so. PACN has come with higher tariff. Yes, the tariff is so high. So we can't run. You can't run the AC in your room for this number of hours. So all of you will stay and discuss it. These kids listen, they understand. They are humans. Even the 5-year-old, 4 years, they will understand you. But whereby you feel they are kids, we don't need to tell them. You don't even discuss with your husband. You don't, everyone run their own show. Then there is chaos in the home. And you're enjoying your chaos.
So also, because sometimes, I think I read something on Twitter some time back, when a woman was saying her child just came back from school and child was wearing a very long face. Why? Apparently there was an excursion in their school and they had to pay a specific amount of money, but then the child, maybe the parents couldn't afford to pay for the child and the child felt bad. So now, don't you think that maybe also communicating family finances to children can also affect maybe their self-esteem, you know, when they're out there in public spaces with their peers?
If it's communicated from home, you won't do that. Because as you're telling them from home, you're giving them the reasons. You're also encouraging them. And while nurturing them, they need to know they are unique.
Yeah.
What works for you does not work for me. They need to know. So you don't, that's why we say we nurture them to go against low self-esteem. You're nurturing them to go against low self-esteem. You don't want them having low self-esteem.
Yeah.
So you know, because if not, it's not only the excursion. There are so many things others will be having, you will not
be
have.
able to have.
When you get to the university, some drive cars, some cannot. Some can never live in the hostel. In fact, if you go to where they are living in large. Then you know that where I'm coming from, this is our plan. And always let the children know the plan. The long-term plan. The long-term plan is very important. The long-term plan cannot be overemphasized on, because the long-term plan is what, you see, at that point, that's what keeps them down. That, you see, these people, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I know where I'm going to, because there's a long-term plan there. So communication is extremely, extremely important. Communication is extremely important. You have to strategically find a way to teach your children this. You must find a way to communicate with them at every point in time. Let them know what is going on. And let me tell you, when children are aware of what is going on, those things don't move them. It's only move them because they believe you made them believe there is money. And now they've come for the money, you've started stories. Because they are ahead. You have to make them know, stay balanced, know that at this point we can't do this. We can do this and we can't do this. Once they get okay with it, all fingers are not equal. In every school, everyone is not equal. Any school you send them, you know, I hear people, I've had this issue where I'm counseling and the man said, I want her to move the school out, move them out of this school. The reason is not because of the fees. The reason is because of the caliber of people in the school. I am not there. And I asked him, do you like what the school is doing? And he said yes. Can you afford the school? And he said yes. But you know, all those are things you need to tell your children if this is what you want for your kids. You're the one having a problem here. You need to communicate. They will understand. Your children love you. So when you calm down and talk to them, and when you keep carrying them along, they will speak your language.
Yeah.
They will speak. In fact, when people ask them questions and they answer and you're somewhere, you know this is exactly what you would have answered if you were there, because you're carrying them along.
So we've talked a lot of what I'm picking up from the thread of what you said so far. All the communicating, all the passing on of knowledge. I want to talk about the emotions of children, because adults, let's even say is past, is lost. If you take a lot of the people who, again, grew up in the 80s, like Diola said, you didn't speak, right? There wasn't an opportunity to voice how you felt about things. So I think a lot of kids in that era, we normalized, there was no discussion to be had.
Yes, please.
My daddy said, my mommy said, it's over, right? But today's kids, right, that's not how they're being raised.
How?
Even in schools, the schools
When?
are encouraging them to speak.
Yes, please.
They're more vocal, they're smarter. The world has moved on. You know, they're dealing with technology that we couldn't have dreamed of at our, when we were that age. So now you have these children who are expressive, and you combine them with parents who may not be so expressive, who may not have a handle on their emotions. I was speaking to a friend of mine the other day. She has triplets, and she was saying how all three of her boys are so different emotionally, right? So she's had to pay attention, and the care for each person is different.
Individual.
And even that individual, in different contexts, the same person presents so many different emotions. So as parents today, I personally think that parenting today is so tough.
It is.
As parents today, how do we, and I like when you talked about work-life balance, because you also need to be paying attention.
Yes.
To be able to pick these things about your children.
Definitely.
You need to be present. You need to be paying attention.
Oh, sure.
I mean, how do we do it? It's just, it's simple. It seems impossible, even though I'm living it, but I mean, how?
Say, these children are not us. I tell parents, the children are not you. You are not the children. So you don't feel what they feel. Find out what they are feeling. Communication is number one, like I will always say. Then when training children, as they are growing, when they are young, you need to make them emotionally stable. You need to focus on everyone's strengths. Most of these problems come because we have done a lot of comparison. We have done a lot of things to these children. We have just turned them upside down already. And now we're ready for damage control, which shouldn't come in the first place. Everyone's strengths are different. In fact, you can be the A child. I am the C child, but there's a fantastic skill I have there you don't have. So that my skill should be celebrated as well. And also, let's learn when it comes to kids, let's learn to appreciate effort, not just results.
Yeah.
Let's learn to appreciate effort. I've put in so much energy on this. Fine, I didn't get to your goal, what you wanted me to bring up, but I've put in so much effort and you've seen my energy. Please commend it. When you commend it, I'm going to do better. I will know you recognized it. But when you don't recognize it because you'll be clouded with the fact that I did not get this 90 you're asking for, it is a problem. You're dealing with me emotionally without knowing. That's why you see them running emotional, going up, going down. Today on social media, I said the teenage age is just 7% of a lifetime. So teenagers should know that. It's just 7%. So it's so small. In fact, ahead is a lot. So they should calm down. So when those things are changing, when all these things, and you're not teaching them problem-solving skills, whereby you do everything for them, why wouldn't they run emotionally up and down?
Yeah.
You get to do everything for them. Let them do things. Let them do, in fact, whatever they can do, age appropriate, allow them. I keep saying it. I see some houses where everyone, in fact, they don't want the sitting room or anywhere touched. You want it intact. You want this. So because you don't want anyone to pour water on the sink, they should not come and wash. Because you don't want this child to have poo on his bum, you will keep cleaning the bum by yourself. This child is turning 7. How is he going to get perfect cleaning it? Because the first day he will start, he will not clean it well.
Of course.
So the earlier you start it, the better. So problem-solving skills, so that, because they face life too, they have conflicts, even as kids. They know how to manage it. So that when issues come to them, they know how to manage it. So if you don't put that into consideration, you're going to come to that point where, as grown-up kids, they're going to be throwing their emotions up, down, tantrums, this, that, and you're like, what is going on? These children, there are so many things missing there. There's so many things missing there.
In fact, when you said that now, I just remember a conversation I was having with a friend of mine. I said, when I hear people calling their sons and their daughters my prince, my princess, I say, see, you are causing problem. This child will go outside now and think, I'm a prince, I'm a princess. But the truth is, life is not going to treat you like a prince.
Honestly.
Life is not going to treat you like a princess. You are unknowingly setting this child up for disappointment. You are special. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're special to
You're
me.
unique.
You're my son, you're unique. You're my daughter, you're precious. But you see this prince and princess,
I think
It
it's
has a negative
overcompensating.
side, yeah.
We just want to-
Overcompensating,
we
that's
want to
the
give them
issue.
everything.
Yes.
Everything we think we didn't have, we didn't enjoy, we didn't have the privilege, or we just want to do everything. So yes, I mean, you're very right in saying that a lot of kids, if we don't do it right, you know, they just end up being so self-reliant, and that becomes a problem to the parents.
Very
A
huge one.
problem.
Very huge one.
You know, so
You're
it's
going to
just-
run everything
yeah,
for them.
Yeah, yeah.
When they get married, they will keep calling you.
Absolutely.
For every issue.
So ridiculous.
That's how, do you know how, that's how bullies come about? Because they don't know how to handle conflict. They feel the only way to handle conflict is to fight.
Yeah.
They can't communicate properly. They can't keep their emotions in check. Everyone runs the emotion thing, but you need to learn to keep it in check. You need to know, you need to teach your kids when to take a deep breath.
Yeah.
To say, when this person is coming, you know what? When things happen, should I say or should I not say? Then affirmations, positive talks about themselves. So that when you see the next person looks at you this way and pass, you don't start feeling bad and running after that person or going home to cry. Because you already know who you are.
Yeah.
So whatever the
regardless.
person is saying is none of
Doesn't
your
matter.
business. Do you understand? So all these things are things we need to put in place as parents. You don't put them in place when, I keep saying it, when they are 18, when they are 20. Even if you want them to go far in life, you start selling the big dreams to them on time. That's the long-term plan. It's called the big dream. In what we do, it's called the big dream. That's the long-term plan. We're going to be this. Okay, what do you want to be? This will lead you to this, will lead you to this. Then you let them understand that you don't have this now and your mates have it. They have it because their parents bought for them. But you're going to have this at this point if you do this. And when they when they go off, you're going to come back to say, this thing you did, is it aligning with that our dream we have? Both of you will have that conversation.
Yeah.
And the child will say no. And it's not when they do it today. In fact, I was how will I say it? I was part of this. When I come today, I will say the thing you did yesterday until my son confronted me. And also, because these children talk now, have family meetings. I call typical family meetings, not to judge anyone, for people to express themselves. If I know I can talk to my dad straight in the face, talk to my mom with so much respect, and they will listen to me, I don't care. When I go out there, it gives me that confidence. So that's it.
Wow.
I think a lot of parents also need to do better with conflict resolution.
Absolutely.
Because we have a lot of adults these days that don't know how to resolve conflict. And it's owing to the fact that their parents actually never even knew how to resolve conflict. Because there are a lot of houses where maybe the father is angry with the child, even rightfully so. But then again, the father just gives the child a whole silent treatment and he doesn't even talk to that child for like the whole day until later. And I'm like, so that child will then eventually grow up and also replicate that exact same thing, and that's where the problem begins. So I think that a lot of parents should actually know how to
But do you know, if you teach, if you teach children properly, do you know as you grow, I don't think you're doing everything your parent did.
True. So once you instill the right values,
the right values, as you're growing, you know what to drop and what to take in. You know what is right and what is wrong. So it's not about the way we did it. I must do it the way my parents did it. Once all those qualities are in you, as you go, you know what to drop. You know what to carry on. Do you understand?
Thank you so much, Chidima. It's been fantastic having you on the show. I think you've given so many nuggets, so many tips. This is that kind of show that, you can watch and watch again and you pick up. But I think that this topic is so large.
Vast.
We didn't even get to the topic of favoritism and all. So we will definitely love to have you back on the show at some point in the future. But thank you for joining us. Thank you, Dami. Thank you for Diola for doing this with me today. So before we go, do ensure that you follow us on Instagram at We Show Africa and Official Upgrade TV. You can interact with us further. Drop a comment. Remember to follow all our social media engagements and tell your friends and families to watch Ways. Don't watch Ways alone. So if you missed today's quote, here it is. You may not control all the events that happen to you, but you can decide not to be reduced by them.
Absolutely.
Very, very wise words. So we'll see you again tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screens. Have a good evening.
Fearlessness. It is a powerful state of mind free from the weight of limitations and challenges. Challenges that become thrilling adventures, propelling you forward. In the face of adversity, a focus that remains unwavering, fixed firmly on the exhilaration of victory rather than the fear of defeat. It can be built from that education that cultivates a bold and fearless generation of leaders, innovative thinkers, and entrepreneurial sons and daughters of Africa. This is the purpose behind Wigwe University, a beacon of knowledge that will guide the African youth through the realms of academia and the profound lessons of existence. With mentorship and guidance, shaping them into embodiments of fearlessness so that one day they shall proudly declare, "We, the fearless." Welcome to the fearless generation.
Hello, Nigeria, and hello. Okay. The program is, about Nigeria. We are also particular about specific areas is Nigerian masses, the well-being of the Nigerians, plus leadership in Nigeria is very key to us, because leadership is most important. It's the only thing in various, I mean, leadership in various departments is how we affect the masses. In what way would you say the forum has helped the Nigerian masses? How is there any connect between this forum to the Nigerian masses?
Oh yeah, a lot. I mean, let's start from, say, polio. Polio has been a major embarrassment to the country.
Okay.
It's been a major issue in the country, and trying to eradicate polio has been a major problem here. Okay.
I thought there was a time the National Health Care Commission said they have 100% eradicated polio. So is polio still an issue in Nigeria?
I mean, on record, there are still 3 countries with that challenge. Okay, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Nigeria. Now,
with polio, with challenge of polio.
Yeah, people have the polio challenge.
So what happened to the zero?
Yeah, no, they are moving in that direction.
Okay.
And the way they do the rating is such that you have to be polio free for 3 years running.
Oh.
Do you understand? We are just at the verge. 2 days ago, at the day we had our meeting, I mean, that was, I mean, they said for about, for 2 years running, I think 24 months, we've not had, or 18 months, we've not had any polio case in the country. So we are moving in that direction. In another couple of months, if we stay consistent, then the World Health Organization is likely to declare us polio free. Do you understand? Now, in achieving that, you must give credit to the governors and the deputy governors in this country.
Because they are the ones that will reach the grassroots.
In the past 3 years, the governors have been working, and the secretariat has been out there supporting all the states.
And monitoring.
Working with development partners. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has been extremely helpful in doing that. The Dangote Foundation too has done a lot in trying to eradicate polio. We think it will be the singular most important legacy of this administration. Polio, eradicating polio. Because, I mean, whether you have polio in Borno or in Kano, okay, the way it's recorded outside is that there's polio in Nigeria. And you travel. When you travel, do you have a passport for Benue?
No.
It's passport
Nigeria.
So when you go out, they ask, where is this man from? It's no, you know, outside this country, Benue becomes you're a Nigerian. You understand. So that's important. That's important to us. So we took ownership at the forum level. I mean, and it was captured on our agenda at every single meeting governors have done. I mean, I just pray we get out of this. I mean, this year.
Okay.
We're watching closely, and you know the security situation in northern part of the country. Routine immunization is important. It's, I mean, very important in trying to achieve complete eradication of polio. And I understand they are having challenges getting to the rural areas
because of security. Which leads me to my next question. And even when you say northern parts, there's insecurity everywhere now.
Yeah,
it's not only with, but it's more in the northern part.
Yeah, there's insecurity. I mean, but if there's insecurity in a part where you do not have polio, the impact is different from insecurity in another part where they really want to do routine immunization and they are not able to reach the number of the kids there because of insecurity.
Okay, talking about insecurity, still on insecurity, you know, the number of our IDP camps has really increased due to what is going on now in Nigeria, you know, the different crises from Boko Haram, Fulani headsmen, etc., etc. And what even concerns us even more now is, of recent we hear how a 10-year-old girl gave birth in the IDP camp. There have been series of rape. Yes, of recent, like about less than a month ago. And you know what is really bothering us now, as Nigerians, is the insecurity in the IDP camps. People are being raped every day. We have cases of people stealing people's baby to go and sell.
Wow.
There's cases of kidnap. There's a lot of crimes going on there. I'm even afraid that one new disease might come out of the IDP camp, which is, personally, I'm afraid, diseases come out from such situations if it's not properly taken care of. In what way? Because it will be easy for this organization having, since it's a forum for all the governors, that means all the states. How can this organization help in providing welfare for the IDP camps and also with the security in the IDP camps?
Well, you say how? I mean, the how is...
how?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's as an organization, the forum is...
Have you made any effort towards that direction before?
Yes. I mean, you see, I know you are being specific now. When you talk of insecurity and the kind of things the governors have been doing using the NGF platform, I mean, you have a lot going on.
I'm actually talking about the security now in the IDP camps and what is going on.
I can guarantee you, that a number of the governors from a number of those states, they're doing a lot in trying to ameliorate the challenges being faced by the ordinary citizens. That's why I wish, it would have been okay. You sat with the Borno State governor the other day. Yes. I don't know if you had any conversation.
Yes, we in fact, it's my schoolmate. We all went to Konduga, Government Technical College, Konduga.
Okay. What was his take that day?
He was very bitter about the situation in Borno State.
He actually said I should give his number to you, you remember?
Yes, he said so. He was telling me, as people who grew up there, I schooled in Borno State all my life. I lived there, so it was a very peaceful state. So we started talking about, he was telling me that all those places we used to play and all those things are destroyed now. I should try and come and see for myself. So I said, okay.
It's just a sad, but I can tell you, I mean, you met with a number of the governors that day. I mean, they must have things they're doing on the ground. I mean, for Borno State, for instance, I think that was his beef, that was his area, even as commissioner, because he was commissioner under the former governor. And so it's a thing that I think a number of them are trying to address or still addressing.
You could see the expression on his face when he was talking about it. He close to tears.
Yes.
He's really not happy.
No,
really
you can't be happy with such a situation. And we are ready to work with you. I mean, seriously. I mean, just hearing this, so there's a personal link with it. Where the forum is ready to work with you. There are things you think we can do.
No, there are a lot.
And it has to go beyond just going to buy rice and beans and
exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
No.
Yeah, because
I mean, we have to be more strategic.
Exactly. Because sometimes even those rice and all those things you take to them, they don't really get it. They get it while you are there. But as soon as you leave, some other people who dominate the place, who think they are kingpins, take it away from them forcefully and even threaten them and go and sell them. So there has to be some.
No, I'll be ready. We're open here.
We'll work together on it, sir.
Yes. We've done a lot.
We are saying it on air now, so we are working together.
No, seriously. I mean, we've done. I have a number of my colleagues here that will be eager to do the same thing. I mean, so we're ready to work with you, talk with the governors. We have a good relationship with all the governors. Those you're talking of, Yobe,
Borno, Benue State.
Yeah, and so just. Put those ideas on the table and let's see how we can push them forward.
Okay, sir. What's your opinion? I've asked this question several times. It's very important to me because we're still on security. State policing or not yet? What's your opinion on that?
Look, I personally, I don't know. I do not think I should voice my position out there because I run a secretariat that is deep in the politics of whether it should be state police or not state police. I mean, just before now, I mean, the thinking was that it should be state police. Later, I mean, there was division. There's really no consensus within the forum. I mean, I must tell you, there's no consensus. It's, it's out there. But there are compelling arguments for the need for a state police. I mean, because you can't be in Abuja and be managing a situation in my village. It's trying to police institution in my village. It's tough.
It's tough.
I mean, and the police. Again, in the same light. I mean, there's this talk of the possibility of abuse. I mean, but I just think we should. I have my personal position. I'm ready to share that with you off camera. Okay. I mean, but again, I hold an office and
across party lines.
Across party lines, I have to be careful.
Even though you are not a party, so which party are you?
No, I don't.
That means you can't belong to any party.
No, but I vote.
On election day, what do you vote?
I can't
Let me tell me what.
I can tell you that. No, seriously, I vote.
Tell me on camera.
Yeah.
So that I will black.
I review the candidates.
If you tell me off camera, I will come back and blackmail you.
I really appreciate if you vote, you know. But I review candidates and I vote. I mean, but you see, as a secretariat, the organization must be run professionally, and we have to give everybody the opportunity to express himself and to belong to any party.
Okay, this is personal now. Yes. Define the most important to you in life.
The most important thing to me in life. I mean, do you know? I mean, seriously, it's family, community. I mean, that's very important to me.
I like the way you said family, then community, because it's from family that it becomes community. Community is the larger family.
Yes, it's very important to me, you know, and that is why. I mean, it's the place of my life, of my wife in my life is important. The place of my children in my life is important. The place of your community. You know, you're rejected by your community. You can as well just go out and do something else. I mean, it means it's not worth it any longer. You know, so I think that's important. And if we can build on that, I mean, you can't be bigger than your community. You can't be bigger than your family. You know, that's.
And you know, with everything that has happened in Nigeria, I've come to the conclusion personally from my little experience that the only way we can change Nigeria is by what you have just said. People should learn. I see it on social media a lot, and I put my comment. Yeah. People should learn how to first concentrate on their family. Oh, yeah. Very important, because it is from those families that cult members come out, and robbers, break down. Upbringing is very, very important.
You should blame the armed robber now, because it's a product of a number of other things. I mean, seriously. Sometimes you look at when you hear their story, like I tell my wife sometimes, you hear his story and I say, okay, but what do we know about this guy? I mean, the guy just killed somebody, just raped somebody, or just did this to another person. And I say, okay, but wait, what do we know about it? What do we know about his father? What do we know about his mother? Where did he grow up? I mean, and suddenly you hear that some of these guys never had, there was no father figure.
No parental guidance.
No father figure. No mother. Nobody. So no conscience. You know what you call conscience? You know there are things, you know, as a human being, you don't know there are things stopping you from doing certain things. I can't go out to now hurt you. Because there's, even in my bedroom, I know, no, that's wrong. That's, you know. So when you now know that, wait a moment. So this guy, there was nobody speaking to this guy as a kid. So no family, no. Then we
I have said it times without number, even though some people don't like it. It is not nice that, you know, the father is busy at work, the mother is busy at work. Yeah. Nobody's concentrating on the children. My question is, what are you really working for in life?
Yeah. No, suddenly you realize that you wasted your time.
It doesn't. That's the most important thing apart from God. It's your family. It's family, because they get to carry on. Your son can impact on the whole world entirely. One person can change the world.
And that's what
each
time I talk to governors at a personal level, I tell them, you know, there are certain things we have to, and you know, we have a lot of talents in this country, a lot of healthy people, healthy. I mean, I say, but why can't some of the states just focus? I mean, you just tell, even in sports, for instance.
On one thing, and make sure you do it properly.
You just have one good tennis player, changes this country.
That's what I'm talking about.
One good footballer, one good basketball.
Look at the boxer, the one they just defeated.
Yes,
he put it on the world map.
Yeah, so you can't family. Very, very important. And we have to start focusing and looking at our kids. Because whatever you do to those kids between that age 0 and 15, it's very, very important. After that, the guy is on his own.
You see, we complain of bad leadership, all these things we are complaining about. I really think it starts from there.
Oh yeah, family.
It starts from there. It's upbringing. Yes. You know, I've told all my friends, men who care to listen, that every woman you meet, for instance, is somebody's sister. Oh, yeah. That's the first thing you should look at. Somebody's daughter. Absolutely. Treat her exactly how you want your daughter or your sister to be treated.
Absolutely.
That is a good principle that I think every man should keep.
I appreciate that.
You know. I'm so happy to hear that, sir. I'm very happy that you brought this out, because it's been bothering me. I see what goes on social media and all the things they post about, you know. Because at the end of the day, even all the houses, the cars, the wealth you have accumulated over the years will be wasted by these children if they are not brought up properly. Wow.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And for somebody in your space, you know, the musical space and where you operate, it's a bit rowdy. Yeah?
It is. It is. I like to listen to a lot of motivational speakers and preachers on TV, and you know the channels are just a thin line. Every time I switch to our colleagues, oh God, what I see, they say, I don't come out. Sometimes I say, God, why am I in this profession? But I can't help it. I mean, I will just sanitize it.
You guys are very, you are role models and people, and then you have this image larger than life. I mean, so you're attracted by all sorts of people. Yes. You know, and then you have access to a lot of people. Yes. A lot of the governors were excited to meet you.
Yeah, very. I became a star.
Yeah, you know, so
you know.
I mean,
even the ones I thought I've never come out. Where's your touch? Where's your touch?
Yeah,
you know,
so they watch.
I'm very happy. I'm grateful. All right, it's still True Nigerians, heroes of our time. Now you see why we have to bring our guest on the program. You can see his heavyweight. This is the entire Nigeria in one place. And this seat I'm sitting on now was exactly where the chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, that's Governor Fayemi of Ekiti State, was sitting. So he is my colleague. I am governor in the making. From now on, address me as Your Excellency. Let me sit like him. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. It's still True Nigerians, heroes of our time. I know you are all wondering and thinking, what kind of tax would we give to this kind of great man? But we will not tell you now. We will just go out there and come back, and then we'll surprise you with what he will do on True Nigerians. He will shock you. He will shock you. On True Nigerians, heroes of our time. If you are ready, let's go there. And today his tax, as you can see, I'm carrying a security. They have a lot of security men at their gate. So he's a DG. We are going to ask him as his tax on True Nigerians to be a security man for just a little while. Let's see how he conducts the act of being a security man on True Nigerians, heroes of our time. Congratulations, sir. I wish you all the best.
Thank you. I appreciate this. Yeah, this is a new job.
We'll score you marks.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, let me help you with the gears.
Yeah.
This front, back. Okay. Okay. No. Sorry,
yeah, that's okay.
All right.
That's what I thought. You know.
Okay. So, I hope when your governors come, they will start addressing you as security man.
No. I'm comfortable in this.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
This is your walkie-talkie.
Yes, taking care of security.
Okay.
Yeah. So, who do you want to see?
I want to see DJ.
The DJ, okay. Just hold on, sir. Do you have an appointment?
Yes, I have an appointment with you.
Okay, that's fine. Could you open your boot, please? Okay. Okay. Yeah, this can go. Welcome, sir. Can you open the boot, sir? Yeah. All right. This your boot is interesting. Yeah. All right. Okay. Oh yeah, come in. Yeah, okay, hold on. Yeah. Yeah, wait. Hi. Who do you want to see? What's the name of the person? Man, okay. What's his name? Does he know you are coming? Okay. Okay. And open your boot, because I need to ask him and be sure. What's your own name?
Samino.
Samino, okay. Yeah. I think this is good to go. All right. Yeah. Take care there. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you can go. Yeah.
Okay, still on True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time. Well, would you say you have performed your task very well, sir?
I feel so. I think there was no security infraction.
Yes. He has performed his task very well. I'm sure it's the first time you are a security man in your organization.
Yes.
A whole DG. It shows how humble you are, sir. Okay, it's True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time. We have been talking to the Director General, Nigerian Governors Forum, by the name of Asishina or Kauro. And we have really been educated. We have seen the wonderful works across party lines, which was the most important message for me. Across party lines means unity, means progress for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We are very happy that this kind of union is actually going on between all the governors. We are very happy. It means that we are making progress in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Permission to close. You know you are the boss now.
Attention.
Salute. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
End polio now.
Thank you and bye.
This country needs unity. We need peace.
I'm all for renegotiating the terms of our coexistence. We have to renegotiate it.
The youth have been misguided, unfortunately. You know?
I like my country. I like the land and people.
Hey, look, I have 40% shares in this company. So if I had known that you...
Judges are either corrupted or they are afraid of giving judgment.
There's no stopping us.
No stopping.
But government requires more revenue to make sure that these initiatives...
Give us a better Nigeria! Give us a better...
Youth are the vehicles of change.
The youth are the answer.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Vicky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Good evening, I am Destiny Momo, and this is News Now. The presidency has released a video of President Bola Tinubu officially resuming work at the villa a day after his return from his trip abroad. This comes in the wake of the controversy surrounding the decision not to release any pictures or videos of the president's return to the country after 2 weeks abroad. Tinubu was accompanied by his security aides, his chief of staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, and other aides, as he left Abuja on the 22nd of April for the Kingdom of the Netherlands on an official visit. And the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG, has faulted the timing of the introduction of the 0.5% cybersecurity levy on electronic transactions recently introduced by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. In a statement on Thursday, NESG asked the federal government to reconsider the levy as Nigerians are currently groaning under multiple taxation and inflationary pressures. In a circular dated May 6, 2024, to all deposit money banks and mobile money operators and payment service providers, the Apex Bank directed the deduction of the levy to be remitted to the National Cybersecurity Fund, NCF, administered by the Office of the National Security Advisor, ONSA. And human rights lawyer Femi Falana, SAN, has clarified that individual customers are not required by law to pay the 0.5% levy under the Cybercrime Prohibition, Prevention and Etc. Amendment Act 2024. He stated that businesses such as GSM service providers, telecommunication companies, internet service providers, banks, financial institutions, insurance companies, and the Nigerian Stock Exchange are the ones obligated to pay the levy. Falana urged the Central Bank of Nigeria to retract its circular of 6 May 2024 promptly, as it misunderstood the provisions of the Act. He also called for an apology from the CBN to Nigerians for the inaccurate interpretation of the law. Meanwhile, members of the House of Representatives on Thursday asked the Central Bank of Nigeria to withdraw the circular directing financial institutions to commence implementation of 0.5% cybersecurity levy, describing it as ambiguous. The development was in response to a motion on the urgent need to halt and modify the implementation of the cybersecurity levy moved by Honorable Kingsley Chinda. Honorable Chinda had drawn the attention of the House to multiple interpretations of the CBN directive against the specifications in the Cyber Security Act.
is further concerned that the words of the CBN circular leaves the CBN directive to multiple interpretations, including that the levy be paid by bank customers, that is Nigerians, against the letter and spirit of Section 44(2)A of the Act, which specified businesses that should be levied accordingly. The House is therefore called upon to resolve to direct the Central Bank of Nigeria to withdraw the ambiguous circular and issue an unequivocal circular in line with the letters and spirit of the law.
And also the House of Representatives has passed a resolution to investigate the procurement process and the award of the contract of the 15 trillion naira Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road. The motion was moved by Honorable Austin Achado as a matter of urgent national importance. The House said the 2007 Procurement Act was violated and that certain approvals by the National Assembly, as required by the law, were not given. In light of the above, the House has asked the Minister of Works, Finance, Attorney General, and Minister of Justice to avail the National Assembly copies of the documents for awards of the contract.
That the procurement strategy adopted by the Federal Minister of Works for the award of the contract violates the Infrastructural Concession and Regulatory Commission Act 2005. As Section 4 of the Act outlines that all approved infrastructure projects and contracts for financing, construction, and maintenance must be advertised for open competitive bid in at least 3 national dailies.
A bill for an act to upwardly review salaries, allowances, and other fringe benefits of those working in the Nigerian judiciary has passed a second reading in the upper legislative chamber on Thursday. Senator Ashiru, while leading debate on the general principle of the proposed legislation, said the bill, among other things, seeks to review salaries, allowances, and fringe benefits of judicial office holders in Nigeria.
It intends to unify the salary structure as well as allowances and fringe benefits for judicial office holders, both in federal and state level. This proposed legal framework undoubtedly will bring about significant improvement in the welfare, capacity, and independence of judiciary, which have been contentious issues of public discourse over the years.
And the bill was unanimously embraced, but some lawmakers argued that in the face of the current economic hardship, salaries and remunerations of Nigerians in other sectors should be equally reviewed.
No right-thinking Nigeria will not think that it's good to keep the judiciary comfortable, especially those in the states. Because when you go to the states and see judiciary officers jumping in Okada and Keke, you will cry for the nation.
So, because lawmaking shouldn't be every day, the issue of salary administration need not be brought to the parliament for debate. So once we fix it, we then have a clause that says, provided that every year, within that law there should be a provision of appropriate organs to review, take into account the rate of inflation and adjust the wages of both the Chief Justice of the Federation, all the judges that are covered by this act.
President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, after deliberations, referred the bill to the Committee on Judiciary, Human Rights and Legal Matters to revert back in 4 weeks to Senate in plenary for further legislative function.
Commend the President and support this bill. To whom much is given, much is expected. There is no gainsaying that 15 years without review, and that this is definitely a bold step and a step in the right direction. So since there is no senator who is opposed to it, I think we should go straight into putting the question. A bill for an act to prescribe the salaries, allowances, and fringe benefits of judicial office holders in Nigeria and for related matters 2024. Second reading taken. This bill is now committed to the Committee on Judiciary, Human Rights and Legal Matters to report back to the Senate in 4 weeks.
The Nigerian Senate has approved the sum of 549.6 naira for the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, for the 2024 fiscal year. Chairman of the Communications Committee, Senator Bilbiz Aliyu, while giving a breakdown of the Commission's total expenditure for the year 2024, said 155 billion naira is the recurrent expenditure.
That the Senate do approve the sum of 549 billion 674 million and 311,000 naira only as the Nigerian Communication Commission budget for the year 2024.
The sum of 549 billion 674 million and 311,000 naira only has been approved as the budget estimate for the Nigerian Communications Commission for the year 2024.
Similarly, the Red Chamber also approved the sum of 17 billion naira for the Universal Service Provision Fund for the 2024 fiscal year. Lawmakers like Senator Adiola Olamilekan, who threw their weight behind their approval, argued that more funds should even be considered to augment the agency's operations.
Section 1 of the Nigerian Communication Commission Act to promote widespread availability and usage of network services and application services throughout Nigeria and to all institutions. So in line with the comments or contribution of Senator Ahmed Lawan, this is the agency that is saddled with that responsibility to do this.
On 2024 budget proposal of the Universal Service Provisions Fund, USCF. The fund's total budget revenue for 2024 is 17 billion naira only. 2. Similarly, the fund's total budget expenditure for 2024 is 17 billion only. This consists of Secretariat's recurrent expenditure, 3.6 billion, the Secretariat's capital expenditure, 193,300,000.
The Senate has approved the sum of 17 billion naira only as the budgetary estimate for 2024 of the Universal Service Provision Fund's budget.
The Nigerian Senate has approved the death sentence as a penalty for drug traffickers in the country as it passes through the third reading, the 2024 NDLEA Act Amendment Bill. The proposal was adopted on Thursday when the Senate dissolved into a committee of the whole for a clause-by-clause consideration of a report of the chairman of the Committees on Judiciary, Human Rights and Legal Matters, and Drugs and Narcotics, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency Act Amendment Bill 2024, Senator Tahir Munguno.
I am surprised that the committee is recommending a softer punishment. It was a life imprisonment. In fact, we should change it to death sentence. This is practiced everywhere in this country that are serious about dealing with drugs. So when we come to take it close by close, please, distinguished colleagues, let's change that section 11 to read death sentence, whether by hanging or whatever.
Check your mic.
Okay. Senator Adams Oshiomhole expressed his displeasure over what he considered a hasty consideration in passage of the amended clause.
We must be honest, transparent in the decision. I am accountable to my conscience and to my community. Death sentence is not a matter for a, nay, or nay. Everybody should vote so that we will be counted. When it matters, those who vote for death and those who vote for punishment. No, you cannot. We'll take a vote. It's a fundamental issue. We are making law here. This is not a motion. I have responsibility for any law that I made while I'm in this parliament. No, we can't pass it because I don't believe that the highs have it. It's about life and death.
Clause 11. Dealing with storage, custody of dangerous drug is amended by deleting the ambiguous word concern and replacing it with the word involve. For clarity, as the word involve conveys a broader range of activities related to storing, holding, moving, transporting, or concealing dangerous drugs or controlled substances. It encompasses various levels of participation in these activities. Clause 17, dealing with exportation of dangerous substances is deleted as the provision of the Principal Act, Section 22, is contrary to the rule of double jeopardy, which generally prevent a person from being tried or punished twice on the same offense. As such, it is totally expunged from the Act because it offends the widely established rule of double jeopardy, that you should not be punished twice for one criminal offense.
The Deputy Senate President rejected an objection by Senator Shomale to reverse the ruling, insisting that it came late, which is against the rules. And the former aviation minister, Hadi Sirika, has pleaded not guilty to the alleged corrupt practices involving about 2.7 billion naira brought against him by the federal government. Sirika was arraigned before Justice Silvanus Origi at the Federal High Court in Abuja, along with his daughter Fatima, his son-in-law Jalal Sulehama, and a firm, Al Burak Global Investments Limited. The daughter and son-in-law also pleaded not guilty to the 6-count charges when read to them. Justice Origi admitted the 3 defendants on bail for 100 million naira and 2 sureties each in the like sum, and ordered that the defendants must not travel out of the country without express permission of the court. Justice Origi also ordered that they should be remanded in prison custody till the time of perfection of bail conditions.
Cases filed against the former minister. So the first one is taken before his lordship here. So we are going to contend for the other one in another date. So, but the bill is at the discretion of the court. So it's for the court to decide whether it is adequate or not. So the counsel, in his own right, cannot criticize the judge whether the conditions are liberal or high or low. But I think it is fair.
And meanwhile, Justice Abdullahi Muhammad Liman of the Federal High Court, Kano, has set May 28 as the date for the hearing of a substantive application filed by the National Chairman of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Abdullahi Ganduje. Ganduje's suspension saga began with his initial suspension by APC ward executives led by Haladu Gwanjo on April 15. However, another faction emerged, announcing Ganduje's suspension on April 20, further complicating the situation. In a recent court proceedings, counsel for Ganduje replied for service on the respondents by substituted means, a request which Justice Liman granted. Consequently, the court has adjourned the matter to May 28 for a comprehensive hearing. And the governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, has explained that his visit to the residential quarters of the State House of Assembly was to undertake on-the-spot assessment of condition of the structures for a possible rehabilitation work to restore its status and make it habitable. The governor had made a brief stop at the Assembly quarters yesterday and wrote Emoha, Abalama, and Tema Junction on inspection of the 15.24 kilometers long dual carriageway road project. According to a statement by his Chief Press Secretary Nelson Chukwudi Fubara, who spoke after the inspection, stated that the assembly quarters is part of state government properties, adding that the facility needs to be taken good care of. And meanwhile, following several crises that has rocked the three major political parties in Edo State ahead of the governorship election, which is slated for September later this year, the Director General, who spoke with our correspondent, revealed that the party was already going through the reconciliation process, as he expressed confidence of the party's outcome in the September 21st governorship election later in the year.
When a family is big, you must have differences in opinions. But the beautiful thing is that no matter how these differences, as a party, we always have a way to reconnect ourselves and resolve ourselves. Every genuine member of PDP wants to see PDP do well in this country. Every genuine member of PDP wants to see PDP do better than Obaseki is doing right now in Edo State. And how can you do better? We must have a program that we must use to sustain the ongoing developments as it is today. When people tell you that states like Delta, Lagos, Akwa Ibom, Rivers, that they are working, why are they working? Because they've had a sustained control of government and governance, that the new person will come and continue from where the other person has stopped. In a situation where you want to take the state back to where you take 3 steps forward, you want to take 5 steps backward, I think Edo people are more intelligent than that, and they are wiser than that. I do not think that anybody in Edo State, as at today, wants us to go back to those dark days in Egypt. Asue Ighodalo has been part of the Obaseki's administration. It's not everybody that you see outside that is part of government. Those that make the government work, on very many occasions, you don't even see them. The engine that drives your car is not exposed to the people outside to see. They only see the part of the car that is beautiful, but that's not the part that moves the car. Asue Ighodalo has been part of that process that has made Obaseki achieve the laudable and gigantic achievements that you are attributing to him today. Yeah, Obaseki is the driver, but he has a team, and Asue Ighodalo has been part of that team.
The Edo State Police Command have paraded 2 suspects in connection with the murder of a 200-level university student who had earlier been declared missing. The suspects were paraded to journalists at the State Police Headquarters in Benin City, the Edo State capital. Parading the suspects, the Edo State Commissioner of Police, Funsho Adegboye, informs the case was initially reported to the Abudu Division by the victim's father, Edward Omodon. Commissioner of Police, however, advised parents to be cautious about their children's whereabouts and vowed to read the state of criminal elements.
We want to appeal to members of the public to know where they are going to send their children and words. There is nothing bad in sending children out, but because of the deadly activities of some notorious hoodlums, heartless, we should please be guided by these to know where we send our words and children. We equally want to appeal to members of the public to give, as they have been doing, more credible and actionable information. That is intelligence that when it is given, they should be rest assured that such information will be treated with the utmost confidentiality. That is one. And such information, when we work on it, we should meet it as we were giving.
On their part, the suspects narrated the level of involvement to the crimes they were arrested for, as they revealed that they were resisted by Faith Omodon, but they overpowered and strangled her to death.
People will be asking, what do you do? Come back, madam.
Harmless one.
It has been observed that Nigeria is losing a lot of revenue by underpricing and not carrying out asset valuation. At the 2024 World Valuation Day, stakeholders have urged the Nigerian government to carry out valuation of assets from time to time. And these are members of Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers celebrating their 2024 Valuation Day with a sensitization and advocacy rally. With the theme, The Importance of Asset Valuation in Financial Stability, members of NISV say Nigeria has valuable assets, but what is crucial is having the correct and current value of these assets. Speaking to newsmen, Ogun State Chairman of the Institute, ESV Bola Orekoya, notes that improper pricing of assets has led to financial instability in Nigeria. He says a partnership between the federal government and estate surveyors and valuers will help the country achieve realistic economic stability.
It is incumbent on the government now, from time to time, to carry out valuation exercise in order to know the optimum value of what they have, so that in case they even want to dispose, they will know the exact value of what they want to dispose. So that is exactly what we are talking about. Every asset has a value, but the question is the value adequate? Is it proper? Is it current? That's the question. But the truth is that Nigeria is losing a lot of revenue, a lot of revenue by underpricing or not even carrying out asset valuation. So the way to go, the way forward now is for the Nigerian government and even those in the private sector to engage the services of the estate surveyor and valuer in ensuring that they assist them to know the accurate, the adequate, and the current worth of the asset for decision makings and so on.
On his part, the vice chairman of the institute says asset valuation is key to economic valuation and financial stability for both the government and private sectors. He calls on the Nigerian government to engage the services of estate surveyors to know the worth of government assets.
Creating this particular awareness that we are the one that have been legislated by the federal government, recognized by the federal government by the establishment of the decree. The estate valuers, they are the only person that can determine the particular worth of the asset. No another person except estate and valuers. Ogun State has a lot of properties scattered all over the state, both abandoned, uncompleted, and the new ones. Government need to know all this. They have this in their registered to really know the worth of the state. If they don't value all these assets, they might not know the real worth of the state. So they need to revalue all these things and register all these assets, and to know the real worth, both the old one, abandoned one, and the new one. They need to value all these assets and to guard them. That if they want to sell these assets, at least it have to guide them. Most of these our surveyors also in the public service, that also they engage in this kind of profession. But when they engage the private practitioners, they will give them also the real worth of the asset, because they are the one in the private sectors.
It is considered a violation for any individual or organization to participate in real estate activities without proper registration with the Lagos State Real Estate Registration Agency. During the ongoing ministerial news conference in Alausa-Ikeja, Lagos, Commissioner for Housing Maruf Akinderu Fatai emphasized the importance of responsible behavior and adherence to the law for practitioners in the industry. Additionally, Akinderu Fatai said the state is working together with the federal government on the Renewed Hope Housing Initiative, aiming to provide more than 2,000 home units in Ipaja and Ibejuleki.
The minister engaged an IT consultant, Shams PLC, for the digitalization of the work processes of the estate and physical planning and survey departments. The consultant has procured and supplied the specific rack mountable server with dual power modulo as recommended and signed off by the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology. The ministry was also able to implement a grant of 40% rebate once in service life to 698 civil servants in the state to enable them have easy access to home ownership. The governor has also approved that teachers and health personnel in remote areas within the state be considered for allocation of home units constructed within those localities.
Akindele Fatai stated that older estates are being reassessed to enhance infrastructure and maximize land for more homes. The Commissioner warned residents in ministry estates to adhere to their agreements or risk losing their allocations.
Presently, NSDPC has 19 ongoing projects at various locations, and these projects are estimated to produce a total of 2,104 homes in addition to the housing stock in the state. Some of the projects include LSDPC Ogudu, Alakwe Boulevard, 508 apartments, Kefi Suites, Southwest Ikoyi, 144 luxury apartments, Iconic Towers, 172 luxury apartments, Ilopeju Garden, 234 apartments, Garnet Residence, 33 apartments, The Nezos, 70 luxury apartments, Ogba Ijaye Extension, 16 apartments, Oluwole Urban Mall, 450. The ministry has succeeded in producing over 40 some-print electronic survey plans for some of our new estates with the aim of preparing deed of sublease for the homeowners. Introduction of monthly stakeholders meeting in the estate within all divisions of the state. The ministry has introduced monthly stakeholders meeting to engage allottees on issues that are germane to the well-being and of joint interest to the resident and the state government.
And the Delta State Governor, Right Honorable Sharif Aborowari, has said the state was among states in the country with most arable lands for sustainable agriculture and food security in the country. Our Sabah correspondent, Akpamadoro Friday, reports that Governor Aborowari stated this when he received a courtesy call officials of the African Development Bank, AFDB, and the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, led by the Chief Agro-Industrial Economist, Dr. Chuma Ezedima, at the Government House, Asaba.
Decision to cite this project in Delta State. And we know after the assessment, we believe that we deserve it. However, it is important to state that we are one of the states that has the largest arable land in Nigeria. We cultivate crops ranging from cassava, maize, yam, rice, assorted vegetables, and even rubber, which can be grown in commercial quantities. Also, because of our closeness to the coastal line, the Atlantic Ocean, we are also into agriculture. It's second to none because of our proximity, I've said, to the Atlantic Ocean. Finally, the establishment of this special agro-processing zone is something that we desire in the state.
On his part, Dr. Ezedima said the visit was a preparatory mission for the establishment of the second phase of the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones program in Nigeria.
Phase of the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones, as you know, is an industrial complex and requires a lot of investments. And because of that, we would like to know where the sites are in terms of the agricultural hubs, and then where the agricultural transformation centers are located. Basically, what has the state done in terms of acquiring these areas, and what has the state done in terms of ensuring that they are environmental and socially acceptable. So we're looking at two issues. One is that we would like to see a complete business plan in the form of a feasibility study. And then the second is that we would like to see an environmental and social impact assessment study. And that gives us an indication of the readiness of the state to be able to participate.
In a bid to tackle water scarcity and ensure access to potable drinking water for Kaduna residents across the 23 local government areas of the state, Kaduna State Government says it has invested 600 million naira and put mechanism to revival of Kaduna State Water Corporation to provide water in the urban and rural areas in the state. The State Commissioner of Public Works and Infrastructure, Dr. Ibrahim Shoba, disclosed these while briefing journalists on the state of water in Kaduna State.
Government wisdom
decided to commit the sum of over 600 million naira, sometimes in November and December, just to see that it creates some palliative, some succor, so that going forward, as we do this restructuring that we're trying to do, the corporation will continue to work. But we are assuring the public that with what we are doing and the structure we are trying to come up with, the plan we are trying to come up with, we have done a very intensive study on this thing, and we are hopeful that in the next 2 weeks, the Kaduna State government is also willing to make some commitment to see that the whole water system, especially in the urban water supply system problem, has come to an end.
The commissioner laments that the past administration invested $200 million in the water sector without anything to show since assumption into office in 2023. The current government met lots of challenges of water supply to be addressed.
A lot of investment has gone into the water facility, ranging into almost above $200 million. And today, or until the end of 2023, they never got it right. As at the time we came, the capacity utilization of our facilities was less than 8%. So it was a very, very poor performance with all the investment we had in that sector, yet the performance was very, very low. Mission and reservoir, also the performance was below expectation. When you get down to distribution, still performance very poor. Then getting down to revenue collection, water loss, everything was just on the high level of percentage. So we had to sit down, this government had to sit down and see how we can remodel the whole structure. And authoritatively assure the public that we have almost finished all the strategies, all the plan. It's just implementation that is remaining. Most of our facilities, even though some are working beyond maximum utilization, but we have worked out modalities to see that we have improvement on most of these facilities. Public, that in the meantime, we might not go outrightly into review of some of these tariffs, but we are going to make sure that the existing tariffs are being enforced.
The Nigerian Red Cross joins the rest of the world to celebrate 161 years of selfless service to humanity. In Ukraine and Gaza alone, thousands of aid workers have lost their lives while caring for the wounded, the sick and the hungry. Nigeria is not left out as the country continues to battle with insurgency, banditry, kidnapping, epidemic amongst others, with its attendant consequences of human displacements and suffering. To this end, and as part of efforts to celebrate, the Nigerian Red Cross is appealing to well-meaning individuals and organizations to support both its mission, both physically and financially.
We want to thank them for the invaluable contribution of our dedicated staff, volunteers and members, and of course our movement partners. The International Committee of Red Cross, the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Cross Societies here in Nigeria, and of course our non-movement partners also that are strongly behind us in supporting the cause of humanity across this country and indeed across the globe. Together as a unified force and championing humanity, human dignity worldwide on this special day, we wanted to affirm our commitment to the service of humanity.
Keeping humanity alive makes us look at our volunteers of various cadres, including the likes of me standing here, that while you are using them to take care of bad situations, let us also see how we can also take care of them to be alive in order to take care of those we need to be alive. And therefore, we give a lot of kudos to our volunteers nationwide.
In their goodwill messages, various distinguished partners praised the courage of the Red Cross personnel in the country as they call for more support for the organization.
This very day, in 191 countries across the world, people like us, people like you, celebrate the Red Cross. And this shows that we are truly a humanitarian movement, and that despite all differences in the world, we come together and we share and celebrate the same values which are defined in our 7 fundamental principles. We also today, here in this room and in activities across the country, celebrate the Nigerian Red Cross, which was created over 60 years ago and since then has been providing humanitarian services to those mostly in need.
As humanitarian actors, we will continue to do our job while maintaining the humanitarian principles of neutrality, humanity, independence. I want to salute the Nigerian Red Cross and say that you have the backing and support of the Nigerian Emergency Management Agency.
We must continue to advocate for the protective use of the emblem and preserve the lifeline it offers to those in need. On this day, we fondly also remember our colleagues who have died while supporting our humanitarian mission and extend our deepest condolences to their loved ones. We also have immense gratitude to all Red Cross and Red Crescent volunteers and staff for their unwavering dedication. Let us continue to work together to keep humanity alive.
You're still watching Plus TV News now. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Stay with us.
Sometimes, it's not just the distance we travel. It's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy. It's the memories we create. Sometimes, it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. It's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Welcome back to News Now, and I'm moving on to other parts of Africa. A Boeing 737 plane carrying 85 people skidded off a runway at the airport in Dakar, Senegal's capital, injuring 10 people, according to the transport minister, and footage from a passenger that showed the aircraft on fire. Transport Minister El Malik Ndiaye said the Air Senegal flight operated by Transair was headed to Bamako in neighboring Mali late Wednesday with 79 passengers, 2 pilots and 4 cabin crew. The injured were being treated at a hospital while the others were taken to a hotel to rest. And 2 weeks after first drops of Nigerian oil gushed out at Seme Creek in Benin, Beninese President Patrice Talon says Niger will not use its ports to export the oil. In a statement Wednesday, May 8, Talon said Niger's logic was to blame. And Benin is a member of ECOWAS, the West African bloc threatened the Nigerian junta with a military operation following a coup last July. Niger currently pumps around 20,000 BPD of oil, most of it from China National Petroleum Corps project in the Agadem Rift Basin in the country's southeast. And from news outside Africa, Russian President Vladimir Putin celebrated Nazi Germany's defeat in World War II by praising its forces fighting in Ukraine and blaming the West for fueling conflicts around the world. Although few veterans of what Russia calls a great patriotic war are still alive, 79 years after the fall of Berlin to the Red Army. The victory remains the most important and revered symbols of Russia's prowess, as well as a key element of national identity. Mr. Putin has made Victory Day the country's most important secular holiday, a pillar of his quarter century in power and a justification for his military action in Ukraine. While Israeli tanks and warplanes bombarded areas of Rafah on Thursday, as Palestinian residents said, after President Joe Biden said the United States would withhold weapons from Israel if its forces mount a major invasion of the southern Gaza city. A senior Israel official said the latest round of indirect negotiations in Cairo to halt hostilities had ended and Israel would proceed with its operation in Rafah and other parts of the Gaza Strip as planned. Up next is business news.
My name is Adejoke Lasisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. It's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Says there is a need to increase the value-added tax rate. Speaking at the policy exposure and impact assessment session organized by the committee, Subcommittee Chairman Taiwo Yedele also disclosed that the VAT revenue sharing formula will be reviewed. Yedele added that the committee has proposed reviewing state and local government share of VAT revenue to 90% from the current 85%. According to Section 40 of the VAT Act, the federal government gets 15% of the tax revenue, state share 50%, and local government share the balance of 35%. The implication of the proposed new sharing structure, according to him, is that the committee is recommending reducing the federal government share from 15% to 10%. The federal government has waived the signature bonus requirement in the bidding process for newly auctioned oil blocks. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources and Oil, Mr. Heineken Lopobiri, said this exemption is to attract fresh investments and ramp up oil output. He disclosed this on the sidelines of the ongoing 2024 Offshore Technology Conference, OTC, in Houston, Texas. A signature bonus is a single non-recoverable lump sum payment made upfront by oil companies to the government for the rights to develop an oil block commercially after successfully winning in a license bid round. The Corporate Affairs Commission has directed financial institutions to ensure compliance with the Central Bank of Nigeria's order on a compulsory registration of point-of-sales operators within the country. In a statement, CAC said it had instructed banks to ensure registration on or before July 7, 2024. The CBN had earlier, through a memo issued on April 30, 2024, directed all non-individuals on the agent banking authorization to immediately take steps to register their businesses with the CAC in line with Section 863 of the Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020. The directive made it mandatory for POS terminals, whether as agents, merchants, or individuals, to register with CAC before commencement of business or onboarding new customers. The Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry has kicked against the recent cybersecurity levy imposed by the Central Bank of Nigeria on electronic banking transactions. Chinyere Almona, Director General of LCCI, said individuals and businesses will be burdened with additional levies amidst other debilitating issues they face with low power supply. She noted that the federal government ought to look into policies that will reduce the living standard of Nigerians struggling with escalating inflation and low purchasing power due to the weak naira. Almona added that more additionally costs for Nigerians, especially people in business, will slow down economic activities and drag growth. The PwC Annual Global CEO Survey Report for West Africa has revealed that about 51% of chief executive officers across the region expect their local economies to decline in 2024, compared to 37% for the global average as contained in the report. While West African CEOs expect decline in their local economies, the report reveals their positive expectations for global economic growth. 60% of them projected growth in the global economy compared to 38% of the global sentiment. According to the report, 45% of CEOs fear that businesses will cease to exist without reinvention, while 42% says the regulatory environment across the region is the major bottleneck in their quest to create value. And that's it on Business News. The news continues.
Next is sports news. Stay with us.
The final of the 2024 Europa League will see three Nigerians chasing glory. Today, Thursday, Victor Boniface Natatella will be in action, while high-flying German champion Leverkusen will host Roma for second leg of the semi-finals of the Europa League. In recent times, Nigerians have enjoyed relative success in Europe's second-tier league, with Chukwueze the last Nigerian to win the tournament in 2021. Sparta Moscow forward Victor Moses holds the record for only Nigerian who has won the competition twice in 2012 and 2013. Also in 2018 and 2019 with Chelsea.
And now we've come to the end of news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Have a beautiful night rest.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
My ID starting salary is 150, and I believe in every company, if they should be paying individual or average Nigerian people to be collecting that such amount of salary, I think it will be beneficial for the citizen.
I would say a typical Nigerian working on a day-to-day job, I would say my salary will be nothing less than 70 to 80,000 naira. Because of my skills, I would say I'm a professional cleaner, though I own a cleaning company, but because of my skills and everything, I would say my salary will be like, if I'm working for someone, it would be like 70 to 80,000.
Presently, our ideal salary is 100,000. My best work experience is a sales consultant, and I love the work presently, and the work is making me to have boldness to talk to people. Like, I've gone to several places that I've never been before. I've talked to people that's not even up to my caliber, and I've mingled a lot with kind of big men.
At least with the recent condition of this our country, if the minimum wage should be between a region of 60,000, at least for a start now, compared to the inflation we are facing now, the cost of living, accommodation and other charges. So at least for a start, 60,000 is not bad.
To me, probably if I see like 180,000 naira is manageable, that's as the way the country is right now. It's better than just sitting at home or for me to being frustrated and misbehaving. So instead of that, so let me just doing it. At least I can see at the end of the day, I won't be able to save anything down. I'll be able to use it to eat. That's all.
If you pay me 1 billion naira, I will not mind. If you pay 1 million a week, I will not mind. But the point remains, we are running an economy that ought to have grown. I don't belong to the class that say a growing economy. We ought to have grown. We are an overfed baby as far as Nigerian economy is concerned. Howbeit, given the society we are in today, some of the boys, I call them boys, at the National and even the State Assembly, earn close to 2-3 million naira a month. So for some of us who've paid our dues, especially in the media. If going by the standard of living in this country today, 1 million naira will not.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family. There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Hello, welcome to this edition of our program, Timeless Conversations. Today, my guest is a broadcast producer, broadcaster. He is also a pastor now. And then he's an avid sports lover, avid football fan. He is one of the backbones of the Superstars Fans Club. That's Fans of Stationaries Stores Football Club. Ime James is a producer, broadcaster, journalist, writer, and sports lover. He is one of the backbones of the Superstars Fans Club. He was formerly with the Nigerian Television Authority. He studied drama at the University of Ife